I remember when we first hanged out, I posted a picture with my face covered and saying like, I can finally prove we are not the same person. And people are like, this proves
This
nothing.
proves literally nothing. That's true. That is true. Maybe this helps a little bit. At least our voices are different.
Yeah.
I did decide to wear the straw hat though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if people see it, but yeah.
I think it might be easier for the editor to just like put a really big PNG on top of you. But yeah, how's it good? So this is obviously like your third or fourth time in Japan now?
Fourth time, yeah. In total, like I've lived like 8 months in Tokyo in total across the years.
I feel like you always come over for like 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, pretty much. I just try to min-max the tourist visa.
I was about to say the classic tourist visa duration. Nice.
I mean, I've been trying to move here for a while, but like mostly my health issues have been sort of the thing limiting me. And like now that I'm getting better, I'm trying to sort of try to find a way around it. But it's like, bro, it's rough. I've tried the work visa before, and that's rough. And I've been trying like now to do like a student visa.
I mean, you can do I think 6 months for the tourist visa. Because you
like
just need to leave
visa,
once and come back, right?
But that as well. There's also like the nomad visa and stuff. But, like
that's right. That's a new thing they did. Yeah.
Like I kind of want to do it like a month or like a year or two or something like that, and probably like get an apartment and stuff.
Doesn't because I guess you could do the working holiday.
Yeah, I was kind of like debating between the working holiday and the.
I feel like since you have it, you might as well make use of it.
Yeah.
That's how I first came over to. Yeah. Well, not second time. First time I was actually on a working visa because I did an internship here.
Right.
But then second time, when I came during COVID, I did get the working holiday.
Yeah. And then I went through that whole ordeal.
Yeah.
You told me, yeah,
that was fun.
I feel like this maybe is a very Japanese immigration is a very niche topic for people just silently tuning in, but you know how it goes.
Who doesn't love it? Who doesn't love the immigration office? Yeah, very true. Let's dive right back into right into One Piece though. Yeah. Is there a topic? What's on your mind? Obviously, so I would say you and I had obviously Matt here too, Tekking.
Yeah.
I feel like you two are one of the few people where I feel definitely inferior in terms of my One Piece knowledge. And I would argue that there aren't that many people in the world who fill those shoes. So what's been on your mind lately? I always love hearing your thoughts and what's been on your mind with recent events, but also generally. We already talked a little bit about before the podcast about the state of One Piece overall.
What people will not find out about what we talked.
Actually, before I completely forget.
Oh yeah,
already wanted to because this is drink sake. Obviously, we need to drink some sake. I think I already showed this to you earlier. The great.
It's gonna feel almost like a massive Lego piece.
This just put it on.
Yeah, you just click
like what they have on the head. That's true.
Yeah,
this is the good Shanks sake from the anime.
You even got the Shanks cup.
Yeah, shout out to Malin. Cool. I'm not sure. Probably.
Thank you, Malin.
Ria got it. Okay, thank you.
It's got a bit hard with the microphone.
Yeah, I always keep saying like massive respect to Shanks on that ship holding that cup. Is it strong?
I'm not good with alcohol.
Oh wait. We need to kampai at least.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's the most important. You're just already drinking here. Cheers. Kampai. Don't force yourself. Your face is covered anyways.
Water.
Yeah, you usually don't drink a lot, right?
Yeah, I don't really.
We did go to a bar though in Spain once.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
that was all like natural orange juice though.
Was there no alcohol?
Yeah, no alcohol. I usually like for me juices are basically like my version of alcohol. Like it's just I love going to a bar. My friend gets smashed and I order like 3 like apple juices or whatever.
I will say that is strong, but it makes sense also why Shanks would like it then, I think. Yeah. All right, and always I have the tradition. I found this was a limited drop of the One Piece card game of the live action.
Ooh.
And my thought was they had it for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I was like, maybe they're gonna go up in price and value. So
yeah,
I always let people.
I can't wait till like 5 years from now to sell this for $20.
$20 million.
Oh, it's Jacob. Okay.
Who do you get?
Jacob.
All right, Usopp. Oh, let's see.
He's got a smug face.
Now we're just gonna wait for 10 years. Did you play the card game at all?
No.
No, it's time for you to start.
The addiction begins here.
The addiction. That's how the gacha. That's how the gacha. Exactly. That's how the gacha gets you. All right. Going back to the question though, what's on your what's your take on the current state of One Piece?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you mentioned kind of like what's on my mind. I mean, as you mentioned before, I have a passion for just studying One Piece in general. And kind of, sort of like what I say around is like I'm like a One Piece scholar. It's just like a very fancy way of saying this. I do YouTube, but it's kind of something like I like looking at One Piece as, you know, like from like a more studious point, and kind of sort of almost treating the world like it's real, and kind of trying to kind of understand more of that. You know, like I did like the One Piece timeline, for example. And,
I will say like a resource that I make use of quite often.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I should probably, and like a big shout out to that. Artur has this entire timeline of the One Piece world. I think I'm actually would like to talk about that a little bit to you. We can either hear your take first or talk about the timeline a bit later. But a fantastic resource. Yeah.
Something I want to mention is like, I don't know if you heard, but right now, it's not really a secret anymore. I'm working on a map of the One Piece world.
Oh, nice. Me too, actually.
What the what? No, come on, I'm gonna sue you.
Mine's already done.
Okay,
that is awkward. We're not the same person though.
Yeah,
no, actually, I've been working on one too.
Yeah, but I've been doing it like a bit differently in my case, because it's like kind of, I mentioned this before, but the way that I want to do it is sort of kind of like Google Maps.
Oh, nice.
You can actually go and click into place and stuff like that. And I apologize, but yours is not going to be as complete as mine, because I went like in depth for like I've scoured like the depths of Oda's notes and own charts and everything. So
all right, that's cool. Yeah, I mean we're gonna compare.
I found
maps
details
at some
that
point.
like that, for example, aren't even on like the One Piece wiki. Like I couldn't find online.
Oh, for example.
Do you know what's the name of the fountain, the central fountain of water 7?
Oh, it has a name. No,
it's called the Water Glass.
All right, so you're gonna go really in depth.
Yeah.
Okay, so my map is
the platforms of which the Germa castles are built on.
The snails.
Called the platforms, specifically the castle themselves, are called Saint-Germains.
Oh, French, like
yeah.
Because Paris Saint-Germain, like the quarter in Paris, right? Yeah. That's really cool. Okay, my map is not going to be as detailed. I think it's more like the pixel art aesthetic.
Yeah.
But still, like,
I mean,
did like a lot of research for the. I'm excited to check yours too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think mine is more going to be like a little bit gadgety, so probably not so much.
I think just different approaches as well, because I mentioned yours is more like focused like around a video, where like more.
It's definitely video focused, but then I kind of wanted to make it accessible to everyone, because I really like the art that the artist I've been working on with this did for this the pixel art aesthetic.
Yeah, I wanted to put mine in like my website, sort of.
Nice to like make it scrollable.
Yeah. And something that like people can just use as a resource, like I said. Like with the timeline.
That's super cool.
Geography and in that regard, like I've gotten a lot just recently into like One Piece geography, and I'm even gonna start thinking about One Piece geopolitics, and the way that ties into it. So actually, I'm gonna ask you a question about One Piece geopolitics. If you could live anywhere in the One Piece world, where would you live? And I'm not saying it's like, oh wow, this place is very cool. Like no, actually accounting for like the real geopolitics, the real like
of the world
consequence. Like imagine you're a normal person,
but I know everything.
Yeah, but you have to deal about like the dangers, right? The piracy activity, the economy of the town, and a place like that, and thinking about that, where you would live.
Well, I mean, like knowing now that the One Piece world is gonna get flooded.
Well, true. I mean, yeah.
I feel like somewhere, like probably close to Reverse Mountain somewhere.
I mean, I think we're hoping that it won't get flooded if Luffy succeeds, but
I feel like I mean, we have a lot to talk about. I personally think there's a good chance that it might happen anyways, potentially, and then like we already see obviously people taking preparational steps for it. Yeah. Well, no, I think we already see like Vegapunk talking with area people, and we have the Noah. We have like. Would make sense, I think, that Luffy stops it, but at the same time, we have so much foreshadowing.
Okay, look, Apocalypse aside, maybe to make it a bit simpler.
Like a place I would like to live, I think like the East Blue seems pretty nice. Like maybe post Arlong Kokoyashi Village or something. Seems pretty chill, sunny. I think like having a little hut somewhere on Reverse Mountain also seems nice, because you have like good. It's high, and you have good access to the Grand Line. You know, maybe like have a little like illegal tax station there for everyone who wants to enter the Grand Line. Like $2.
You're just thinking about the economy.
Yeah, 100 berries.
Yeah.
Or just like a convenience store.
Yeah,
when
like
you enter the Grand Line, like a basic selling log poses. And just basics. I think that could be nice. I mean, just in general, like islands that we've been to that I think sound interesting.
Because I generally prefer living in cities. In my case, like I'm not really a fan of the countryside. So I think like East Blue would be a bit rough. In East Blue, maybe I would say like in lockdown or something like that.
I feel like the big selling point is the tropical vibe, no, of the East Blue.
I mean, if you wanted to talk tropical vibe, that's better in the South Blue.
Yeah, I guess so. But East Blue has like the nice middle ground, no? It's like
East Blue is a bit more balanced, less humid.
I think Wano, like. Yeah. Not Kaido Wano.
Yeah, like Momonosuke Wano, hopefully for like the open immigration, but knowing Japan, it's like probably it would be the same process.
Gotta wait.
Applying for a Wano visa.
Gotta wait a whole long time to get in there.
Yeah.
I think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of really nice islands.
A lot of people told me like Water 7.
Yeah, it's Venice.
I mean, obviously, I mean, the thing with Water 7, obviously, had like a really bad economic recession, but then Iceberg with Galilea kind of got that out of it. And if it turns into a boat, the Aqua Lagoon is scary, but that's
I feel like having like a small natural catastrophe like every other day is like a little bit
disturbing.
Is it exciting?
I mean, that's like the earthquakes in Japan.
I guess so.
I mean, like here, basically, it's just like week time events.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's nice. I like Venice. I assume you've been there too. Yeah, great city. Though the water does do a lot of like owning a place there because the sea really works. Like everyone who lives close to the ocean knows how.
I mean, in Venice also basically the Aqua Laguna was inspired by the fact that Venice is kind of
sinking into the ocean.
But there's also the fact that there's a lot of humidity. Like Venice in the summer just stinks.
Oh, that's true. Like, because the water stands, right? And then if anyone has ever taken like a seashell or something from the ocean and laid it out into the sun to dry, it gets really stinky.
Venice is basically like a swamp.
Yeah, well, that's what they do. Yeah, and then there's I mean, it's still cool. It's a fantastic city. But yeah, agreed.
It's not the best city in Italy, though. I feel it's a bit overrated, but I kind of got the feeling.
Well, I mean, like just the fact that it's built, on the ocean is really nice. And it does have a lot of charm.
But there's
there's other great cities, obviously, like Florence. Yeah. But yeah, talking about the map, one thing I'm curious about, because one thing I struggled a little bit with my map was that there are a lot of places. Okay, there's two things. One is canon versus kind of canon versus non-canon. I'm curious how you handled that. And then the second part would be, how did you handle islands that we do know exist, but we don't really know where they're located? And like my approach was to take an educated guess.
Yeah.
But like I'm very curious how because yours is supposed to be a lot more, because mine is more talking actually about each island and what we know about it, less so like if we don't know, like it's not as relevant precisely where it is. And also it's like a nice way, I think, to fill in big gaps that we have in the One Piece map in general. But how did you approach this, especially when it's supposed to be a more accurate resource, I guess?
I mean, in my case, like I stuck to just canon because it's like semi-canon or like non-canon would just like the map is already bursting with like so much detail that it's just I'm struggling to fit all that in. But for like places where we don't know exactly where the blue is, like you said, I did a uneducated guess, but it is noted that it's like we don't know where this is.
So you didn't put in like the Judo Islands or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
But I went incredibly in depth for like all the canon islands, and I'm sure I did. Like I'm trying to make sure that I didn't miss like anything.
What about something like the Land of Ice? Did you like
the ice country?
But but again, we don't know where that is, or is that like basically like the Arctic, or is it just a big island?
Yeah, there's a thing. The one that actually like confused me the most was the Jewel Ice Sheet.
Oh yeah,
because that's like a continent.
Yeah,
but it's like well where is this
it? Is it part of the red line? Yeah. So there's I mean a lot of stuff we just don't know. In general, like there's this one line from Marco that we get about there being millions of islands in the One Piece world.
But I don't take that at face value.
Who knows how accurate that is? But still, I think, and obviously, I think the like we know a lot about both parts of the Grand Line, even though not exact locations necessarily for everything. But
my map is kind of like a bit stylized in a sense, because like some islands I kind of like, even some islands I kind of like depict them as they appear in the manga, sort of like an old map, because obviously like it's if the map were like completely accurate to size, it's like a map of the Pacific. It's just blue on like dots. So I kind of more like draw the thing, and like on some islands, for example, like on Drum Island, just like a Lapan that I've drawn and stuff. I drew it myself entirely by hand though.
Oh really? Yeah, that's really cool. That must have been a fun project in Photoshop.
Yeah, it's just been like I've been working on it like 4 years or whatever.
Yeah, that's sick.
Just a casual side project.
Doing maps is just in general fun.
Yeah.
I'm like a very big Lord of the Rings fan also, so I've always like
I knew you were gonna bring up Lord of the Rings because you literally do every single time.
Well, again, I feel like I love bringing this up too, but I feel like there is like Oda definitely read Lord of the Rings because there are absolutely like some parallels. Some are probably not by accident or are by accident because Lord of the Rings obviously was the original fantasy genre. But I think there are like interesting things. For example, are you familiar with Lord of the Rings also?
I mean, I watch the movies.
Okay. Did you read like the Silmarillion and stuff like that?
I watched the movies.
Okay. Because
I watched The Hobbit when it came on in cinemas. I already hated it. I liked it.
It was. I mean, the book was better probably, but there's like interesting.
The manga was better.
So I'm not sure if you know. The manga was better. I'm not sure if you know. For example, in the deep lore of Lord of the Rings, there are like the two trees of creation. And then you have like Adam and Eve tree in One Piece, and there's like a lot of like interesting little things.
I can
like
see
parallels.
where Elden Ring may have taken.
It would be kind of weird if Oda hadn't read or watched Lord of the Rings also, knowing.
Yeah, surely. I mean, it's like, for example, it's like Lord of the Rings is defined so much that you have like an orc in a fantasy setting. I mean, that was like basically Tolkien, that kind of the elf. Yeah, I mean, elves were more established from like mythology and stuff,
obviously,
but the modern idea,
yes, the fantasy idea of like elves and
pointy-ears and stuff. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So I think very, very interesting stuff. I'm excited about that map. Again, it's such a fun process, just like trying to figure out.
Yeah. Like, it's been so much fun. That's like the only reason why I've been cool with just doing it for so long.
Yeah.
Because I would have abandoned this project go, but it's just I've been enjoying it so much. Yeah. And the problem is I hired a coder to kind of do the whole coding part. Yeah. And it's just like, wait, I want to add more. It's like, oh.
Like Oda.
Yeah, I'm also like trying to like add like maps of like every island.
Are you gonna
individually
are you gonna update it as we?
Yeah, probably in the future. Yeah, sure. Like
nice,
the timeline.
As we get more
stuff. I also want to update the timeline now. So
how did you tackle the issue of, because we kind of already mentioned it, of the scale of the One Piece planet in general?
Yeah,
that's always something that's very. Because we don't really have a good measure for how big it is.
I mean, I think like a lot of the issues, like a lot of people take very literally that Vivi statement of the Sandora River, which is like completely wrong. Yeah, because she says like, oh, it's 50 kilometers from bank to bank, and I'm like, in that panel, you can literally see the other shore. Yeah. This is not 50 kilometers. This is Oda that probably messed up like 5 kilometers or something like that, and it's just like. It's ridiculous, and then people just take that pixel scale as like, oh, One Piece is bigger than Jupiter. Yeah. And it's like, I mean, admittedly, like it is something that we don't know for certain, but it frustrates me because I've seen people sort of like pass that like it's a given fact. Like Oda confirmed it's bigger than Jupiter. And,
I personally really like that idea of the One Piece planet being like super big, and like that's like an interesting theory I talked about recently. Like, did I talk with you about the Dyson Sphere idea?
I heard about it.
Okay, so like the idea was that could it be?
Yeah, I remember hearing that in our podcast. I was like, wait, like Dyson, like the vacuum cleaner.
Oh, Dyson. Yeah. Do you know what a Dyson Sphere is?
Kind of.
So I googled it. It's this mega structure, right? Yeah. Like that you put around the sun to harvest its energy, and then there was like all the interesting thing where in the mural we see, the forbidden sun being harvested from inside the earth, and all these things, and then there's the weird model that's like geocentric in Ohara, but. Like, we know that they knew so much correctly, so why would they not know that the sun is in the center of the solar system, right? And so the idea was, what if someone built like a shell around the like the sun, and that's the One Piece planet?
The whole thing with geocentrism is just, I think the government probably like reestablished a lot of geocentrism, because I think obviously there's also the 5 elder planets and kind of what that symbolizes.
Sure. I mean, no, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I just think it's like it would be an interesting thing if the One Piece planet actually was that big. And like the the reason why I
have a different approach to this though, and this is kind of like something like after the Harley, of course, it opened kind of this can of worms where I basically kind of I mean, this is something that a lot of people are speculating, and like now it seems like that it's getting like potentially more closer than ever. And obviously we still don't know for a fact, but I just love to think about this idea, and it's the fact that the One Piece planet literally is just planet Earth. And it is a post-apocalyptic Earth.
I mean, I think we talked about this in the past. I love bringing this up with people. It's like a classic trope. I think we've talked about it in almost every podcast episode.
JRPG,
the Wheel of Time is like usually my go-to example where we find out like not directly, but more so through hints that it's kind of our world in the future.
I mean, even Oda's kind of like doing hints and stuff. Like we don't know, of course, if we are gonna get to that point. But obviously, we've seen the Harley. And we see modern skyscrapers as like, oh my god,
and industry and stuff,
and kind of this idea, and like I don't know. To me, like I said, obviously it's not confirmed, but it's an idea that I really, really love because it grounds One Piece more in reality in a way where like One Piece is already so thematically grounded in reality, and the fact that it's our world, I don't know, makes it hit a lot more closely for me because it's like, oh, this is.
Yeah, I don't need, like, if it was not the case and it was just its own world, I would have no problem with it.
Same.
But
I
it
mean,
would definitely make it
20
interesting,
years,
and it would definitely be like more of a social criticism, kind of like, you know, this is where Oda sees our world going to.
I mean, already there's a very clear message. Oh, the world is sinking. The world was you know, technology was abused and a global warming of some kind happened.
And we like, kind of have this. I mean, the mural itself kind of shows this like pollution and everything.
Yeah. I mean, like the thing that to me it's just been so fascinating because I've thought about it retroactively, and there's just so many things. It's like, what if Dressrosa is what remains of Spain? What if Water 7 is kind of what remains of Italy? And like that's the reason why all of these places have all of these cultural elements that are so similar to our world. Yeah. Because it's just kind of like, okay, you know, languages and things were lost. Japanese somehow became the global language.
Yeah.
Because they call it, in the novels they mentioned this called Koyogo, which is like the global language that the government
establishes,
started establishing and stuff. And, you know, like everything sort of just kind of fits in a way that really makes a lot of sense. And sort of the idea would be that obviously during the first like calamity, there was some sort of terraforming because the red line basically happened. That's kind of implication of the Hellflame Serpent. So like that was probably formation of the red line. So probably there was like some other terraforming that's kind of what I think about that would make sense because like you compare the One Piece continents, even when sunk and accounting for the water level, they're not the same. But then what if during that first terraforming of the red line, all the other continents were also shuffled around? So like Dressrosa kind of like Spain ended in the New World, but then like Italy kind of ended on this side, and then like Korea ended up in the Kano country, and then you know what if Mount Fuji is literally just a terraform, like they just took Mount Fuji and just squished it or something. Yeah, I don't know. It just gets a lot of things thinking. Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea. I think geographically wouldn't quite make sense because obviously you would have, you know, like Italy, quote unquote, in the Paradise half.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's just all remixed. Like
it's
just
all
the
like
whole world
squished together. Yeah.
That's like the way
I've been a big like fan of the terraforming idea. I did like a whole segment on like, you know, the story because I really like the idea of Nika being a real character.
Yeah.
That then like get deified, right? Kind of, you know, I mean, Oda loves a lot of the ancient alien stuff too, and like conspiracy stuff. Yeah. So this idea that Nika was an actual god in that sense, but was a Lunarian or something from the moon that came down, and that like they actually had this advanced civilization that terraformed the One Piece planet, right? And the I like the idea that the ancient weapons might be terraforming devices. And you actually like they're just so powerful because they're supposed to terraform that you can use them as a weapon.
There's like kind of like also a fact like like the Sea Kings and Poseidon with the combat.
Well, and also when you think about it, the four gods that we learn about, right?
Yeah,
they're all kind of tied to agriculture in a way because you have earth,
nature,
rain. Well, earth, rain, or sea, and then the sun and the forest. It's all kind of ecological, right? I think so. I'm very much on board with that entire idea. I think it would be cool. I personally thought it was I'm usually not a big sci-fi fan, but I do like the idea of it being sci-fi, but we still don't get like, I mean, I liked Egghead, but I don't need like a lot of spaceships and lasers in One Piece, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But and it's like, like, I mean, like the whole like lost technology thing is like the oldest trope in like JRPGs.
Yeah. And I mean, you have like a lot of the stuff like even in our world with like, you know, the like how were the pyramids made and whatnot. And I'm not sure if you like if you're into that stuff, like these like granite vases that are like measured and that are precise to like like 10 like a 2,000th of an inch or something, like machine basically. So like this idea, I think it's super fascinating.
Goda.
Well, and I don't have anything against a good magic system, but I think the idea that any stuff like hockey or devil fruits might actually be technology based.
I mean, devil fruits kind of I feel has been strongly implied already to be technology.
I mean, the fact that you can clone them. Yeah.
Here's the thing: it's like I'm a man of science, and I think that I'm also like a man of science thanks to One Piece because I think One Piece instilled a lot of that in me, and in that regard, I feel like Oda has always rooted the One Piece world in science. And so I feel like even for the longest time, I felt like devil fruits had to do something in the sense. I feel like it's not just spontaneous magic. And if it's spontaneous magic, it's just science that we don't yet understand. And I really kind of love that because it makes the One Piece world feel more real to me.
I feel like it's cool that you think that way, and I'm kind of curious to why, because I feel like only the more we learn about Vegapunk and Devil Fruit cloning, almost like only post time skip did we start going in a direction, and then obviously mostly with Egghead Island, we got like the full like, oh, most of the stuff is technology, right?
I feel like it was always there.
Yeah, you feel
in a sense, yeah. Because I feel like even Devil Fruits, they always kind of had these specific rules. Like, there is no magic in this world if it isn't Devil Fruits. Yes, Oda has the weird guy that can somehow breathe fire for like some reason and stuff. But generally, it's like there's always a sense. There's always something. And they kind of give this idea it's something we don't fully understand, but it's always rooted in science. Everything that happens in the Grand Line, there's a meteorological reason. The knock upstream seems like this magic, but they explain, oh, it's more like this just underwater thing that swells up.
Yeah.
And it's just... he finds a way to make this world feel real, and it's kind of when a lot of people said that it's just like Oda can bring the stupidest concept, which is like, yes, snail telephone, but it explains, well, it's sonar waves like bats, and it's just, it makes sense in the sense of this world.
That's
and you
true, I guess. I think sorry, I go for it.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm yapping.
No.
I got really passionate about this stuff, but like even the Sky Islands, like at this point, I'm starting to think that Skypiea, was probably artificial.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, which makes sense because we do know that their ancestors were the one technologically advanced that came down from the moon, right? Yeah.
Though I still firmly believe that the moon was colonized and then they came back. I know some people think they're aliens that came from outside or just spawned the moon. But
it could be either, honestly.
I think mostly it's just, I have such a scientific approach to this, but it's like they specifically mentioned there's not enough resources in the moon to be long-term sustainable. So that kind of makes me think it's like, okay, it's not like, you know what I mean, like common ancestors, if they're angels, they mean that the common ancestor must come from the planet below, so it makes more sense they went there and colonize it. But I also realize I take a very scientific approach when Oda can just make up anything.
Well, I mean, I think there's like... It's interesting in multiple ways, obviously, also because it does seem that there was a human civilization living on the blue planet before as well. I mean, I think the moon in general is very interesting in One Piece because it kind of what we talked about, it's something that at first Oda might have kind of pretended for it to be just a quirky thing that Enel can breathe on the moon. Yeah. But as you say, they're and I kind of love the more the story goes on, the more actual explanations we get for weird things. And
I remember always that cover story stand out. Like to me, it's like this feels so massive.
Well, and the fact,
like technology,
it's the biggest thing, yeah. And I mean the fact that you have the helium balloons where the little automaton go to the moon. So it is kind of implied that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, or it has an atmosphere in it. So like kind of what I thought. What if the angels sort of created an artificial atmosphere and it just remained there?
Yeah, something like, or I mean, it almost seems to be connected, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't work.
I sometimes I just kind of feel bad because I feel like I'm almost like the atheist guy when it comes to One Piece theories, where I'm just like, no, this doesn't make as much sense from what we understand, and I feel like I'm almost like a bit of a killjoy because I feel like ultimately like I feel like when it comes to theories, it should just be about being fun. I feel like there's almost like a bit of an elitism, and I think, for example, in the Japanese community, like, I feel they're a lot more liberal with theories, where, like, someone will come up with a theory that's just impossible. It makes no sense, but it's fun.
Which I will say I was actually kind of surprised about, because I would have kind of expected it would be the other way around, where the Japanese audience, I would, because usually if you know anything about Japanese YouTube comments, they're very strict, very unforgiving. Yeah, I mean, like, whenever I watch any Japanese video, the comment section is brutal. So I was actually very surprised when I started actually watching Japanese, like, One Piece comments. Like, people here like having a lot more fun with things, and I feel like that's always been the fun part for me also with coming up with theories or talking about theories is I feel like unless it's something absolutely insane and you've pulled up like tons and tons of evidence, I feel like every theory video on YouTube almost has it almost has the asterisk like, hey, this has a very low chance of being true, but let's just park our disbelief here at the door for a second and have like some fun with it.
It's kind of something that I feel like I struggled a long time because I did some theories and I didn't go like as much into them, but like I remember like people sort of had this expectation like the theory has to come true or it's just garbage, and I kind of felt like in a sense that there was a time because I did do like my big mega theory. And in the end, I even kind of said that, like, theory is sort of a label that I kind of just put sort of to advertise it, but it's more of like a thematic analysis, and that kind of leads me to think what I think makes sense to be the One Piece. And obviously, I mean, like that video blew up and stuff, but a lot of people kind of started slotting me into this idea like, oh, like you're like a One Piece theorist, right? Whereas like I've always preferred like analyzing, like I said, looking in more scientifically in that regard. And even just more over time, I've tried to pretty much just almost completely remove theories because again, there was just kind of this elitism, and people were like, force this competitiveness, which is just like, oh, you're wrong. Wow, you're lost. You're stupid. But like, oh, you're right. Wow, you think you're so much better than everyone. It's like, no, I just want to like talk about fun ideas.
Fun.
Yeah. So I will say I really respect you in the fact that you just, I've seen you like a lot of times just continue with like crazy theories, and you're like, yeah,
it's fun. I mean, because I feel like I never want to have people tell me what I can or cannot have fun with the story I like, and I feel like, you know, there clearly is, and I will be the first person to say it, like, and this goes not for One Piece, but for anything in life, there are going to be people who enjoy the same thing, and there's going to be people who don't enjoy the thing, and I feel like that's completely fine.
Like it's One Piece. Life is meant to be fun.
I feel like that's usually, I mean, in general, I'm always surprised that there's a lot of people, in my opinion, that don't quite get the central message of One Piece, of having fun and tolerating other people.
We've all dealt with like the racist, homophobic One Piece fans every once in a while. It's just like, bro, what are you reading? Like,
I think you kind of like missed the main message of the story.
This is like being a JoJo fan and being homophobic. It's like, come on, man.
Like you're kind of like not seeing what's going on. Yeah, I mean, again, and I feel like to each their own. I just think I love the fact that One Piece even allows us to theorize so much. That it's part of its success too, is that it's this big puzzle box, and it's always like, oh, these things fit together.
Oda plays a lot sort of with like the fans.
Like
he will do like the craziest cliffhanger, especially in a break week, because he knows that he wants to leave time for like fans to just.
And I mean, how many stories are there really where you can, like, there's always like theories while stories are going on, but I don't remember seeing a lot of Demon Slayer theorizing.
Wait, what are you gonna theorize? Yeah, exactly. Danjo's gonna be like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, so. And like nothing wrong with stories that don't have that. It just makes it so much more fun, and I think it is it is one of the big reasons why One Piece has this longevity and why people tolerate it going on for such a long time.
To me, the crazy thing is like most weeks, I can just talk 30 minutes just about the details of a chapter.
Easy. And I mean, this brings us to another topic, which I'm always very eager to discuss with people in the same line of work. And that's what's your feeling right now as of this recording for, realistically, I think you're not a betting man, but if you were a betting man, how long would you feel like One Piece has got left, at least from like a min to a max? Yes, because my big argument for whenever people come up to me and ask me like, what do you think, like 2-3 years? I'm like, we got so many answers, and for each answer we got like 5 new questions, and it to me just doesn't seem feasible unless you do unless you pull a Jujutsu Kaisen or something like that, and you like rush out of the story. I just don't see it realistically being over in like 5 years or less, but I'd be happy to be if you have a different opinion.
I stopped worrying about the future and I'm living in the present. And I think I'm happy that way.
Yeah.
That's my answer.
If I forced you to put a number on it though, what would you guess?
Who cares? You know, like I want to just enjoy the present of this. But it's like, I mean, for the longest time, like Oda had this date, which was basically like 2024, more or less.
Yeah, I feel like there were like dates before that also, right?
No, but like for example, in 2014, he said like 10 years. It was like 3 years. Or like I did like a very in-depth like research on my website, and like he said like 10 years, and I remember like back in like 2014, I think like, wow, this could be real, and sort of feeling that anxiety already. Like, it's just a decade, you know. I mean, just a decade. But even then, it felt like I want this to go on forever. And then in 2019, he said 5 years, which a lot of people love to say, wow, Oda always says 5 years. He's only said it once. He's only said once. And then next year, he said like, 4 to 5 years and stuff like that. And then 2022, he said like 3 years, but he said like, look, people don't trust me anymore, so I'm just going to shut up.
Yeah, just do something.
Yeah. And I think at this point,
he doesn't trust himself either.
Yeah. And like, I felt like for a while, like it seemed kind of realistic. To an extent. I mean, like, if like at Zou...
Before Wano, maybe.
Yeah, like at Zou, you tell me 10 years, like, I can believe that. But then it's like, you know, with Wano taking 4 years, like, I feel like the final war or whatever has to take at least 4 years and stuff like that. So it's probably going to take a while, but I just I do legitimately wonder more than anything. Obviously, Elbaph was like the big one, even though I kind of considered and everything. But it's just after Elbaph, are we even gonna have a short arc anymore? Short, well, One Piece standards, but like, or are we going like straight into the final war? Because like that's gonna be like the real bittersweet part. Because I think like sort of what I felt with the start of Elbaph is like this could potentially be the final time we have like this mysterious start to like a new island as we usually do, and that's like
I mean, yeah, it really does depend on Oda. Like if he wanted to, he could probably wrap up Elbaph pretty quickly.
I like to keep my job as well, so
same. I mean, that's
I think we both can relate. Yeah,
both, but for me, it's both as a YouTuber, but also as a fan. Like I don't mind if it still goes on for 20 years, honestly.
I mean, same, yeah, literally.
And I think it really comes down to what Oda wants to do. The good thing here is I think he has one of the few people who doesn't have the pressure from Shueisha or the editors, because like One Piece is the money printing machine for. I mean,
a lot of people I think have this idea of like editors force mangaka to like follow these days and stuff, but like generally mangaka have a lot more power of their manga. Usually the only problem is like if the manga is not selling well, then obviously it's gonna get axed. But otherwise, like mangaka can generally go as long or as
I guess
short
the big example that comes to people's minds is obviously Kubo and Bleach, right? Where that was the case, where he kind of got forced.
I mean, like I'm not a Bleach fan, but do we really know the full circumstance? I feel like there's so much speculation around that. Like
we don't really know. That's true. Yeah, I mean, again, I personally would not mind, or would not mind and would not be surprised if we got. After Elbaph, a Lodestar, or maybe even a, and I mean, not saying that I necessarily want this, but there could be another complete side story which we kind of didn't expect with Sabaody and everything, right?
Yeah.
That's sorry.
Sorry, got to I do the guy. Yeah, sorry. I'm like it was like the academic in me. It's like
yeah. So if people are curious what the correct pronunciation, it is actually Shabondi because that's soap bubble in Japanese.
It comes from Old Spanish Shabao and Portuguese. Yeah.
Oh really? I didn't know that. But I've caved in and have adapted Sabaody into my.
No, I've like adapted the other way. So for example, I've started using Levelly.
The Levelly.
Yeah, the Levelly, and I've gotten used to it now. But it's the type of thing where it's like everyone else uses reverence. Like it's like the one canon spelling
to revel. Yeah, I don't know.
It's the one canon spelling that the fandom has just refused.
Yeah, I guess
widely.
So.
Like Marie-Joie, people have adapted. They don't say Marie-Joyce anymore or whatever. But it's like Level is like nah.
Pardon my French. Yeah. That's fine. I think it's fine. And I think some words just sound better. It's like the same with the Zolo and Zoro debate.
Yeah. I mean, I hate Jinbei. Like, it has to be Jinbei for me. But like I said, it's like, I'm way too obsessed about this, but I don't want to be the party pooper. I don't want to like...
No, I feel like I'm also, because I do enjoy reading the story in Japanese.
Yeah. How do you feel about just Elbaph in general? Because I think you were kind of...
Yeah, I was gonna pivot a little bit into it, because if we wanted to focus the question of how long is One Piece gonna last a little bit more, like we can kind of micro focus it on Elbaph. And at the point we're recording this, we are kind of in this conflict with the Holy Knights, and it seems kind of like at the point you might be watching this, we might already have the answer to this, but it's kind of unclear whether this is the build, like the big fight of this arc, or if this is kind of like the early little skirmish before the actual arc really picks up steam and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you feel, because my big gut feeling going into Elbaph was always, there's no way that Elbaph is going to be significantly shorter than Wano, because there is so much lore around it, and by default the world is so big, there's so much to explore, and we explored each individual region of Wano. Wouldn't we explore each district and each level of Elbaph? But the longer it goes on, at least I understand people who have the feeling that we might be getting out of here a lot quicker, which I would be a little bit sad about. But what's your feeling?
Yeah, I mean, like, can I answer this a bit roundabout?
Please do.
In a sense. Because, like, for me, like, when we entered Egghead, there was sort of kind of this feeling, right, entering the quote-unquote False Saga. False Saga is not the best translation, which is my fault. I understand. I translated that from, like, a live stream as it was happening, like, live, and the wording just stuck. But it's more like the end game of One Piece. Just like it's a very, like, Western fun term. But, like, anyway, as we entered sort of the end game of One Piece, there was this sort of feeling that, like, can One Piece live up to the expectations of its ending, the whole final part. And Oda went with this message. Like, I always wanted to make sure that the final part of One Piece is the best part of the manga. And I'm like, Oda, I love you, but come on, people already have such high expectations. You can't set even higher expectations. And then 10 chapters into it, it's like, oh my God, he's doing it. Oh my God. And to me, legitimately, for so many years, I worried I'm going to fall out of love with One Piece. I'm not going to enjoy One Piece anymore. And with Egghead, it legitimately became this thing where, like, I don't think I've ever enjoyed One Piece more in my life than right now. And I'm not saying it's the best written. I'm not saying it's perfect or it's like the greatest thing.
No, I think
but I'm enjoying it the most.
I think it's an absolutely legit reason because what makes One Piece so special is that everything ages like fine wine.
Yeah.
And it kind of like coming from a writing perspective and storytelling perspective, which is how I originally started my channel, like seeing how good planning of your story pays off. Yeah. Because Oda obviously leaves himself room to be creative and flexible, but the big story points have clearly been fixed. And so the fact that you can go back and read a Skypiea arc and it makes so much more sense, or a Thriller Bark or whatnot, and suddenly everything makes so much more sense. The fact that each new arc makes older arcs more relevant is fantastic. But sorry, keep going with your thought process.
No worry. It's just kind of this sort of thing. Like, maybe I'm also like a little bit biased because it's like with Egghead, it was also like a period where those film Red and like all those premieres, I got to meet like a lot of content creators, I got to meet a lot of the fans. There were like a lot of events with the whole like Nakama Fest thing and like with a lot of people, and I think like all that has helped to a lot. And it's just, my own personal life and my own improvement, but it's just like there was just this feeling that like this adventure feels like grander than it's ever felt before, and like that felt so special. And when we ended Egghead, I almost kind of felt like nostalgic right away because it's like, oh man, like it was such a perfect experience. And we went into Elbaph, it's like, oh my God, is he doing it a second time in a row? And it was literally like one of the strongest starts we've had to an arc ever.
Would you include the road part or not?
I really like the Black Country part. Yeah, I mean, like, there were like a couple chapters with just them in Big Stein Castle, and it's like, okay, cool,
I think it's one of these things that is a lot. Like that makes that's a lot more fun and like chill in retrospect.
But it's like the type of
while it was going on, I think everyone was kind of like, what's going on?
But that's the fun part. I kind of like that, and it's just the perspective it gives. That it just like, oh, you think this is the arc, and it's like, no, that's the room in a castle in the underworld in Elbaph, and that just hits the sheer size of Elbaph with so much power. That's like so incredible, and then boom, it just doesn't stop. Like we get like the reunion with Saul, we got like Shamrock appearing, we got the Harley. The Harley was just such a monumental moment. Yeah, like literally everybody just messaged like, Artur, get off Twitter. This is gonna be special. I read that Harley. I literally printed out.
Oh my God, do you have it?
Yeah, the Harley.
You just carry that around with you?
Yeah, no, I literally carry this around me. I printed out the Harley when it came out.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean,
like in case I need to reference this, it does look like an ancient treasure map too.
It does, yeah. Show the camera a bit.
Let's go.
Yeah. So like when this came out, like I remember just holding this and I started crying. Legitimately, yeah, and it was just
it wasn't insane. It was definitely like
the
best panel.
Yeah.
In a long, and that really says something because we got a lot of really cool panels recently.
But post-surgery Oda is just like different kind of guy, honestly.
Cooking.
But like, there's one asterisk to this, and this might be a bit of a hot take. The past 5 chapters have honestly been kind of boring, and I'm kind of shocked I'm saying this because I haven't seen this for a stretch. And like, I feel like every once in a while, there's always like that setup chapter.
A little stretch.
Or a couple setup chapters was just setting up something. But I feel like we've gone like 5 setup chapters in a row where not that
just in case, because I don't know when this will come out. So just so people have not that there were like 5 insanely good chapters recently when you watched this. Yeah, we're talking about the latest chapter was 1148.
7?
Oh, next one is 48. So so 42 to 47.
So it's like it's the one that ends with Robin and Gaba and just going like, we're gonna move.
I totally know what you mean. I think the reason why you can kind of tell also with the community, and not saying that they're bad chapters. I think there's like a lot of interesting nuggets in there.
Before people cancel me, I just want to say they're great chapters. It's just that by comparison, the start of Elbaph has been so packed and so non-stop that it just feels dramatic in turn. And I think for me the problem is that if this is just a small stretch, it's fine. It's just I'm more worried about the direction of the arc, because if this is the central conflict of the arc and it just kind of wraps up with this, the God Knights are defeated, it's gonna feel very lame. But like, I trust my homie.
Me too. Yeah.
And even if it doesn't happen, like, oh my God, it's One Piece. I will love anything that comes regardless. But still,
I think like being a little bit picky. There's like I think there's a few reasons you can look at this last stretch of chapters and be critical. For me, one reason would be that I'm like the last person to like set up chapters. Often don't feel great in the moment, but then like when you ask people who read One Piece in volumes or like binge read it, it's like super easy to digest because it immediately leads to the payoff. But in the moment, it doesn't feel great. And I think these 5 chapters in a row, even though there was new information in every single one, it kind of felt like the same thing. Like we're almost like walking in place. Yeah. It's like something with the Holy Knights, and then people are walking, going somewhere, and it's like almost the same chapter 5 times in a row.
And it's like sometimes we're like, oh, we could have something interesting like the facility, but then we will
it's gone.
Oh, Jabek. Okay, but
Loki's free, but we're gone. Yeah. And I think the other big thing that I really regretted was introducing a character like Shamrock, and then immediately just to pull him immediately out of the arc was
I trust Oda with this,
same. But in the moment,
I feel we absolutely need a central villain, because it's like Oda's villains are like some of his best things, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And I feel like there just isn't a central villain to Elbaph yet.
I would have thought it would have become Shamrock, but it doesn't seem. So I have 2 ideas.
What if it becomes Shanks?
I've heard that's a theory that's been around in the Japanese community. Shanks, that Shanks is the bad one, Shamrock's the good one. That would be the biggest plot twist. I've like 2 ways that I could see this arc going, like that I think would be good in my opinion, and I'd be kind of like happy to hear your opinion. The first one would be that this is again kind of like what we had in Wano, where Luffy fights Kaido, but like at the beginning in the castle and everything, and then like stuff only starts happening properly from there. If that's kind of the case now, like the Holy Knights are actually too strong because, they can't be defeated, and we right now don't have the power to actually defeat them. So we like Luffy needs to train and learn, and then, we get there. That could be one cool way where the arc becomes bigger and then Shamrock comes back, or more of the Holy Knights come back and the Straw Hats need to train. I think that could be one cool way, which I would like because it would make the arc longer and we get to see more of Elbaph. The other thing that I personally would really love to see is if this was the arc that like Egghead paralleled Shabandi, but if this was actually the arc where the Straw Hats really get their ass kicked, and it's, hey, we just have no tool, kind of like how they had no tools to deal with a Logia fruit user.
You're seeing some kind of raid may end in failure?
No, I'm saying more like the Straw Hats get defeated because they have no way to deal with the Abyss powers and the Immortality powers, and it kind of feels like that could happen to me because we have yet another Roger Pirates, and obviously what happened in Sabaody is the Straw Hats came from their big high, having defeated 2 warlords and everything, we're the strongest, and then get their ass kicked. And we're coming out of Wano and Egghead, and Luffy becomes an emperor in Gear 5, and the Straw Hats feel like this undefeatable force. I think it would be interesting to have the parallel where now they kind of like with the Logia fruit users, they once again run into a power system that they just can't interact with.
Yeah, but I feel we still would need like something like really strong kind of to enter in, because if they just lose to just like Gunko, it's kind of like...
I mean, she's kind of broken, honestly.
I mean, she is.
The fact is, like, it doesn't matter if she's one of the strongest or the weakest Holy Knight if you can't damage her. And I would absolutely love for there to be another mini time skip or something where just you have like and it would obviously be different, but we do have Scopper Gaban, who clearly has hinted at that he kind of knows what's going on with the Holy Knight's powers, right? And what's behind that, and if he could be the one to actually teach Luffy. Which actually, okay, I want to hear your thoughts on that, and then also like a follow-up question.
So how long until we get to you mentioning Usopp dying?
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Hey, it could happen. But like, would you like the Straw Hats having another setback like on Sabaody and maybe like another time skip? And also my other question, which kind of connects to that, is, do you see the Abyss and that entire thing? Is that for you part of Haki or part of Devil Fruits, or would you say that that could be a new power system altogether that we're getting introduced to, kind of like what happened then with hockey around the time skip, the first one?
I mean, I think that the abyss, which I do find in Japanese is called the Gobelsei.
Yeah, that's
is I think it's just an extension of emu, really. I think it's just emu basically has something that is like a Dalfruit, but is like the big mommy of Dalfruits. There's just like the broken, incredible power, and I think that sort of immortality extends to all, because with like Sarah was like, well, your contract has expired, like
So you don't think I mean, I just playing devil's advocate here, because I do think it's connected to emu.
Playing emu's advocate.
But I think so. You don't think that the abyss could be something that the Straw Hats could learn potentially for themselves?
No, I think like the mark can only begin by emu.
I mean, I would probably agree because we see all these connections, emu giving powers and taking powers away.
Very random, but I do really like kind of like Summers just getting summoned like in the middle of just his
he's so
underwear.
Cool, just chilling.
Yeah.
He's a cool character.
Yeah, like imagine you're like in the toilet. It's like, oh no,
it's like, I'm here now.
Yeah.
But what do you think about the idea of this being a more Sabaody-esque arc and the Straw Hats just getting their ass kicked, and kind of like that setting up, their growth for like that final level that they need to reach?
I don't know. I feel like there probably should be some moment in the story where we get that final, there
needs to be a low before we, like absolutely.
But I feel like
that
it's
would
gonna be
that would be the point where I mentioned the Usopp dying thing, because there needs to be some sort of low point again, like, and arguably because it's the end of the story, a lower point than Ace dying, right?
It's just like, would be cool if like Oda killed Zoro no. I'm not saying it would make any narrative sense, just to see how Zoro fans react. That's all I want to say. Just how power scales try to excuse it.
Just a panel,
the power scale, like, wait, no, this can't be.
This week's author's note is just kill yourself. Sanji was always better.
Oh my god!
I just lost $1 billion in merchandise.
Oh yeah. It's just like I think like it doesn't make any.
I had a disagreement with the head of Shueisha, so I needed to do something. I needed to set a statement.
Oh my god, yeah.
I mean, I think we both agree, like whether it's a Straw Hat dying or whatever it may be, but there needs to be something.
That big point should be probably something like I was thinking more in the final war or something like that, where like it really seems like we're in the final battle. And then just we lose. Blackbeard becomes Pirate King.
Yeah,
everything just seems lost. And
don't say
just
that.
Like,
Buggy will become Pirate King. Don't let him put weird ideas in your head.
Blackbeard becomes Pirate King. Then Buggy becomes Pirate King, and then Luffy. Exactly. Or maybe Shanks in between one and just like share.
Everyone's Pirate King.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean I feel like that goes without saying. Would you be against another time skip at this point?
Maybe, I don't know. I think it just kind of falls to it. I think it would be super cool, but Oda kind of did insist on this idea he wanted Luffy to become Pirate King as a teenager, which we felt like he could always like throw away and stuff.
I mean, and I feel like that's always.
Yeah, and also we're in April, so like we could get like a half a year time skip. I don't know,
right? Or I mean,
interesting. Yeah,
I wouldn't mind.
I really like
seeing Luffy because it's just.
I just want to see new designs because I love Robin getting the haircut because it's just like, wow, this is a completely new, different.
Where's
design.
the cowboy hat though? That's the real question.
Oh my god, we need like a moment where she puts on the cowboy hat. It's like,
please.
Yeah.
I mean, I would absolutely love. For the Straw Hats to and I actually am putting out a video why I think there should be another time skip.
Yeah.
Just new designs would be so cool. Remember how much fun it was seeing Zoro with the scar and like more buff, and everyone gets a bit more mature.
Dude, when the time skip happened, like people understand. I was like in middle school, I think. And I remember I
15 years ago or something.
Yeah. It was 2010, I think.
Yeah, insane.
Oh my god, 15 years ago. Yeah, I was in middle school. I stayed up. I woke up in the morning at like 5 a.m. without my parents noticing. I went to my computer because I wanted to like watch like the spoilers that came out. And I think there was like the spoiler of like the color spread, right? And I printed out pages of the scans and brought them to school because a lot of my friends were like One Piece fans. They were like maybe like anime fans or like some of them weren't caught up. And it's like, dude, Nami has long hair. And I just show like the picture. I was like, what? Is this real? Like, it was like a time,
real?
where like
so
without
sick.
that internet with the friends, it's just they had to trust me that I was reading
It would
the
be
scans in English.
it would be so good. I don't know. I would absolutely love it, but then it might just be, and obviously it always, like with everything, it would depend on the execution. But I mean, hey, for all that we know, like that could also be like a nice reason for the entire Elbaph time thing. But maybe it's the other way around, where time passes.
I think it's been enough with the Elbaph time thing, honestly. Considering
you feel like that just didn't have any payoff in the end.
Scupper has like been living there for like 20 years and stuff.
That's
and
true. Not all the time though, I guess. So. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think having another like little power up session for all the Straw Hats, because some of them really have been left behind in the New World also, I would say.
That absolutely, it is kind of ridiculous that like a lot of Straw Hats don't have Haki at this point. It's kind of just comical.
I feel like all of them should have the 2 basic forms. Usopp should have advanced observation Haki, right? So I feel like this would be a nice moment to bring the remaining crew up to a good level, and then on top teach like Luffy and maybe Sanji and Zoro how to actually damage the Gorosei and the Holy Knights.
You know what though? I'm gonna disagree with this a bit.
Yeah, please.
On the fact that I just think we're in a time limit with the world sinking. Like I think Imu is literally just waiting on accumulating enough Mother Flame charges from York to then just boom.
But then also, for all that we know, like they've been planning this for 800 years, right?
True. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I kind of like the idea that Joy Boy's apology and like his entire like mistake, quote unquote, was that he had to flood the world to deprive Imu of access to the eternal flame.
I do really like the idea that I was kind of joking around with this, that like people are like, why did the Gorosei not act more quickly on Luffy in the pre-timeskip? And I was like, brother, they're politicians.
Nothing happens.
Literally, yeah. Because I mean, as well, it's like a lot of people forget the pre-timeskip happens over 2-3 months, which I know a lot of people may not feel as conflicted about, but it's like, 2-3 months, then suddenly, boom, Straw Hat is just gone for like 2 years. So like, you know, they just haven't had as much time to act. And then post-timeskip, like maybe they're like, okay.
Well, I feel like the argument also that you could make is that even if the Gorosei knew that Luffy had the rubber fruit, which I'm not sure it's stated officially that they did know, but even if they did know, like they do say it has never been reawakened in the last 800 years. So my interpretation would be that a bunch of people had that fruit, but no one ever actually got to like, you know, awaken its full potential.
Like we said, politicians.
But yeah, no, I mean, I feel like you can always, and I think no one, it would be a lot of pressure also to just put that expectation in order that everything, like you can't, or it's really hard. Do you know any story that is long running and where there's a lot of mystery build up that doesn't have something where you could point to like, oh, this might be a plot hole or something, like it's never gonna, but
for example, like as someone who has like written the timeline, I was surprised there's very little plot holes. Like I can count the sort of timeline plot holes on my hand out of like thousands of dates.
Yeah,
literally.
I mean, I think
because he almost surely has like his own timeline.
Yeah, if you forced me, like the biggest one I would probably list are like obviously the Haki thing. Where like, and then in that, like connected to that, it would be like almost Haki and Crocodile, where there's like no reason why Crocodile wouldn't have Haki.
Like in the newest Vivid cards, like Crocodile was listed with Haki, and it was like, finally, congratulations.
But then I think that's just fair again. I think it's rather the opposite. I feel like it's very impressive that you said for like the amount of time and the amount of content that's been, you know, poured into One Piece, how little inconsistencies there really are. And even those, if you, I mean, that's kind of our job, I guess, too. It's like if you really want to, you can probably find excuses.
I mean, even then, like with all this level of detail, like when he did like Whole Cake Island, right? I was like, oh, there's like 85 Charlotte children. It's like, oh, he drew and designed every single one of them. And that's just so cool. And like most of them appear for like one panel. That's it. But like,
and let's not think about the implication for Big Mom. No, like basically the entire time she was with the Rocks crew too.
There was like a meme where it's just like Mondor in Big Mom's belly during God Valley, and it's just like
it's like, the
earthquake.
That's a bit wild, I will say. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's rather the opposite, where it's so much fun going back to older arcs and finding little
Yeah, like I said, like with the geography, for example, like I've been doing also like maps of like the individual islands and understanding a lot better like the geography of some old islands and stuff like that.
Speaking of which, because this is something I've been thinking about recently. What's your take on the 4 big bridges? Because it like the obvious, and
like what has been implied is because of the flooding.
The flood, and just because before we knew about the flooding thing, I guess the obvious answer would be control, like easy access to travel without having to.
I mean, the thing is, like even Oda has been sort of messing around with the idea that like. There was like a fun ask, like, okay, it's like the one in the Grand Line, like Bourbon Wolf is like,
we don't really know where they're located, though, right?
Yeah, we know that the Killer Wolf is blue.
Yeah,
and the one in the Grand Line, the fun ask is Bourbon Wolf. Is like, yeah, maybe.
Do we know that there's one in the Grand Line?
It's the one that Odin saw in chapter 966.
Do we know that that's in the Grand Line though?
Yeah, because it was right before Shibondi. And then in the SBS, Oda said, like, yeah, you noticed that was in the Grand Line, but the other was in this blue. Why is that the case?
And then we don't know what the last 2 are. Like,
and I originally thought that maybe Tequila Wolf just crossed over the Calm Battle, which would make sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, my idea was just like each of the blues.
That was my original idea, right?
That's kind of what I've tried putting on the map, because like, I have to put them somewhere. That's the annoying thing, because like, that's like something I would like to know exactly where they are.
It's also interesting because they started that project exactly like after the time, like after the, well, I guess 100 years after the Void Century, right? Yeah. Which again, kind of.
I love usually people talk about it. Yeah, that a project. It's just like this fun, like a cool thing that they did. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there must definitely be more to that. And again, like the fact that we got, that the revolutionaries were so interested in it and everything. I don't know. I felt like that was pretty interesting too.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense as well, because it's just where there's probably the biggest concentration of slaves worldwide.
Do you have any theories what's on top of the red line except for Marijoa?
Probably not much, because it's just I think the government just like doesn't want any neighbors.
Like I'm kind of curious if there's.
I mean, there's
is there like vegetation on there? Is it just red rock? Like I don't know.
There was obviously Corkwood. You probably know about which I wonder if that will ever tie into the story.
Where was that again, Corkwood?
I mean, it was mentioned in like Oda's notes, but there's like a 10,000 meter tall mountain that is on the edge next to like Reverse Mountain.
Reverse Mountain?
Yeah.
I didn't even know about that. Corkwood?
Yeah. And like it's only in his notes, so we don't even know if it's like technically like fully canon or not, but
Do you feel we talked about this earlier a little bit from the Harley, the Hell Flame Serpent and so on and so forth. And I think the connection to the red line is obviously fairly obvious. We already got that from like Little Garden and what Dorian Broggy say about like, I think they also called it like the flaming serpent or something.
The serpent stained in blood.
So serpent stained in blood.
Bloodstained snake.
Do you feel like the serpent we see in the mural itself, like, was it a real creature, you think, for you?
That's kind of what I'm very curious about, because it's kind of like, it's sort of implied.
I would be very, having it drawn as a creature and then saying it's all just metaphor, I would be very sad, I will say.
But that's the thing. It's like, is it like alive? Is it a metaphor? We don't fully understand stuff. Like, and again, like the Hellflame Serpent destroy the world could just be referring to the terraforming. And that's it, because it is still like style, it's still drawn by children, but we don't know to that extent.
Yeah.
There's also like the dragon in the Harley, which is kind of has been stumping people the most. Because like, I did kind of find it funny. A lot of people were like, they looked at the Harley and they said like, I don't understand anything. Wow, Oda's making this mysterious. And I was like,
no, there's a lot there.
Like, most of it makes sense.
Though I will say, I kind of like
but
how,
the dragon was,
we all have slightly different interpretations of it. I think, because I looked at it and I was like, oh, it's definitely this. And then
there was one thing that like really annoyed me in a very petty, very silly, inconsequential way. But it's the way that people divide it, because I was like, okay, first world, the part says first world is the first world. But it says the second world is second world. And the third world is the third world. But then people were like, no, all the right is the first world. And it's like, but there's the sinking of the world. In the first world, there's Uranus and stuff. It's like, no, but the first world is like stuff.
I think it's the first world and the second world. I think the third world is the current world where we're living in.
I mean, no, it is. But I think the mural, what it's depicting is that under the title of First World, I think it's depicting the First World. Then the second, which is like the sinking with like the ship, the Noah, and the ancient weapon, Uranus sort of like firing the ship.
I don't think so.
Is that? That's the thing. I think that because I feel like the sinking is so perpetuated in the second world. And I think that the side of the third world, it does represent the Battle of the Void Century, like the second world.
Yeah.
But it also parallels the future and what they expect that will be almost the same. It does,
but I do feel like, but this also goes back to some other theories that I've done before that Mural actually came out. I think everything that we see on the right fits very nicely in the first world, Nika era. And
what about the sinking then?
I think that's the first world. There were 2 floods.
Oh, okay.
I think there were 2 floods, right? We know that, right? Did you watch my breakdown of the Bing Sake, the one I did?
That was
with
long
the
ago,
Icho.
right?
It's like a year ago or something.
And basically, you've done several. Basically,
but basically, what I found is like that we have like representation of the ancient weapons, and then you have the term Donto Icho, right? And one Icho is also measurement. It's 100 meters. So we know the world sank 200 meters from Vegapunk,
okay.
and it happens twice in the song.
Yeah.
So for me, it made a lot of sense that we had one big flood potentially, whether that was caused by Imu or by Nika, we don't know. And then a second one, basically whenever the ancient weapons get used to their full extent, right?
For many years, I think that we've both had a big affinity for Bing Sake.
Yeah, it's. I think so. I used to think in that video, I thought it was
very big theories for it.
Yeah, in the past. So in that video I did like a year ago, I thought it was the story of Joy Boy.
Yeah.
But now I just think it is literally the Harley text. Like I think it's the 3 ages of the One Piece world. And it makes a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like
you even have like the same phrasing, like they'll never meet again, and
I think probably it helps that the reason why we both gravitated so much towards Bing Sake theories is the fact that we both speak Japanese.
Yeah, of course.
That's probably part of the reason. Yeah. Because I feel like especially like knowing Japanese, One Piece is just a whole different experience, right?
It is.
And I got so many details that you start realizing in the parallels.
It's sometimes a bit dangerous because I do like similar with the naming. I do like to conform to what the majority of English speakers call things like the Ancient Kingdom. So it's sometimes dangerous because the Japanese often says something else. Yeah. So it's easy to forget things.
Screw that. I'm just going to do my own translation.
No, which is good. And I do try to keep it in mind. It's just sometimes easy to overlook or forget things. Like even like with the Harley text, even looking at things like you have it in your pocket, but like rereading it properly in Japanese is like little details like Adi. Yeah, exactly.
I've memorized the whole thing like a week after it came out because I read it like a billion times. Course. Yeah,
but like I think the translation most people have in their head is like there was fire in the earth, which is just not what the text says. It's just like there is fire in the earth. So there's like a little translation.
I did my own translation of that because I know like I kind of did. I went with like within the earth there be flame.
Oh, I got fancy. Like, all right. I got a biblical with it.
Yeah, but because Adi is like more of a poetic form.
It is poetic, but it's also not past.
Yeah, true. There be flame. That's the thing. That's not past.
Exactly. No, it's not. No, it's
exactly. That's why
I'm just saying it's poetic. It's not that it's wrong. It's correct. But I think like it's little details like this, which if you don't have access, obviously, to the Japanese.
Like with the Harley, it was just like it was so different. I literally did something like I published like a 10-page document breaking down every line and every word because I said like otherwise just people like will struggle to understand this because even with my translation, a lot of people maybe were interpreting something different and stuff.
And it is obviously a tricky thing, which I think is also like a dangerous thing when people rely too much on the scans or like early translation or like text spoilers because a lot of context and nuance gets lost in those.
We want to talk about the Hiyori scene.
Oh my god, yes.
I remember that chapter. I was in Paris. I was in Montmartre.
Nice.
After film read and all that stuff, and I sat down with this beautiful view of Paris to read the chapter, and I got so emotional. I read it and I literally almost started crying because like I love Hiyori as a character, and that being the culmination of Wano being over, it was like, wow, what a beautiful moment, retaking Odin's line and sort of liberating Wano from this curse of the Kurozumi clan, with Otama being a Kurozumi and everything. And then I go on Twitter and the first thing I see is a picture of Hiyori cosplaying as Adolf Hitler. And I was like, whoops. Yeah, and they're like, okay, I get how people could have maybe misunderstood because, like, the whole thing,
Well, yeah, because like
it's such a different experience.
And it's very like, of course, because if you only have access to the English version, then you're gonna have to base your assumptions and interpretations.
I mean, I learned Japanese, but I understand that's not something you just casually do. I mean, it's my job as well, so it helps. But
I feel like that for me, when I first realized that the Ancient Kingdom is not the Ancient Kingdom, because in English it just,
I mean,
like it always
an immense
made
kingdom,
well, the Great Kingdom, right? Yeah.
I mean, Japanese is basically just like they describe it as an immense kingdom, but
Kyodai,
immense is like
giant.
Yeah, but at the point that Kyodai is also just like an adjective. It's not even like an official title. They just refer to
it's just a great kingdom. Yeah,
well,
because we don't know the name of the actual
exactly.
kingdom. Yeah. But I feel like the association then was always, and this is an example I always love to bring for this very problem, is if you only know the English, then your association is always, you have the Ancient Kingdom and the ancient weapons, and the ancient weapons belong to the Ancient Kingdom because they're all ancient. But then you have the actual ancient weapons and a great kingdom.
To be fair, that's like tricky in Japanese as well because it's Kodai versus Kyodai.
Kodai, yeah. But I mean, the kanji are different, so it's fine.
Yeah. Not to be mistaken with Kyodai brothers.
The brother kingdom. I could also,
yeah, I mean,
for all we know.
Yeah.
That would be funny if that was the actual name of the Ancient Kingdom. Do you have a theory of what the Ancient Kingdom, like, do you think it's going to be a new name that we're going to learn, or do you think we already heard it?
In the scene where Clover says like, the name of that kingdom is the key to understanding everything, he gets shot, and on screen you have the sound effect Dawn. So if it's the Dawn Kingdom, it just like makes sense. It's a boring answer. I know the D-Clan means dawn, but come on, it just makes sense. There's this thing with Oda that I say that I called Oda's razor, which just usually the simplest answer is the correct one, because people think like, okay, then this and that, and that connects with Egyptian mythology and Anubis and stuff like that. And sometimes just like, it's the most obvious answer most of the time.
Sometimes, but not always. I will.
Not always. True.
Yeah.
And you get like that weird thing every once in a while, like Shanks is an evil twin clone. That sounds like pure fan fiction. But you see in action, it's like, oh my god,
that was so insane. I swear, that was the craziest.
Yeah.
And I love how people were laughing at the idea still, even though we had Shamrock already on the island. Understandably, because it felt like such an outlandish thing to happen. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I just kind of love when Oda just goes into something completely out of nowhere.
Okay, let me ask you something else about one of the recent chapters. Because I got roasted for this in one of my chapter reviews. Because I was kind of toying with the idea, because again, theories and having fun. But people did not like, or some people, I think, hopefully some people liked it also, but a lot of people had an issue with this idea. So I was kind of, it was the last chapter, so 1147, again, as of this recording. And I kind of, because there was not that much really going on in the chapter, I kind of wanted to speculate a little bit about, okay, there were like some weird interaction with Saul and Brooke knowing stuff about the Holy Knight. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, okay, have there been, like, do we actually know other former Holy Knights? And there's obviously the very obvious candidate of Mihawk, right? I think no one would argue that couldn't be the case potentially with all the connections he has and the swordsman and the eyes of Imu. Yeah. I thought it was very weird that Brooke, out of all people, knew so much about the Holy Knights. And so I was kind of like, okay, is there an argument to be made at all, as unlikely as it may be, that he could have been a Holy Knight? And for all that we know, I thought it was kind of interesting diving into it, because we do know that they started their pirate stuff in the West Blue. We do know that, but we don't know actually what kingdom he was serving in as a knight, right?
For that, because
I mean, obviously I want to hear your thoughts, but then we also have like the way he dresses like nobility, he talks like nobility, he uses this very elegant fencing style that all the Holy Knights use.
Yeah, because I mean, like, we know that Brooke was like a knight of a kingdom in the West Blue. There was some speculation that could be.
I think the West Blue thing, because I went back to it, and I think the West Blue is not tied to him being a knight necessarily, but I think it's more tied to the Rumbara pirates. Actually, I feel, but I might have to double check that. But I remember, because that was the first counter argument.
Okay, here's the thing. Brooke is from the West Blue.
Yes, exactly.
Is his place of origin. And he did come from there. He entered with the Rumbaras of the Grand Line.
Yeah.
So from what we understand in general of the One Piece
world,
would
assume.
Because even Brooke himself said it's very hard to cross the Red Line and everything and get out of your ocean and stuff like that. But we just know that he is from a kingdom, that he was a knight of a certain kingdom. He casually mentions. Some people thought that could be Toroa in the West Blue, because we see this slave from Toroa in Shabondi who wears the exact same clothing Brooke does, like very identical, and he's said to be from a line of musicians. And so people kind of thought it's like, oh, maybe that could be like the kingdom stuff. But obviously that would be like a random kingdom. I mean, Nami literally just comes from Tokyo backwards. It's like...
Kingdom,
but Oda also, I mean, a bit of a tangent, but like Oda mentioned in during like the one of the booklets for Strong World, that he had this plan to talk about Nami's past, and he didn't. So like, there's a past. He has an idea for her like real parents. It's just, and maybe it may never become canon, but there is an idea at least.
For sure.
So maybe even Brooke could be.
Would you hate the idea that Brooke is a former world noble? Potentially, I think it would be kind of.
He is technically, so
right?
Who cares? Yeah.
I think it would be pretty. I think it would be fun, and I think.
I mean, like it's a One Piece. Like bloodline doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And I just think, I don't know. I kind of love the idea.
I'm just surprised people roasted you for that, for with like all the crazy detail. That's the thing, like one theory that doesn't sound like 99.9% believable, like it's garbage.
Well, because like, did you find it weird that he knew? Like, why would Brooke? Because the Holy Knights are this more secret.
I thought about it, but it's also like, do we know if the God Knights are really secretive? Because it's gonna be like the Gorosei.
Well, that's always the problem in general. Like, because
like Brooke especially is someone who knows a lot of stuff.
I feel like an argument I always see in my comment section for a lot of things is like, well, if that were the case, like I think I made a video. Could Rocks potentially have had the Nika fruit before Luffy? And it's like, oh, wouldn't people have said something? Oh, for all we don't know if they maybe did, and Oda just doesn't show us, because that happens.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot in the story.
Yeah.
Like Robin definitely knows a shit ton of stuff.
Yeah. Hope people enjoy the Tokyo ambience.
It's a Japanese ambulance, so it's fine.
Exactly. It's part of the immersion. It kind of fits what I said. Yeah,
it's Tokyo out there.
Yeah. I mean, like the thing is like,
but you know what I mean?
Yeah, but like I mean, for example, maybe the whole world knows about the God Knights, and we were only told about it recently. Yeah.
Oh, it could be. Yeah.
It's something completely. Again, we are seeing the story from these eyes, and like we know who Imu is. Most of the world doesn't.
Exactly.
There's some things that the whole world does, and we don't know. It's kind of part of.
I mean, I think as far as we know, most of the world thinks that Luffy is this very evil person.
Yeah, like 5 meters tall.
Yeah. The scary, crazy dude. I mean, to be fair, if I don't know anything and I don't even believe the devil fruits are real, but I see like this maniac.
Can I say something I really love about One Piece? Is the fact that Luffy doesn't care. The whole world sees Luffy awful. A lot of people in the world probably hate Luffy to death, just from the propaganda of the government. Luffy doesn't care. And I kind of realized, you know what? Maybe I should start living my life like that as well.
I think it's good. I mean, I will say...
I mean, I still be a
I think it's not only that Luffy doesn't care, he probably doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, straight up. That's the thing. Like, maybe I need to stop worrying about that, Like, as Big Mom said, everybody has one or two people they want to kill, so what?
Luffy is a very, like, in the moment, living in the moment type of person, I think, overall.
No, exactly. But I feel like Luffy's exactly that sort of mentality of just, like, not worrying so much about life and learning to just, like you said, live in the moment. It's kind of something that I try to apply to the philosophy of my own life as well, because it's just like I always just worried so much about things. It's just like, maybe I just need to just stop worrying.
Just chill. Putting family first, like important things.
Let's get philosophical. What has One Piece taught you?
What has One Piece taught me? Yeah. I think a lot of things.
There's something you wanna.
I mean, if you wanted to get like maybe a bit of a technical answer, but I think One Piece has taught me a ton about good storytelling.
Cop-out answer.
Is that a cop-out answer? You mean more about life?
Thematic, yeah, exactly. Like a life lesson.
It's a good question. This is obviously a very anime theme in general, and as stupid as it sounds, like, having someone else to live for, like people around you, and putting those people first.
Yeah.
Like whoever your crew in your life is.
Your nakama.
Yeah. No, but that's legit, and they don't need to be blood related or not. Like, it can be your family, but it doesn't have to, right? I think that is a very big lesson and I'm not sure if that's exclusively One Piece that has taught me that, but I think it's something I've also learned for myself over the last 10 years, and One Piece has definitely like helped with that insight a lot, I think. I think I'm not sure if there's like this one thing that if I hadn't never watched One Piece, I would have not like learned about this, but there are a lot of good traits I think that One Piece has encouraged and like cemented, like standing up for the right thing. And I mean, again, One Piece is very political, so Yeah, it's like, I mean,
there's
look
always,
at the current state of the world. I guess.
There's always like the old meme of like the kind of thing that went viral was like the comments like, "Oh, I can't believe Oda put politics into One Piece," and the next is like, "Soga King, burn the government flag."
It's like so unpolitical. Yeah.
And people are like, "Oh, my favorite apolitical manga." Anyway, let's read about the genocide tournament.
Oh God, the Fishman Island, the least political arc also.
Yeah.
So I mean, that would be a one. I think that's like what it means, what like freedom actually means, I think is a big one. And I'm actually still like, this is something I love to ask people on this podcast too. Like I have a bunch of reoccurring themes that I love to bring up. I'm very curious what Oda's final message is going to be at the end of the story, because there's going to be some sort of...
You mean as a theme?
Well, less of like a theme and what like...
Jump.
Obviously, right now, the world government is bad for the One Piece world, right? Like, that's very clearly, we have the oppression, we have the corruption, we have the secrecy, the propaganda. What actually is Oda's answer? Like, or first of all, will we get an answer to now the world is good? And if so, what does that, like, is it just everyone's a pirate, everyone for themselves? Is it like a good king? Like Vivi or someone? Is it democracy? Like, I'm very curious what that final answer is going to be, or if we're even going to get one, or if it's just going to, like, I mean, for all we know, it could just be like, hey, the world has now been liberated, and they lived happily ever after. Don't worry about how they did it.
I mean, I feel like there's probably going to be something like democracy oriented in some way, or like more.
But at
like
the same time, Oda has tended, like, he also had this role of like, you know, Doflamingo bad, but King Riku good
within the context of One Piece,
and
at least,
Vivi good, but Crocodile bad.
Even then, like a king in like the good kings in One Piece operate more like a good politician would, rather than like a traditional like sort of classist king in that regard. But I think like this is kind of type of thing, because I've seen like a lot of people, for example, argue like One Piece is communist, right? And I know there's like the viral clip of like Hassan, which like I find very funny, because in that clip he literally like pulls up one of my tweets, and I was like, oh no. It's like, oh, Dragon is inspired by Fidel Castro. I was like, I did tweet that, but but like, that's kind of what I meant. But kind of like the thing with like, you know, that thing is like, I don't think that it was like strong communist or like even like a strong political view. I think he has almost like a childlike political view that is like, the most important thing first is kindness and empathy towards others. And obviously, kindness and empathy alone doesn't solve political issues. But it's the first step. It's the first and most essential step to any democracy, to any good power.
I think I would wanna
and I think
put
that
Otis, put a bit more nuance on that.
Yeah.
Where I don't think it's childlike. I think it's just
childlike in a good way.
Well, I don't think it's childlike.
Pure.
I think he prioritizes. He's kind of like, it's not down to one person. It's like down to each and every one of us to do the right thing and be kind. I would actually make the opposite argument. I do think that Oda has probably a very complex political view.
No, absolutely. It is kind of funny. Like Oda obviously isn't very politically publicly now, but there's like a couple old Shonen Jump comments where he talks about Japanese politics. It's kind of funny. But very, very slyly. But it's like,
did you take away a lot of Japanese like social criticism from Wano, for example, or
I think a lot of Japanese social criticism, the whole series,
the entire series,
literally. I mean, One Piece is basically like the almost anti-Japanese, not in a sense like anti-Japanese, but like it's like liberating for Japanese readers, I think, because it's like, wow, like freedom, I mean, you go back to like chapter 2. Kobe's basically like a guy working in a black company, right? Like a Teruel Kaisha, and Luffy just telling him like it's fine to, you know, follow your dreams and be free in that regard and stuff like that. I feel especially like a lot of his blue feels like very oriented towards Japanese society, and you know, like a lot of readers being able to kind of relate into that in a positive way. But kind of like I was saying is like, I feel like, you know, like some people think like Luffy's an anarchist, right? And I feel like it's like a bit of a strong term. And I really feel like Luffy's political views is that the whole world should get together and party together. And that seems like silly to say, but I feel like that's almost kind of Luffy's own political view, and that's kind of the way that Oda puts it as well, where it's not like necessarily that there's like a clean white or black answer to this, but first of all, first and foremost, that compassion and that humanity is what is at the core of everything.
Yeah, and that it's also, again, and that's, I think, a message.
And I mean, again, obviously,
most people can get behind that.
And obviously, Oda has like a very strong like message against, you know, the wealthy aristocracy or even just the wealthy elite, you know, harnessing all the power, the celestial dragons, or, you know, the billionaires hoarding the money and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's very open, like colorful like society that I think he's like advocating, right? Again, like you can see it with the Straw Hat crew and like Roger's crew. They're all like from all over the world and you know, every race and whatnot, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, exactly.
You know, like even if it sounds cheesy, but that is literally the message, and I think a big part. There was something I wanted to say.
Yeah, even again like with Wano, like you mentioned, stuff like that, and all those themes there. I mean,
I think one thing I wanted to mention is like I think Luffy feels on the surface like a very like impolitical figure. I think it's actually been, and Luffy in general as a person has a very tiny character arc because he is he's much more this stable ideal that people should strive towards. Like
goes a lot,
Oda
it's kind of the thing of like he says like I'm not a hero, but then he slowly becomes like a hero in his own way.
Right, like but also like the little character arc that Luffy actually does have is kind of growing to be an actual good leader.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because he says like, I'm not a hero, but then he becomes a hero in the right way. Right. And that's part of like not wanting to become a hero is like that being a good leader, like you said.
And I think we all like as much, and I think Oda almost realized that he was after the time skip and after like, because I think that was a great thing. You know, he lost his brother, lost his crew, and he needed to be more serious. I almost sometimes wonder if Oda went the Gear 5 route because he felt that Luffy himself was getting a little bit too serious, which I think we all usually really love these moments. Yeah. When like they hit harder though, because like when Luffy is goofy, most of the time, the moments where he actually like acts mature and is like, you know, badass, I think that's the moments we really love. But I almost feel like Oda was worried that with Wano and everything, Luffy was getting a little bit too serious, because we had a lot of moments like leading up to the raid and so on and so forth where Luffy was a lot more serious than we usually see him in the story, right?
And that's Gear 5th.
Yeah. And I think like that kind of almost like in a way almost forcefully balances it out.
I do hate the claim, and look, I understand and respect this in people, but they say that Gear 5th is not serious enough, and like it takes away all seriousness. Like I feel like some moments with Gear 5th are pretty emotional, and they feel like very like real in their regards. So
yes, but hi, how are you doing, Manu?
Doing good. Very happy you came to visit me and
all the way in Japan,
all the way to Tokyo. Appreciate it. This is your first time in Japan.
It's my first time in Japan. Only the second time I've been out of the country because I went to London last year. Nice. But I'm just hitting the ground running because I want to get out there and see the world.
What do you like more, Pennsylvania or Tokyo?
Oh, that's so. You know, technically we haven't even really been to Tokyo yet.
Yeah. Well, this is Tokyo.
This is okay. Well, now we've been in Tokyo. we ate at a coffee shop and it was delicious. Yes.
Nice. Oh, wait. Are you staying somewhere outside of Tokyo?
We're staying in Chiba.
Oh, Chiba. Okay.
Yeah. Chiba.
That's very nice. Yeah. I mean, it's all kind of Tokyo metropolitan area.
The way I've had it described to me is that like Chiba is Tokyo, but not really Tokyo, but Tokyo. I compare it to like if you live in New York, but you live in New Jersey, but you say you're from New York. Much. It's kind of like
And the same goes for like Yokohama or Kawasaki. Like technically their own cities, but when you stand on the Skytree, which I heard you might be doing.
We're gonna do that at some point. I didn't know that's the second tallest building in the entire world.
Really?
That's what I was told.
Really?
I don't know. Fact check that. I don't know.
I'm gonna believe it. I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna take that. That's my new headcanon. Second, but when you stand on it, it's genuinely never-ending houses.
Oh wow!
To the horizon.
Yeah, just get up super high and just look at the whole horizon of everything. Yeah.
Well, first thing, since this is an episode of Drink Sake,
absolutely
we of course have to kampai to brotherhood.
Kampai.
Cheers, kampai. Very good.
Yes,
it is. It has spillage. Which I think always we can just put it back.
Oh, there. Absolutely. That was straight up sake, everybody. Yep. That was the first time I ever got drunk right there. Ugh.
So yeah, this is this is actually quite. I'm always quite impressed how good Shanks does it, or some of the people do it on a ship.
Oh yeah, because just now we are not on a ship right now, and I spilled that all over.
I mean,
myself.
Don't feel bad about it. Like I think the first 2 times I used it, I was like spilling half of it all the time as well. So
and then you have Jinbei that has like a giant one. Yeah,
the biggest one.
The biggest one.
The biggest one.
The greatest thing is when Oda finally did the SBS on like how much the Straw Hats can handle their liquor,
their booze,
and Jinbei just better than Zoro, better than Nami, and it's like that makes sense.
That makes
he's
a lot
boss.
Of sense.
He's a lot of body mass.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He's also I guess like an older gentleman if we take Brooke out of the
I think Brooke, well, from what we've seen in Elbaph, Brooke can get pretty toasted. But Jinbei held himself
where
pretty
does
well.
the liquor go is the question.
Yeah, I did a whole video discussion once on how Brooke's body actually works. He is an abomination that should not exist. He's channeling the power of the underworld. Yeah.
Quite legitimately.
An
abomination. All right. So another little thing that I like to do with guests
we have cards.
From the One Piece trading card game.
Oh,
okay. They did a really fun one-time collaboration with the live action. And so I got that, and I'm like, for guests on the show, you get to choose one, and potentially it'll be worth millions in 50 years.
Yeah. I'm going to go with this one. No, this one.
All right.
Okay. Ooh, I got Inaki.
Oh, you got I think you got the special one because the other ones are all blue.
Oh, there we go. I got the gold
Luffy.
One. Awesome. I didn't even know these were It's only in Japanese. Yeah.
Yes.
So I've been every Tuesday on Twitch with Briggs. I'll play the One Piece.
The One Piece card game.
Yeah, we're
almost liking it.
It's fantastic. Yeah. We went through each of the boosters. We're doing like a sealed kind of format.
Oh, nice.
And then we went through 10. I think 11 is out now in Japan.
Yeah.
So we're cycling back, and we were tied, and I think he's in the lead right now. So it's neck and neck. We'll see where it goes. But I'm really it's super easy to pick up.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit more recently. One of my buddies, Jacob, got me into it a little bit. He brought me some booster packs last time. Very for the last 2 years or so, very deeply in Magic the Gathering. So I've been trying to stay away from another trading card game. And also, I will say, initially, when it first came out, the trading card game left like a bit of a sour taste in my mouth because that was still when they it was like super unfinished and they had like the anime screenshots and everything.
Oh yeah.
Now it
looks amazing.
Fantastic.
I first saw it when we were at Anime Expo back in 22.
Oh yeah.
And it's like they were having a setup thing where you could sit down and kind of look at the cards and play them originally. Even in my area, which is in the middle of the country in Pennsylvania, it's hard to get the cards. You know, a lot of game shops around here just won't stock them, and it's super popular.
It's been getting a lot bigger also in Japan, I think. So I don't know, maybe you can. I guess, is that a commander card? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It does. Yeah, it's a leader. Yeah, it's a leader.
Card,
so there we go.
See, there you go.
Thank you so much.
Hold the golden Luffy. No, of course.
Hold the golden Luffy.
Well, we barely have anything to talk about, obviously, because there's barely ever anything new in One Piece.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, we can talk about Bleach if you want.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's see what's up with
anime
that.
was pretty good, but no, I think there's a lot that has happened since when we talked in October.
It wasn't too long ago, but it was probably around 6 months ago. I'm getting older. Time goes by faster for me.
It's really bad.
I'm going to be 32 next week. It's crazy.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you.
Early happy birthday. Yes. It's your birthday week then next week.
Yeah, I would probably on a plane actually. Okay. I calculated it out. My birthday is going to be like 41 hours this year just because of the time difference.
Sweet. More cake.
Yeah, really enjoy it. Yeah.
I will say, I feel a week once you're in your late 20s starts feeling like nothing. Like it's Sunday and then it's suddenly Sunday again and you're like, what did I do this entire
That happens to me so much, and if I had any advice for somebody younger, I would say, time does go by faster the older you get.
Yeah.
It's magic or something, I don't know, but that's how it works.
Yeah. I remember when you're still young, when you're a kid in elementary school or something, a year, from Christmas to Christmas is centuries.
So you grew up in Europe, right? Yeah. Okay, so we had summer break, and that's just 3 months out of the year, and it felt like an eternity. It felt like that's forever. And
3 months is actually
now
crazy.
It's been twice that since we last spoke, and it doesn't even feel like that. It feels like 2 weeks ago. Yeah,
for real.
Yeah,
crazy. But we had a lot of great things that we can talk about. I think the entire Harley mural thing, we were already chatting a little bit about it. That happened since then. Casually, Shanks having a brother being dropped in.
Yeah, just all of a sudden, new brother DLC just drops, and now we're just expanding Shanks' family.
Right.
Yeah,
quite great. What do you want to start with? What in recent, in general? Let's start with this. Have you, because Elbaph had already started, if I'm not mistaken, last time we talked.
Yeah, I believe we were just kind of rolling into it.
We were a little bit not quite sure the entire road thing was going on.
It might have even still been in the Lego City arc. Yeah.
By the way, you called that.
Oh my God. Okay, so here's the whole story behind that. All right. I was doing a chapter live stream, breaking it down, and somebody commented hey, the Sun God's mask looks like the figurehead on Hyruden's ship. And I went and looked at it, and then that got me thinking about the new Giant Warrior Pirates, and we pulled up the images from the chapters, and Rhodes' shoes looked exactly like the Sun God shoes, because there was specifically the close-up of the stilettos. And I'm like, what if it's Rhodes? Made a video about it. People were like, nah, I don't think it's Rhodes. And then it happened, and I'm like, Okay.
Yeah, I saw the video and I was like, yo, Matt has some insider info.
Just like, it's Road. I'm like,
yeah. I was sure you have the bug installed in Oda's office.
I'm going a little bit too far with it now, because now that the one that we haven't learned most about is Goldberg.
Oh, yeah.
And we learned a little bit more about Goldberg's shield and everything. So I was like, what if Goldberg turns out to be the real traitor?
I'm very happy
I don't
to
think
start.
so now, because we learned a little bit, but
yeah, I mean, because I was from the day that we met Loki, I was like a little bit maybe over the top, but I really felt like Loki was going to be a good guy just based on Luffy wanting to talk to him and wanting to free him. So I think I was very early on the train, like, okay, well, if I want Loki to be a good guy, then I guess Harold must be bad, which now seems to be somewhat true. But I was also thinking that maybe it wasn't just Harold, right? It was like I think Jarul has been a little bit of a sus character.
Oh, Jarl, yeah, he is totally like, people have just been saying that if you pull that sword out of his head, like that's stopping his memories or something. You pull it out, and then all of a sudden he'll be like, he can remember something. Yeah,
either like that thing is just whatever it is, or it's like not even real or something.
Survivor other than Loki that brought into the battle. Everybody else died except him,
right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I just always felt like, okay, why like. Again, Loki seems to confirm that he actually fought and potentially killed his father.
I'm sure Loki did kill Harold.
But I would not be surprised if Jarul was maybe the one who killed everyone who witnessed what actually went down.
That could have went down too. How did you feel about his comment about the older woman thing?
Yeah.
Just because that the chapter was called that, and it seemed like just an offhand comment, and it didn't seem to connect anything in the chapter itself.
I personally feel like that, I mean, we still don't know if Kaido and Big Mom are actually dead.
I don't think they are. Yeah.
Maybe they're not, but I think either way, even if she is dead, I think that the entire arc will come back to play a big role. It's already been mentioned a bunch of times, and I think the shield was actually really interesting because I think it would not make sense if that was one of Big Mom's homies, because Big Mom, like, the incident happened, she probably ate Mother Caramel, got the fruit, and then she was basically immediately exiled, so she wouldn't really have had time to like bring a shield to life. So it makes more sense if it was Mother Caramel, right?
Well, that makes sense, but I've also been seeing it as like the Giants attacked later, like, because you have to understand, because of how long Giants live, you have 63 years to work with here. There could have been like 40 years ago, the Giants were like, we've had it with Big Mom. She's getting too powerful. We need to go and just stop her once and for all. Then that was the event. And some people are even saying Goldberg's shield that he mentioned, it was his father's. The soul that used to animate it is his father's soul.
Oh, that's interesting.
And the souls, the homies, do not remember who they are. Right. So it's like, so that
could be cool.
Also adding just to the wrestler motif of Nash. So Kevin Nash.
Very true. Yeah.
And then Goldberg is also the name of a wrestler.
I've been told that. I'm not like big in the wrestling world.
Me neither.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I mean, there is in general some timeline things that I'm very curious about. Like, we now know that Rox came to Elbaph.
Yes.
But then the question is, well, was Big Mom with him at that point? Because it would be kind of awkward if she came back to Elbaph suddenly, right?
I think a lot of people are like tired of Big Mom at this point, because we had 2 big story arcs where she was featured very prominently. But Elbaph is so tied to her.
I don't know.
I feel
Don't you feel like, maybe this is me personally, I think Big Mom has been aging better, like fine wine as a villain. I think I remember during Whole Cake Island, people didn't really vibe with it. Now I think most people
want
would
to
agree.
See her again in Elbaph. I just feel like a lot of people don't want to see her back again.
Well, even if she herself doesn't come back, at least the entire story arc that we got
involves her. References. We still have to learn about the whole Loki and Lola thing as well, and how that connects back to everything.
I'm very curious, again, like bringing it back to Jarul too. Like the idea that no one on Elbaph knew that Mother Caramel was basically running a human trafficking ring from the island seems a little bit weird as well. Yeah. Right? So
you could just say they're naive, but at the same time, like, I mean, she was really good at her job, maybe, which I suppose she was. She was able to do it for so many years, but still to pull the wool over everybody's eyes like that.
I feel like someone must have been in the know, and then like Jarul and his brother were very suspiciously very present in that entire flashback.
Oh, yeah,
right?
absolutely. But then you also have to think King Harold was around at the time.
Sure, yeah.
And people are wondering, myself included, was he evil, or was he just very naive? Like, I want to open up Elbaph to the world government because that will help us.
Yeah.
And he was just getting played for like kind of like a sucker. And or the government was taking advantage of him with like, oh, he wants peace. He wants to open up with us. Okay.
It's very I'm very curious how that's gonna play out, and depending when this video drops, maybe we'll know more. But I thought it was kind of interesting that we got this offhand comment from, I think it was Summers.
Visiting the grave.
Yeah, visiting the grave, but also like why did you have to mess things up? And the question is
that too.
Like, I almost read that as maybe Harold originally struck a deal with the world government, but then kind of went in a different direction. Because my original theory was always that, like, everyone's like, oh, like, isn't it nice that we're now living in peace and everyone's like growing up and like going to school and everything. And even though in like most other arcs in One Piece it feels like that would be a good thing, I kind of felt like in Elbaph it's been portrayed as a bad thing, and it was like almost like, okay, has he been almost weakening the country from within?
That's the idea, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. But then I feel like in the latest chapter that we've been reading as of the recording, which is 1146, 46, right? Yes.
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah, as of recording, it's
numbers.
46. Yeah, numbers are a thing. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Or is it for that? But
I do not remember actually at this point.
we basically get this comment, right, that you know, there was some connection, and Summer says, "Why did you have to mess it up?" So I'm almost wondering, and he's also looking down on like the school and what happened to the big warriors. So like that kind of speaks a little bit, I think, against the idea of trying to weaken the country from within. It sounds more like the world government wanted Elbaph as like a strong army,
the
on
warrior
their side.
nation. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, is that the giants at full throttle are the strongest army in the world.
Yeah.
And we also have this like clash of generations things Oda's portraying so well right now, where it's like we have the old school warriors like Jarl and even Dorian Bragi's life, and they're like, well, they're a little bit separate because of what they've been up to, but still they're very much all about that warfaring lifestyle. Then we have like the last warrior generation, which would be like Hyruden and Road and everybody. And then we have the current like Gen Alpha of Elbaph that are like just the kids growing up there that are like, we don't like to quit being mean to us. Don't say those words. Those are mean.
The Elbaph snowflakes.
Yeah. And it's like, you know what? I mean, that's generations, you know, just going from like, you know, like my grandfather fought in World War II. I talk about One Piece on the internet. You know what I mean? It's like a very different cultural thing at the generational gap at that point, right?
No, I would agree. I think I'm very curious to see where it all goes to. Again, I think apparently from at least the situation that we have right now, it seems to me that all sides were unhappy with Harold. Like the government clearly had some sort of relationship or deal with him that he didn't quite live up to, but then at the same time he did something that Loki, because I get the feeling Loki very much loves Elbaph and like wants to like, and probably felt like Harold was doing something to, you know, that, or doing something that's not good for the country itself.
I feel like the reason he killed his father was like he found out his dealings with the government. Maybe it was something like, my father's being played for like a sap, and I got to end this here, and if the only way I can end it is I have to end it, you know. And he's also at this point like, I have the idea that like maybe the reason he's tying like the cloth around his face is because it's easier to lie when you can't see like into somebody's eyes. You know what I mean? Because he's had that ever since
crazy devil fruit.
It was
power.
Even before he fought rocks. True. You know, so it might have been even before he had the devil fruit power.
That's true.
But like he's like, well, the whole country already thinks of me as like an accursed prince, and they blame me for everything already. So whatever, I might as well live up to their
standard.
Because a lot of the stuff that they say Loki was guilty of, like his mother passed away when he was born, or like the royal steed died. It's like he was like 5 months old when that happened. It had nothing to do with that.
I mean, he seems like the classic good character who, or like this like good chaotic good
anti-hero. I don't know if that's the appropriate term to use, but
I think we'll see based on his actions. But so far, I've been kind of getting the feeling that he's good at heart, but kind of has been, you know, always the bad child. So
I think at the core, he's going to be ultimately an ally in what's going to come. But then also I look at it like he might end Elbaph, but then Luffy was prophesized to destroy Fishman Island, which I think is going to happen, and it is going to technically be Luffy's fault. Ultimately, that'll be a positive thing. Everybody will live together under the same sun, but Luffy is going to be responsible for that.
I mean, there's like so much interesting stuff there that like I always go back to. Even with the entire like current plan of, you know, the world's gonna get flooded, and I think the easy to go answer is always, well, it's Emu now, it must have been Emu back then, and Joy Boy was the good guy, and then he tried to stop it, but we don't know that for sure. And Vegapunk
says, directly kind of even says like, don't. I feel like that was Oda speaking directly through him. Like, if you think this is a story that's just good people, bad people, and that's it, oh no, this is going to be way more complex.
And I think there's actually like a lot of, at least potential hints and evidence in the story that it might have even been Joy Boy who, whether
That's
on purpose
idea,
or by
isn't it?
accident,
Yeah.
right, flooded the world. Yeah.
Joy Boy, or by accident, or by like he needed to do it somehow. It had something to do with the promise with the original, not Shirahoshi, with the original
fisherman.
Poseidon. Yeah.
Or it could even be like, again, something of like choosing the smaller of two evils, right, or something like that.
It was either let this happen or flood the world, and flood the world was for some reason a better option. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's like a lot of interesting stuff. I've been like down some wild rabbit holes with like the entire Forbidden Sun thing and so on and so forth. I don't know. Yeah, I personally think it would be so fascinating if all of this ended up being a lot more morally ambiguous and gray.
I think that would be the best way to do it, because I do not want One Piece to just be like, hey, there's Emu.
Big bad.
Emu is objectively evil.
Yeah.
And just kill Emu and everything's going to be good.
Yeah.
And just, Luffy's the good guy, and
Exactly.
that's all it is. I feel like that would be so boring, you know?
Do you also get this impression, and I had this feeling even before the Harley dropped, but now even more so, of this like repeating cycle idea? A little bit like in... I think we talked about this last time, the Wheel of Time series.
I haven't read it, but yes.
But this idea of cycles and repeating cycles.
I think we mentioned Attack on Titan, if you've seen
Also,
that.
yeah.
Kind of like that. That was something
Exactly.
more appropriate. Like, I actually have read that one, yeah.
And that's very much the vibe we get, right? That there is, oppression, then some hero figure that brings like liberation and chaos, and the world gets better for a while, and then everything kind of goes back
according to the Harley, it's like the sun god has not always been necessarily a
Good.
good person. At the end of the first age, apparently, it was either the end of the first or second age, but at some point, like the sun god was like not so good.
Yeah,
you know?
And I think it kind of... What was it? The quote was like that he always appears whenever there's like great turmoil in the world, and he kind of brings chaos, but it could be in either direction.
And that's also exemplified in the way that each of the giants literally are fighting over this.
Yeah.
Like it's like political beliefs almost. Like he was a liberator. No, he was a destruction god. No, he's the god of laughter. He's the god of trickery. And they just start beating each other up at the banquet because of this. It's like Oda's telling us here, this is not going to be as simple as you think.
Which I love. And I think with Emu themselves as well, there has been like a lot of interesting, like, as little as we know about them, there's like so many interesting details that already say, okay, this is not like someone who like pushes little children out the window. Like we have like the little like garden thing that they love so much,
Emu is
gentle.
Ultimately, I think pretty evil, but like but ultimately that's where they're at now. But maybe that's not how they started, and because if they are 900 something years old, that changes you. I watched it because the dub came out recently, and I got to hear Emu's voice in the dub, and
that sounded pretty bad.
The synthetic was like it was the voice effect thing they did in the original. But I'm just watching this like. Emu sounds like such like a drama queen in this. Sounds like such a diva. Like, spare me your questions, Cobra. I will not answer paltry things.
Yeah.
I'm just like, a lot of drama coming from Emu. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. I wonder if it'll be the same thing that we've seen with a lot of One Piece villains, where like Crocodile and Big Mom and Kaido, like all of these characters, in the end wanted to make a better world, but their idea of what that actually looks like was really twisted.
Or they had a good idea and it gets corrupted along the way.
Yeah.
Or just the fact that because they've lived so long, the Gorosei and Emu just lose all sense of like empathy and concern for other people. And like as Saturn even said, like you got to view humans as just less than insects at a certain point, because that's how they do it.
But I do also think that they are, I'm not sure. I would like to think that also each of the Gorosei potentially have like slightly different personalities, and some of them...
they're not like automatons or anything. They've all been recruited. I think they've been recruited to different time periods.
Yeah, and also what I feel like is like one scene that always stuck with me is when they order Professor Clover to be killed over like some of them look very pained by having to kill him, right?
Yeah.
So there is definitely this feeling of we have to do it for the greater good or for the interest of the world. I was shocked at first because I assumed that they would just bow to the will of Emu, and they do. But like when Emu wanted to use the weapon to destroy Lelucia, which I don't know if you know where that is. It's an island. I think it used to exist. I don't know. But I haven't seen it on a map.
I don't know. I haven't seen it on any maps either. But they didn't immediately just say sure. They were like, a lot of people are going to die. There's like 1 million people on that island, and he's like, and then Emu's just like, proximity, do it. I'm like, okay, we'll do it. You're saying it. But like they hesitated for a bit. Yeah. Then again, they have the day jobs of actually running the government. I don't think Emu does paperwork. You know what I mean?
I would agree. Yeah. I mean, even with Saturn, even though he is objectively like a bad person,
he cared about science.
He cared about Bonnie.
He was
like, he didn't touch Bonnie. Yeah. You know, he kind of respected that, you know, the entire,
he was like, oh, just thing. A child. We don't have to worry about her.
Yeah. He only like started attacking her when she started getting in the way of his plans, basically. Right.
And then we had the flashback with Emmett where he was even like to the scientists of the day, like 200 years back, was like, oh, I don't want you to scrap this. Yeah. I'll take all the fallout. Don't worry about it. And he ultimately did. He ultimately died. Yeah.
So I think, again, and I feel like that makes it so much more interesting because this like, we're just evil because we were always evil kind of vibe. Yeah. It's just boring.
It's okay to be evil in a character, but you got to give me something to go with more than that. You know?
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead. Yeah.
And this might just be me being delusional and wanting things to happen. Have you noticed the very interesting character arc that Akainu has gone through?
Oh, that like, okay, so his character arc, I would say, starts out as like, I need to get, and I think a lot of Marines actually have this, where it's like, I don't like the way things are run. I'm going to keep gaining ranks until I reach that point. And he's a very cruel, absolute, you know, thorough justice kind of dude. And, you know, just wiping out the, you know, people on O'Hara and everything. He becomes Fleet Admiral finally, and he realizes just how much of a he is now a pawn on the chessboard. That's what Fleet Admiral gets you. Yeah. So he's starting to, I think, realize how messed up everything really is.
I kind of went from thinking that, like, the thing that often gets thrown around, right? Like, the three characters that Luffy needs to defeat are Emu, Blackbeard, and Akainu. I'm not that sure about Akainu anymore. Like, not saying it's not going to happen, but I've been kind of getting, which most, except for Green Bull, I feel all the admirals to this point have been having like very contrarian little arcs.
Green Bull is a discussion in his own right. He's basically like the Akainu fanboy that's like, I like Akainu, I want to be just like him, and because he wants to be like him, he ends up kind of even worse than him.
Exactly.
Turning into something that even Akainu would look at and be like, okay, maybe dial it down a little bit. You're going a little bit even too far for me. But then again, Akainu did kill Ace, so I always pictured Luffy and Sabo teaming up. And Sabo reaching a level of heat with the Maramaranomi that burns even hotter than magma, ultimately killing Akainu.
I mean, I'm not against it, especially if he kind of does not end up changing. I've just thought it was very interesting, as you say, ever since he got that position, you know, he kind of starts seeing more and more how corrupt the government is. He we even now get these moments of like where he's like, oh, I'm not gonna send troops to Wano because like I'm not gonna sacrifice. Like He didn't used to have a big problem sacrificing Marines before, but now
he has a new job, and now I think he starts to realize it.
And the biggest thing was the Kizaru scene for me, where he actually
that was a powerful
right,
one.
And I'm like, ooh,
the scene where he tells him like Kizaru goes off on him basically. It's just like, hey,
he's like,
you get your ass down here and you tell me what to do, right? You're like, you look around and see how this is
and
after
you
killed your best friend. And Akainu even says like, I'm sorry, brother. And that humanizes him a little bit more in my eyes. The idea that like
you have the moment with Kuma when he comes up and he's like, oh, just a cog in the machine. But I'm like, are you talking about Kuma or are you just talking about yourself? So I don't know. I think there's at least potential that, and again, for everyone but Green Bull so far, we've been getting this, that many of the admirals might in the end actually flip potentially, and that doesn't mean they will definitely do that, but I think there is at least, like, Oda's at least giving us this seed of uncertainty and doubt for all of them.
I want to add the one thing when Kuma did fight against Kuma there and he says the cog thing. The idea is that he is basically the guard dog for the gates of Marijois. They're using the Fleet Admiral for that. Not Kong, not the God's Knights, not the Gorosei. He's their front guard dog.
What is Kong doing, by the way? Wasn't his entire deal to be leading, like being the in-between between the Gorosei?
He is basically that.
But he doesn't do anything.
Before we learned kind of about Gunko, it seems Gunko was recruited from the lower realms, you know?
Yeah.
Before we learned about that, I would say Kong is the highest status in the government you could achieve as like somebody that's like a regular civilian. Person. Yeah, I imagine he's just really tied up in paperwork, you know, because his job, whatever his job is as commander in chief, he's not out there fighting. He's not going out there fighting.
But my impression would be like whenever we see Akainu dealing directly with the Gorosei being up in Marijois and stuff, I'm like, isn't that Kong's job?
I would feel if there's a threat on Marijois, like if Kuma managed to get past Akainu, Kong would have been the next step in the line. Like, oh, Kong, you go deal with it. Oh, you can't deal with it? All right, God's Knights, you go deal with it.
I hope we're going to get to see him fight.
Oh, Kong, he has arms, dude. He still lifts.
Do you think he's a monkey?
He just turns into like King Kong or something.
No, I mean like name-wise.
Oh, a monkey family. Okay, I get you. Okay. And then there was the other thing I wanted to bring up. I can't remember what it was though now. I think it was just a mentioning, kind of like branching off of that, talking about Gunko and the Gods.
I mean, like there's we can actually with that bring it maybe back to Elbaph actually.
Yeah.
Specifically what we talked about, and we should save this for the podcast, but we were talking a little bit about how we both kind of now have no idea how long Elbaph could actually run for, because I don't know. I went into the arc very convinced, like, no way this is going to be shorter than Whole Cake Island.
Kind of feels like the climax right now, doesn't it? Then again, Egghead had a lot of moments where it's like, that feels like a climax. That feels like the end of the arc. And then the Gorosei show up, so you never know.
So my feeling was always that Elbaph has as much, if not more, lore and deep connections to offer than Wano, and the fact that Wano ran for 4 years,
150 something chapters.
Right,
yeah.
I was like, it needs to be at least something like 2 or 3 years in Elbaph. But yeah, as you say, like it kind of boils down probably to whether the Holy Knights are the big final threat,
and
the
final threat.
The enemies or not.
They're also, and this is something that got brought up at the beginning of the arc, and kind of everybody's not mentioning anymore, the whole like don't linger in Elbaph too long. So that might be Oda setting this up. Like if we gotta move quickly from Elbaph to somewhere else, this is the reason why. Yeah.
One of my team members had like a really interesting theory that I like quite a lot. Is the drawing the Straw Hats as ants and everyone else kind of as normal, or the other way around, is really fun at first and then gets old really fast potentially, and it might just be Oda wanting to not having to do that the entire
time. The scale of everything might be a little bit, because it
might get a bit annoying.
Yeah, it might get kind of annoying to stay there. I don't know. What do you think's the reason why you don't linger in Elbaph too long?
Oh, you mean the
Louis R. note excerpt? Yeah.
I mean, I like the time warp idea a little bit, but I feel like that's been a little kind of disproven at this point.
It's interesting because it's like if there was anything major why they would not want to stay long, you think somebody would have brought it up. Yeah. Like Gerd would have been like, by the way, humans age faster here, so just letting you know.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know. I think it might have also just been that it used to be a war-torn country.
Yeah, and then you could just die. Most humans aren't strong
enough. Could be. I mean, what I love about Elbaph the most maybe is that even despite the entire Viking like aesthetic,
Norse mythology,
technically it's the technologically most advanced country.
They have magical cubes that make rainbow bridges that you could just float on. Yeah,
so technically like they are the country with the most working ancient.
Then we have the facility that's embedded in the tree that's apparently 3,000 years old. Which, by the way,
I love that.
When Lilith just popped out and was like, hey, Frankie, check it out. This building, 3,000 years old. Crazy,
3,000 years old,
and it was like, okay, Lilith, thank you for that information.
Straight out of Ghibli also.
Yeah.
I love that. I made my entire chapter review around the 3,000 years because that was like just my favorite detail about the entire thing.
I was like, to you, 3,000 years from now.
It's the third oldest date we actually get in.
We have unless because one thing I always forget is like the age of dinosaurs was mentioned. And it was like 100 million years ago.
100 million years ago.
But in terms of like dates like past that we actually have. The Tree of Knowledge was planted 5,000 years ago. This facility existed 3,000 years ago.
I think Adobana in between.
And Alabarna was 4,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So this is like 5, 4, and 3.
Which again, kind of interesting, which means that Adobana was technically built on the top of a mountain.
Yeah, exactly. But then again, I also thinking it's based off of, a lot of like Middle Eastern and like Egypt, obviously, because of the pyramids. So so the idea is maybe that country wasn't as affected as much as the rest of the world. It was also a really big island. So it did flood, but it didn't flood as much.
I would just think that like for Alabas, the same as all the other countries, most of it is underwater.
Yeah, exactly.
But, like that was just built.
But the palace was built on top of it. People have said that like maybe they built it off top of another palace. And by the time we got to Lily's time period, which was Void Century, she didn't even know what was all about this.
Exactly.
And by the way, I love the fact that the Void Century has been the main cause of like where all this stuff came from for most of the story, and now Oda's like, oh, Void Century, it goes even further than that. Don't worry, Void Century is not the end all be all. We have at least 2 other apocalypse before that.
Like one of my little pet theories. Also, I really like the idea that Nika potentially was one of the people who lived on the moon.
Oh yeah,
and the entire idea that like they came down and the ancient weapons aren't actually weapons. They used to be used for terraforming
because it was mentioned in the cover story that they ran out of resources on the moon, which makes you wonder: were they from the moon originally, or did they travel there from a foreign star? And then they settled on the moon, and it's like, okay, we ran out of resources. Well, let's go down to Blue Planet and let's try to terraform that place and make it habitable.
And I mean, even the entire the robot is at least 3,000 years old. Like, did it just come down from? Like,
you talking about the one in
Elbaph?
Yeah. So are you sure it's a robot? I thought it was just some kind of a big building.
Oh.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I know it had something that looked like eyes, but it might not. It wasn't the same kind of robot as Emmett. That's
did you see the comparison between that and the ancient robot from Nazca?
I haven't.
Oh, really?
I have to look that up. I have to check that out. Oh, yeah.
Quickly find that. Maybe we can put it up on screen here while I try to find this.
I did see that the facility. A lot of people pointed out that like the stairs in that place were definitely designed for giants.
Yeah.
So the idea is giants maybe used this place 3,000 years ago, and then they stopped using it.
Yeah.
Maybe some other giants took over, and then they left. Because I love studying history. So like if you learn a lot about history, it's like these people used this building, and then they left, and then these other people used it, and that continues for thousands of years until it just is permanently abandoned. So it's probably what happened here.
This looks almost exactly like the panel in One Piece.
Okay. So this is from the Valley of the Wind.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can see the comparison there.
And let me see if I can find the panel for One Piece. What chapter?
Cue X-Files music. We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
1144.
3 or 4. I'm feeling 4. I'm feeling 44.
Let me see. Why is there only the most cropped in version? Don't we have a bigger one?
There we go. Then again, it was fairly new, so yeah. Okay, yeah.
It even has the same mushroom. I don't think we see it here, but so I thought that was really interesting.
It's a really.
I think it was an actual robot.
You think it's a robot?
Yeah.
Okay. With that new information, I'll see. I'll consider the options.
Yeah, I gotta check it out again. I don't know. I personally would like to think that, and again, I think we do know from the first world we had a very technologically advanced country already, right?
And it's the question of like, was it our world or not our world, but technology contemporary to our world, right? Yeah.
I mean, I think we talked about this last time on the podcast, and I love bringing this up again, the Wheel of Time parallel.
Yeah.
Where you kind of get hints throughout the story that this used to be our world, and it's kind of technically a sci-fi story, and humanity evolves, and what now looks like magic is technically.
So that's Wheel of Time. There's that trope it's been in a couple of other properties I've read.
Absolutely.
I even brought it up in a video. There's a book by Gary Paulson, the guy that wrote Hatchet.
Yeah.
Called Trensal Saga.
Oh, yeah,
It's
exactly.
a great book, and it's about a kid that gets teleported to a different dimension, and he thinks it's a different dimension, and then he finds like a Coke bottle in the ground, and it's like, oh, it's our world.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Just in the future, yeah.
But yeah.
Kind of post-apocalyptical. Yeah, I mean, I could totally see that. I think it's pretty cool.
And then, because like, there's also the idea that like, did you know there's a parallel to Pokemon in One Piece?
Really?
Yeah, it was mentioned in SBS. There's like a I can't remember what it's called, but there is a comparison to it. Now, is that Oda just playing fun and having fun times with it, or is it like, I don't know?
It's like Fire Force and Soul Eater being connected.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm actually, by the way.
Let's
I
go.
got the Soul Eater band.
Yeah. No, I'm super excited. Do you think the big monsters that we get to see in the mural
the MMAs, the mixed martial artists? Yeah.
Exactly. No, I mean the Hellfire Serpent. And
the ones in the mural, not the nightmare creatures. Okay, there's so many giant monsters in One Piece.
Yes.
So I originally looked at those things and immediately thought, oh, these are the ancient weapons. You see a dragon creature, that's Uranus. You see a sea serpent, that's clearly Poseidon. You see an evil devil, that's clearly Pluto or Pluton. But now looking at it, it's like different things of what they actually are. Like they can actually be referenced to a bunch of stuff. I pointed out that the dragon one and the sea serpent are like spitting fire, and they're kind of going like. It's like, are they passing them between each other, like the different ages?
It is extremely unclear if those two are collaborating or fighting each other.
Yeah. Oda knew what he was doing with that mural, man.
Yeah.
He's like, we're looking at that. I even just said to my audience, like, get used to seeing that mural for the next 3 years.
Forever.
That's going to
Till
be
the end
until
of the
the end of the story.
story,
We're going to be referencing that mural.
Do you think Frankie was standing in front of something?
Oh, that's the question, isn't it? You know, it's just like Frankie just moves, and there's actually a character at the very bottom just looks exactly like Luffy. It's a little doodle that looks just like Luffy. It's like, oh, okay.
It's like the little
like, hey,
from the filler. I don't know. I'm pretty excited. I think it would be cool, for example, if the legendary fruit of Elbaph was potentially, you know, like maybe the Hellfire.
Yeah, we just want to go mythical zone with it. I know we've gotten a lot of mythical zones from Wano, and everybody's kind of zoned out at the moment, but like, if it's a good one, it's a good one.
Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance that like One Piece goes full Attack on Titan with it, and the Hellfire Serpent is the red line, or it's inside the red line?
Okay, so I mean, it's been mentioned before that even as far back as Little Guard and when Dory and Bragi were using their weapons, they mentioned there's one thing in the world we can't break with this, and that's the Great Blood-Soaked Serpent. And I'm like, that screams like the red line to me. So the Giants have tried to destroy the red line before. I'm at the moment thinking it's more metaphorical. And that it is just like the red line is not natural, but it wasn't a living thing. Unless you want to do a thing where it's like it was a living thing and it like fossilized or petrified at some point, and that's what we got.
Or someone buried it.
Oh, yeah. Also, Lunarians coming down from the moon. They might have been the first people from the moon, and then that's where they inhabited. Because they were the
original gods.
They were the original gods during the Void Century before the government showed up. But like, when did they first show up? You know, it goes back even further. Were they the gods 5,000 years ago, or were they? You know?
It's kind of again. I interpreted like the mural, like that what looks like the Arc-Max seam.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe that is the Lunarians coming down.
It could have been that. I mean, if anything, that cues up that Eneru's coming back soon. Yeah, at least I feel that's what that
I
means.
polled my audience on how excited they were, and they were not that excited
about
for
Eneru.
it.
Okay, Eneru can be a bit of a he's a bit of a spoil sport, and there's just like he's very arrogant and narcissistic, and I can see how
character.
That in terms of like really bombastic One Piece villains, Eneru in terms of being interesting ranks a little bit lower.
I don't know. I think it would be so fun because he is someone who could very easily be scaled with the
currently, yes,
like power levels there. Yeah,
I loved when this was back during part 1 of One Piece when Oda said, "Oh yeah, if he was a pirate on the Blue Sea, Eneru would have a bounty of 500 million." Yeah. This is before I think Luffy had Luffy still had a 300 million bounty at this point. So it's like, whoa, he's really strong then. But he specifically says, Oda says, he would not rule the Blue Sea. There's people that are way stronger than him.
It would be nice to see him, though.
It'd be nice to see him pop back in again, see what he's been up to. He has an army of robots, so that's cool, I guess.
Did I talk to you about my Dyson Sphere idea?
No.
Okay.
But I know what a Dyson Sphere now is. It's the thing that the idea is it's a theoretical concept to surround the sun, and then you basically just channel the power from the sun into various like solar panels, but more complicated than that. Satellites, essentially.
You use
and you're using 100%. That's also referencing to an Isaac Asimov story back in the day called The Last Question, which I'm a big fan of.
Nice. I don't know that one,
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of sci-fi. I know a little bit, though. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I thought it was always, the idea probably that, based on the numbers that we get for the amount of islands we get on the One Piece planet and so
20
on.
million,
the idea
like
that it's like, it must be way bigger than our planet.
Oh, it's definitely bigger.
So, and then, the model, the weird, like, geocentric model.
The geocentric model of the universe, Ohara, which are most likely not moons. Those are probably planets, and that's a geocentric, yeah.
So that would then mean, like if it is planets, and we know that Ohara did have all that knowledge, what if because it's clearly the One Piece planet in the middle, but what if that was the star? I was kind of wondering, especially since in the mural we see them going down into the earth,
and
coming out with the star fragments.
Yeah, the star fragments, and they're like going down with like halos over them, and then it's just like they're being reborn or something. And it's like, or are they coming up with the halo fragments? I think they're going down.
They're coming up with the star fragments. They're coming up with the
star fragments to power the city.
Are there halos?
Yes, there are halos. Oh, yeah.
Really?
One of the do you want to reference the mural? No. Yeah. But like, we're going down the one of the elevators. They are definitely wearing halos, something over their heads. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So many little things in that mural that I've still yet to probably notice.
I think there's I feel like there's something there that I'm like just not quite puzzling together. For example, I'm pretty sure like the hole in Enies Lobby, where it's always day.
Yeah.
And then you have like the Forbidden Sun in the earth is such an interesting thought.
If there's anything I know about Oda, it's like he likes taking conspiracy theory kind of stuff and making it so like Hollow Earth theory. Yeah. Well, in One Piece, the world might actually have legitimate evidence for being hollow, considering that there are these giant holes that are just not getting filled up.
There was like a fun theory I discussed with someone a while ago who was like, what if like the One Piece world is just on the inside of like is like inner Earth, but then obviously why is there a sun and like how does that work? But I thought it was a really fun idea where like maybe what if everything is the wrong way around? But then obviously Enel is able to go to the moon.
Yeah, he's able to float up to the moon, but like the idea is it doesn't work the same way in our world. Like
one theory I wanted to do for the longest time is there are like no stars in One Piece except the one exception. And like we went through the entire story and checked, the only exception is on the moon. When Enel's cover story is the only time where we see stars in One Piece. There are no stars ever in One Piece.
So what could that mean? Either Oda just doesn't want to draw stars, or
there's something. What's also interesting that Enel can breathe on the moon, which means that the atmosphere of
is
that
breathable.
Is really big,
I've thought about that before, like whether or not that's because he has the Goro Goro no Mi. But I'm like, well, I don't actually know. I couldn't tell you because.
But then the automata are also floating up using helium.
They're using helium. They're using little balloons. But like I've just said, we've never seen a Logia in a vacuum environment or a no oxygen environment, and they can't breathe underwater obviously because devil fruit weakness. So it's like we'd have to see, like, I don't know, you take Aokiji and put him on the moon, could he not breathe?
But then I think the space pirates also are not wearing any like
but they're aliens though, so they might have different rules. Might be like Frieza from Dragon Ball. You just like you can't, he just can breathe under, and he could breathe in space. It's just
I don't know. I think it's kind of I mean, I personally don't believe in the inner like it would be a fun idea that like the entire One Piece, like we're actually on the inside of this planet.
Or we could go Journey to the Center of the Earth with it and have like a dinosaur forest down there, just a giant jungle. Like there's different layers of
Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be kind of fitting also with the entire what we get with Crocus at the beginning inside of Laboon.
Yes.
I feel like, I mean, probably not the entire One Piece world, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be something, whether that's Laugh Tale or something that's going to be inside, like...
The idea also is, like, after we learn that a flood is imminent, all of the different people doing what they're doing, like, Rayleigh is a ship coder for a living, and Crocus lives inside of a whale. Yeah. It's like, okay, they were preparing for this.
And Scopper is married to a mountain.
Scopper Gabon is married to... Ripley and him have a lovely, lovely relationship, yes. But and that just got me thinking about like when Vegapunk was saying like, why didn't the Roger Pirates do anything about this? Yeah, they just all separated and went off and did their own things. Yeah. They did stuff for themselves, but they didn't tell anybody about it. So why didn't they? And it's a question.
Can I give you another crackpot theory?
Shoot, go ahead.
So this has been like my own headcanon. Like I really like this one so much that I just have adopted it as my headcanon, and I sometimes put it into videos and forget that this is not actually confirmed. Like my idea has always been that Roger wanted to create the next Joy Boy. Like he knew he was too early, and he probably learned that like Joy Boy needs to, come about in the right conditions, kind of what Kaido also thought. So what he does is he disbands his crew. He finds another D-Clan member to make a child with.
I'm sure they were in love too, but like,
who knows? Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
that's not important. What's more important is having a son to continue on the generation. Yeah.
So he makes a kid that's like both 100% D-Clan member.
Yes.
He then, I think what happens is that he then stations Crocus at the beginning of the Grand Line, stations Rayleigh in the middle, stations Scopper Gabon towards the end.
This was a plan then.
And I think that he sends Shanks off to find the Nika fruit, which Shanks finds and immediately heads from the Grand Line to Luffy's island, where also Roger's son happens to be raised. I think that like Shanks was actually looking for Ace, and Luffy just came in.
I don't think Shanks knew about Ace at that point, but this could be spun in a way that could make sense. Yeah, I feel like it already kind of lining up really well.
If it was a plan.
If it was a plan from the beginning, yeah.
And they would kind of explain why. Because
Shanks didn't go immediately. He was saying to Buggy, like, let's go get it right after. And he's like, well, wait, hold on a minute. Let's wait a minute here. And then I'm going to go do something else.
In the end, like, he gives Luffy the Straw Hat, by which Crocus, Rayleigh, and then Scopper Gabon immediately know who Luffy is. It's like Shanks / their captain's straw hat, like the symbol of like the chosen person. Then Crocus is the person who first tells Luffy about Laugh Tale.
Yep.
Rayleigh obviously trains him and helps him get into the new worlds and so on and so forth.
I wonder what Scopper's going to do. We don't know exactly. Like maybe he has a
I would be so
task.
down for another little time skip.
Maybe the Oro Jackson is there, because that's a big question of like what happened to the Oro Jackson, what happened to the egg, you know, and it's like maybe Scopper's keeping hold of it or something,
But I don't know. I think like for me that always made a lot of sense that was all, because clearly like we do know that Roger entrusted Shanks with something, and I think the Roger pirates are just located so strategically, always waiting and then immediately knowing Luffy when he comes. And
that does paint Shanks in a different light. So I never looked at Shanks as like he's evil, you know, like he's going to be like a final villain. That's why we have Shamrock now. But it would be an interesting viewpoint to like, because I like the idea that he just didn't have a job to do or a task. It was just like, I see Roger in this kid, and I think he's going to be the next king of the pirates. I think he has a shot, and gives him the hat of just like, I just feel it. I'm making a bet on the new era. But then to spin that with be like, no, this was all something that was kind of orchestrated by Roger a long time ago.
I mean, it's obviously very romantic when you think about Shanks sacrificing his arm, but very clearly
romance
the fact,
gone, buddy.
Very clear, yeah, true. But very clearly the fact that he went after the Nika fruit, he very much knew what he was going for there. Again, the entire fact that Shanks' entire crew hasn't eaten a single devil fruit. They all like there's something that they know, which that requires.
Well, I don't know. Gab might have, because Gab has that energy attack thing.
The weird thing,
yeah, where he's like, it actually resembles one of the devil fruits from the first movie, which is like this like gao gao no mi, the shout fruit.
Has it? I might be making this up. Hasn't Oda in some SBS stated that none of the red hair pirates are allowed to eat a devil fruit?
I know, okay, he might have said that none of them have one, but even then I feel like that's kind of a little strange. It could just be a hockey thing, because you just say that.
Well, it would make sense obviously if like knowing now that the world has been flooded and the chances that some important location, maybe Laugh Tale, maybe something else, is probably underwater.
I would say the core groups, as in Shanks, Yasopp, Beckman, and Lucky Roo,
definitely
do not have devil fruits. He might have said something like that, but I'd have to go back and check. I'm not sure. I don't think he ever said anything like they're not allowed to have them, like it's a policy or something. I don't know. Yeah,
but I don't know. I personally think it would explain a lot more, and in my opinion it would also because I know people who have been complaining about, I mean, I personally never had an issue with it in that sense, but I know people who have been complaining that the Gear 5 thing like took away from Luffy being like this random guy who just like became strong. I'm just like, I have a weak rubber fruit and I still become the strongest.
To this day, because I went back and watched an older video where I talked about Luffy's powers, and I was reading the comments, and it was like, you know what I like about Luffy? Simple power, but he made it work. And I'm like, I mean, at the end of the day, when he got it, it was still a simple power. He didn't get God powers right out of the gate.
No.
He got God powers when he trained with it, and he had to die to get them. So I'd say that's a pretty good trade-off there. And he didn't get it until chapter like 1044. So it took a while.
It took a
while to get him those powers. And I think they scaled up really well, with like the Rennie's lobby and getting Gear 2nd and 3rd, and then 4th through the time skip. And Oda's pretty good at like, okay, how long can Gear 4th really last with Luffy? Like Doflamingo, okay, Katakuri, okay. When we get to Kaido, okay, it's not going to cut the mustard on that one.
I think my point is, though, even though it would be cool or romantic maybe if Shanks gave his arm for like some random kid who ate some random devil fruit, but I think it just makes so much more sense that this was very much calculated. He was like, okay, well, I wanted to give this to my captain's kid, who was made specifically to become Joy Boy.
Yeah, it was Ace.
Which was technically also Whitebeard's plan to turn Roger's kid into the next
But
Pirate
that also
King.
Brings up a whole thing with like, how does Ace feel about all this? Because Ace was like hated his father.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want to be a pirate because of Roger. I want to be a pirate because I want to be a pirate.
Well,
I want to be my own. I want to make my own name. If Ace found out that like my dad wanted me to be this prophecy fulfiller, chosen child, he would have hated that.
Or maybe he didn't know, and like that played more
that
into
might have
it.
been the reason why
he was like, I wasn't made because like I was wanted. I was just supposed to be.
I was a means to an end. Yeah. That's a horrible thing to realize when you're a child. Yeah.
And I think it kind of speaks to Luffy though, like him kind of stepping in and ruining the plan in his own way, and then becoming that person. I don't know. And then I think just like assuming for a moment that that's what happened, Shanks wanting to look for Ace to make him the new Joy Boy, guide him, and he sees Luffy eats it. He's like, well, I better make sure now that this
kid is actually going to be the guy.
Yeah.
It also does question, like, if they did know it was the Hito no Mi model Nika,
yeah,
like, what were they going to do with it after? Because the implication is they didn't know. Well, they didn't mention it, obviously, in chapter 1, because that would have been a massive spoiler.
You mean at the beginning. But
yeah, it was just like Lucky Roo like draws the... He's like, Luffy, did you eat this? It's a magic fruit. And Luffy's like, yeah, it tasted like crap, but like I ate it. Yeah.
I think from the implication that the government tried to get their hands on this fruit for like 800 years, they finally do it, and then like the second they get their hands on it, Shanks swoops in and takes it.
It actually does make me realize, like, there was the flashback with Who's Who when the Shanks was attacking them, and he's like, why are they coming after this? Isn't this just the fruit that turns you into rubber? Why are they coming after this so much? So it did seem to be that the Shanks crew, the Red Hair Pirates,
waiting for it.
Knew what it was at the very least. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious also. I think we still don't know where the fruit actually originally came from, because from context, I think we can assume that the government didn't have it, but maybe
the government didn't have it beforehand, and the idea is that there were other people that had the fruit before Luffy.
Yeah.
It's just that they weren't able to awaken it, and it hasn't been awakened in 800 years. So the government, like, by the time people have questioned, like, okay, wait a minute, they knew after the events of the East Blue. We have a wanted poster for a kid named Monkey D. Luffy. Name of Garp, name of Dragon, and he has the ability to turn into a rubber kid, and the Gumu Gumu no Mi went missing in the East Blue all those years ago.
Yeah.
They should have just, like, sent an admiral taking care of it just then, you know?
Right.
Short story at that point.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, he has it, but nobody's awakened it in 800 years. It'll be fine.
It's probably going to be okay.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. Turns out, spoilers, it wasn't. Yeah.
Skip ahead now.
They done messed up. Yeah.
They did bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm down for either option, but I think it's just... I think the first option is kind of... And I think like whether this is true or not, this headcanon of me of like the big Roger plan, which then... I mean, I made like a whole thing about this where like I think Roger's plan would technically be Joy Boy's plan, because Roger would have picked it up.
Maybe slightly different in the terms of execution.
But
you know, just
it would be
it's
learning
sort of like,
about it.
Same. It's like you're fated to have the same outcome or a similar outcome, even if you try to do it something different. You know what I mean?
Well, I would also suspect though that like that plan would have been created based on what they learned from Joy Boy.
Yeah,
right?
I get you. Yeah. From what they learned there.
But
that made them laugh.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of symbolic though of these like two directions that One Piece itself has been like split into, where the first option, the like kind of like no one knew what was happening, and then Luffy just came in, accidentally ate this. It's all kind of by luck. It's very like the original One Piece. Everything is kind of like fun and weird and quirky. But I would make the argument that now One Piece has shifted over from like everything that we thought was weird and quirky and just like fantasy turns out to have like a scientific explanation and lore and whatnot.
You know what? I think what Oda did that was really masterful is he wanted to tell a serious story with this lore and everything, but he wanted it to be
funny and goofy.
And he succeeded. Yeah. And that's hard to balance. You can't have a lot of like, we're doing this really, really serious thing with the backstory that involves like the deaths of millions, billions and then go funny. People, and there's slavery in this story, and there's racism, but like overall it's a vibe of like this is a journey of the Straw Hats trying to put an end to all of that stuff. You know, even they're not aiming to do that themselves, but ultimately that's going to be because of their actions. That's like the Dragon's Revolution, everything's going to save the day. Yeah, I
would totally agree. I think because the other, like the way that Oda did it, where it starts goofy and then like we learn more and more. Like we add layers as we go. I like that a lot more. There are stories obviously who do it like right from the beginning, and we know right from the get-go it's like high stakes, and we still get the goofy moments, and then it feels a little bit inauthentic. Maybe
it's fun to build. You know, I've seen a lot of manga that start off with the premise too quickly, and I get it, because in Shonen Jump especially, you gotta get moving, because if you're not pulling those numbers in 6-7 chapters, you're kind of gonna get axed.
Last time you were here, I'm trying to think, was it also autumn time-ish?
No, last time I was here was during Pokemon Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. In Yokohama, right? Yeah.
And it was not this nice.
Summer?
It was extremely hot, extremely
hot and
humid.
humid.
Me and Reagan had like those little those quick fan things around.
The blasting air.
Exactly. All right. And no, I mean, it was a fun trip. Nice. Obviously, it's always fun coming to Japan. Always jealous of seeing your photos of things that you're doing just around town. It's pretty cool. But no, otherwise it's been amazing. Mostly this one, the first half of the trip, I'm going to be with all the Japan Time guys. We're basically renting an Airbnb, doing everything. A lot of them, it's their first time
in Japan.
So it's like I get to be the tour guide instead of the tourist, which is kind of cool.
That's pretty cool.
And then the second half of the trip, we're going up to Sendai. We're going to do the Zao Fox Village. We're sort of like going more into the nature side of things.
Let me Let me warn you that it's a very sad place to go.
No way, really?
I felt
Have you been there before? Really?
I went to the Fox Village. I felt terrible about it.
Really?
Yeah.
What about the experience didn't you like?
I don't know. It's just they have all these foxes, like partly in these like small chicken boxes.
Oh, okay.
And they're just sitting in these like 1 foot by 1 foot boxes. Like,
I thought they're like running around in the forest.
Well, some of them are, some of them in the cage, and then they have like little plaques where it's like, "Oh, my name is Hachi, and I love playing," and then they're just like in the small wooden box.
I assumed it was like the Nara Deer Park where you have all the deer running.
Nah.
Oh, what the heck?
I mean, there are some wild running around, but they're like all fighting each other, and you can see that they're kind of stressed.
Oh,
so
man.
yeah.
Well, we'll see. Like I said, we're going up there, and then after
maybe they
that,
changed
we've
it.
got what's the next area I'm going? Oh, there's the Ginzan Onsen.
Oh, Ginzan Onsen,
which is going to be like where we're ending the trip.
Okay,
which is going to be real cool. So,
in case people don't know, it's very famous, obviously in wintertime because it has like the heavy smoke. Yeah, always booked out.
Exactly. Exactly. I feel like hopefully it snows at least a little bit.
You think so?
While I'm here
in November,
hopefully it snows.
Maybe.
I don't. Well, I'd assume. I mean, it snows in the U.S. in November. Does it not snow in November here?
So the thing with Japan is because you have like even though it kind of runs from north to south, it's usually split like east to west.
I see.
And the entire western side, which kind of faces China and Russia, and then the eastern side obviously faces the Pacific.
Yeah.
And Japan is mostly mountains, as you know, right?
Of course,
as most people do, because it's like 4 tectonic plates crashing together. So what happens is that the mountains, they act like this wall almost. They catch all the clouds that come from mainland Asia.
Oh, okay.
So on the west side of Japan, it's always very rainy, very snowy, while Tokyo east side, all the way up to Hokkaido, actually.
Really?
It's usually very sunny, very little like rain or snow.
Okay.
So it really depends. I think Ginzan Onsen, because it's in the mountain, I think it might snow, depending on how the weather goes.
I feel like too, it's like a little more out there. I think just like seeing it at nighttime.
Also, Tohoku is a lot colder.
Exactly.
But for example, Tokyo here, like it snows once.
Well,
a year,
Tokyo,
realistically.
I'd imagine.
Also, you have whole stretches in the summer where it's been like, I think this year it's been sunny for like 4 weeks in a row. Pretty sure. Like,
I mean, the weather the past week has been incredible. I think it's been like overcast just slightly, but it's never rained. I feel like half the time I was here in Yokohama, it was like literally just pouring every other day.
Well, I think if it was June, you said,
it
right?
was June,
which is like rainy season.
Sense,
Exactly.
But no, otherwise we have, like I said, we have a full solid like 2 weeks doing a bunch of stuff, and it should be a lot of fun.
I mean, I haven't done Ginzan Onsen yet, so I'm very curious. It looks absolutely fantastic, obviously.
And we're staying technically in Tendo.
Okay.
I think it's like I want to say it's the Tokoyami Hotel, but there's like, they basically have individual little onsens like in your room, which is
like
really
private
cool.
ones.
Exactly.
Very
so that's
nice.
going to be like,
how's it as an American going in the bath naked with all
you're gonna I'll let it hang out, bro. I don't care. I had one of my first cosplays I ever did, like however many years ago, right? Like even when you search Rogersbase, it was like Senior Pink in a red Speedo. So I'm good, bro.
All right, you're like safe forever.
I have no tattoos either. So
okay, that's good.
I play the Yakuza games, but like otherwise no tattoos.
I only get them for each game.
Exactly.
Scrap them off.
Well, what have you been up to, man?
Good question. I've been like traveling a lot this year, actually. Like
around Japan or like internationally?
More internationally. I've been like back in Europe more often than normal I think you're a little bit older than me, but I'm like in this age where high school friends are starting to get married and stuff.
Sure.
So this has dramatically increased the last 2 years.
Right
so
on.
just traveling between Europe and the US and here. Though I will say I'm a little bit scared right now to go back to the US.
Yeah, maybe don't go back to the US right now. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, which
that's completely fair.
I'm kind of sad because I went last year before the election. And I had a great time. For the first time, I did Yosemite, and we did Tahoe.
Nice.
Like camping, saw a brown bear next to my tent, which was a bit scary. I also didn't.
I feel like you guys have a bear problem here,
but they're not that big. But
yes,
but it's the smaller, it's the brown bears. So they don't really kill people. I think it like with elder people it happens, but it's usually like they bite or something, get aggressive. But you can be like loud and like the black bears, right? Sure. But you guys in LA, you have the big boys, right?
Yeah,
we
also have mountain lions. I feel like we got a lot of stuff.
Also, I never it kind of hit me when I was camping for the first time in Tahoe, actually, not Yosemite, that I was not aware how fucking scary coyotes sound.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm used to it.
I was like, what is happening?
I was a southern suburb of Chicago that was kind of in the middle of a forest. And so literally we had coyotes in my backyard like growing up.
Oh my
God. I was
God.
used to it. So I had little dogs. And,
they're like dog size?
Pets. I mean, they're relatively big, and you do hear them, and people have to like bring their pets inside.
They sound scary.
It's not, though. Okay. They're actually, I feel like they're more scared of humans than we are scared.
That
of
makes
them.
sense. Which I mean goes for most animals. I think.
True.
But the brown bear I have like a lot of respect. I'm not sure. There's if you know this, there's a story of, and I don't remember where that king was based. Might have been like an old African kingdom, like Roman times. And he was like very rich, so for entertainment he brought like animals from all over the world.
Sure.
And had to like fight, like cage fight.
Oh man.
Like crocodile versus hippo and all that.
Exactly.
And the moral of that story is that the bears fucked up everything.
Everybody.
Everything.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like they just with their paws are insane apparently.
Well,
they like
you
break
see them rip up salmon, literally like shredding it as they pick it up in their claws. Yeah. You should know.
You think like I think it was like bear versus crocodile, and like the crocodile, you think with like their armor and everything, it was like just smashing.
Look, all things considered, with everything going on in One Piece right now, I mean, like Kuma, all the stuff going on with bears. I mean, he seems to be the linchpin to a lot of things in the story.
Exactly.
I'm like, things are looking pretty good in the One Piece manga. Like, how are you feeling about it?
How has there never been an actual bear fruit? I'm kind of curious.
I want to say there is actually in one of the non-canon movies.
Is there a non-canon?
I'm almost certain.
So I did.
Isn't there like Grizzly King or something? I could be totally mixing things up. Also, what camera?
This is yours. This is both of us. This is me.
I'm pretty sure there is like a Grizzly King or something in the movie with Honey Queen.
Can I look this up? Because I did.
Look it up.
I just felt like I made it because like 2 weeks ago I recorded a video about all the non-canon fruits, and I don't remember there were like some weird ones.
There's a lot of weird ones.
Do you know the weird ones from? I wasn't aware how weird the live shows get. The stage plays.
Oh, so I actually saw the one that was in One Piece Tokyo Tower before it closed.
Yeah.
Literally,
they do one every year. Yeah.
And it was like the girl with like the green hair, right? But I honestly don't even remember like what her devil fruit power was.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of some of the other non-canon ones from the show. There's the show that's at USJ. But
they have a USJ one, but then they have like a yearly one too. Since like
so
2012 road shows, basically.
Okay, interesting.
And they get like really.
Sorry, not to cut you off.
No, you're good.
I just thought of this. There was a thing that I just found out about. Is there a Friday night road show? Is that like a regular thing that airs here in Japan on NHK? It's called Friday Night Roadshow. It's basically like this nightly show where there's different like American movies that play with Japanese subtitles. And the intro to this was done by Miyazaki with the music by
really?
What's the guy who does the music for Spirited Away and for all of his other movies?
Oh my god,
I can't remember what it was. I was just watching a documentary about this though.
We're gonna put it here on
we'll put it on screen. But it's funny because a long time ago, like when I first came here in like 2019, I kept seeing Roadshow on movie posters.
Interesting.
And I'm like, what is this? Because you don't really see that in North America. You just see like release date. And I guess it was a thing for like, when movies were first coming here that like they would go on road shows, that they would take them from one city to one city to one city. People would watch them. And then the term just kind of stuck. And then turned into, like I said,
maybe I'm so used to it from seeing it here.
Yeah. I wanted to go see Exit 8 while I was here.
Did you watch Chainsaw Man yet?
I haven't seen Chainsaw. Okay. I'm also like not a huge Chainsaw Man fan. Not the biggest in the world.
Movie's quite good.
Really?
Yeah, it's quite good.
All right.
I think it's worth watching. Yeah.
Even if I'm not a huge Chainsaw Man fan.
I think so.
How bloody is it compared to like the
pretty bloody. Pretty bloody. If you don't like, if you're not a gore person, I think that might not be it. That might not be it for you.
Might not be for me. But Exit 8, like I played the original video game.
Nice.
And so I also feel like because all the signs in the train stations are in English,
yes.
I feel like I can at least get enough from it where if I went to go see it in the cinema, have my little popcorn at Toho, like I'll have a good time. Yeah.
I actually haven't been recently in like, which I'm kind of feeling sad about. There just hasn't. I think I do the mistake, and Connor actually always like schools me about this because he watches a lot of movies here in cinemas, but I feel like there has been nothing recently really where I was like with some exceptions where I'm like, I feel like I want to go see this, and maybe that means just you have to lean a little bit more into like, not as popular movies and some more, obscure stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the last 2 years I've been kind of a little bit disappointed.
Really? That's also so funny considering like the anime boom that you've seen in cinemas recently. Like I had the pleasure of going to the movie premiere for Demon Slayer. North America.
Yes.
So like went to the North American premiere, obviously did incredibly well overseas, was like number one here for a super long time, but was also number one in the US.
I know.
For like weeks. Beat the record that was like previously held by Pokemon, the first movie back in like 1999.
Was it Pokemon?
It was Pokemon.
Was it not not like Princess Mononoke or something?
No. It was Pokemon and then Pokemon 2000 and I think another demon. I think it was like Mugen Train or something.
Yeah, probably was Mugen Train.
And that was like all the top. And now I think Chainsaw Man is actually climbing up
in the US
what I believe is like Pokemon 2000, which was the Lugia one.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing. I mean, it's kind of cool to see that you have like bigger names with like Channing Tatum and whatnot, right? Like voice acting. That's kind of fun.
I got to be honest. Like, I was not expecting Channing Tatum to do a good job. I was like,
did he? Yeah, but
he actually did a good job.
I mean, I saw the Japanese one, so I'm not sure, but like from the excerpts I saw, it sounded pretty good.
He did pretty good.
He had fun apparently with it.
I thought was like incredibly beautiful.
Yeah,
in terms of like the visuals.
The visuals, insane. Like, the story makes like some sense, I think. But like, I mean, that's Demon Slayer in a nutshell. I feel like it just looks so fantastic.
We've never actually talked about this as One Piece creators. We've never talked about our feelings on Demon Slayer because I feel like there is this weird thing within the overall fandom where people are like scared of it. It's strange.
You think so?
Like I saw a lot of this during like 2020 and 2021, specifically during COVID, when Demon Slayer was like topping all the sales charts for manga.
Oh, like scared, like in terms of
like they were like downplaying its success. Like, well, this will never be One Piece. This will never be. And I'm like, why are you? One Piece has been number one forever.
Yeah.
Like, why do you feel the need to have to defend something that's already number one? If another thing is number one temporarily. I don't know if you feel it as much here because there's like ebbs and waves, and One Piece is a constant. But I feel like in North America specifically, there's always this like weird
tension
thing
between it. Interesting.
It's like where the fans just like want theirs to be number one, and if their show isn't number one,
I think because as we both also obviously also feel like One Piece is like such a special story. I think, but I feel like you should never get protective about it, especially because I mean I think again the reading. I'm not sure if you read the manga for Demon Slayer. It's okay. Like the story's okay, but like obviously the anime with the music and the visuals
elevates it so much.
I think that anime overall, but also One Piece owe quite a lot to Demon Slayer because Demon Slayer was kind of the first show that really went and kind of took that, level of, not quite obviously because that's movie quality, but Makoto Shinkai, like realistic, beautiful artwork.
Yes.
And putting that in like a, week to week serialized form. And you can see like 1 or 2 years later, even the One Piece anime was like, people were like, okay, the thing that we've been getting, the static PNG zooms, like that's not cutting it anymore nowadays.
Kind of funny though, considering like what is going on. Again, I'm coming at like a really good time.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of news that's been happening.
We know, they're happening. Yeah.
But I feel like with the anime, right? So many people were talking about that news that now it's going seasonal, right? And that it's like still going to keep the one chapter per one episode pacing. And people are like, this is so different. It's everything we've asked for. And I'm like, it's literally the same as Egghead. The only difference is you're getting less episodes a year. Like it is seasonal, right? Like it's going on break from January to March or something.
I think they're going to do 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, 3 months.
And that's great. Like I'm very happy about that, but I also feel like not much will change. And I think the fact that we have not heard
it's more
about,
institutionalized, I guess mostly,
But like we haven't heard more about the Wit Studio One Piece, which we probably will at Jump Festa. I feel like that's still probably being developed.
I'm so nervous about this.
Really?
Because it is like I've been saying this for probably ever since I started doing YouTube in 2018.
Yeah.
I wish, like, imagine if One Piece was actually produced in like every 2 years. You have this beautifully produced, like good timing, good pacing.
Sure.
Right? Like Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen level animation. Now there's a chance we might be getting it, but also the concept art that we've been seeing was like very manga.
Yeah.
And I don't want to I'm not saying I don't like it. I just imagine we got like a JJK level or, like what the Chainsaw Man movie looks like or Demon Slayer level, beautiful, crisp, modern animation.
Sure.
It's like this one in like, finally they doing this.
Yeah.
And I'm like so scared they're going to mess it up.
See, I kind of feel like that with the movies too, right? Because everyone's been like, you know what they got to do? They got to do a God Valley movie. They got to do. And I feel like, and you and I kind of both know this, I feel like, because we're actually intelligent One Piece fans. I feel like You are.
I will not.
I'm going to speak for both of us.
I can't.
Don't you have like the #1 most viewed theory video on YouTube? It's like, come on, give yourself a little credit. All right. But anyway, it's like with the One Piece films, right? We've had a lot of things that have been teased to be canon. We had like One Piece Film Red and all these other things, and you see the movie, and you're like, not really. This character gets made canon in like one panel in the manga, but it's not actually fully canon. And I think that's a lot of the success of the Demon Slayer movies and Chainsaw Man as well, right? These are canon arcs being turned into films that could then be, transitioned into like seasons that can be spliced up.
I mean, this has always been a thing that I don't understand, and I don't know if this is the anime, like Toei saying like, no, we just want to have enough material for our show,
Yeah.
or if it's Oda saying, I want to have some weird fun that we can't do.
I'll tell you right now, it's not. Knowing his like love of Hollywood and movies and like the live action, even there's no way.
I don't understand. Like One Piece literally has infinite opportunity. You can do like entire side plots that maybe don't necessarily actively, or you can animate the cover stories, right? You can do.
We've been saying that for years, but I think that adds to why I think we're never getting a canon movie of like a God Valley movie.
Yeah.
Right? People are like, right now with what's going on in God Valley, this rock stuff would be great, but realistically, it's like
I feel like maybe if they're gonna do it now with this change in the anime schedule, might be the right time.
I mean, it'd be the right time to do it, but I think they would be scared to release a One Piece film that doesn't have Luffy in it, right? I think like that's been the thing with that's why they don't.
So?
I mean, that's why they don't animate the cover stories. They've outright said that multiple times.
Have they said that? Because
that it was like they animated the cover stories.
At least
for
turn it into
period.
filler then. I don't like also something I don't
Again,
understand.
it's like instead of making a filler arc, you have this well of awesome information that you can pull from, and then they just don't pull from it.
So weird.
It's
I think God Valley might be strong enough potentially. Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the one opportunity where I think they could do it, and I certainly wouldn't want them during like Final War to then go, all right, we're going to turn this into a movie, because at that point it's like you've made it this far.
Yeah, already too late. Exactly.
Like, who cares?
No, exactly. I'm actually kind of curious since we talked or you mentioned the live action very quickly, and you are, I think, out of all the creators most involved or directly.
Well, Randy is literally a writer on the show. It goes Randy way down here and then me.
Well, I mean, I think Randy at this point I see almost more as a writer than a creator. So yeah. He's just part of the project directly, so that doesn't quite count.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of curious to hear your thoughts also, because you had the chance to talk to some of these people personally also. What is the actual end goal? Because to give you a bit of context, I was very surprised, not unpleasantly surprised, but surprised that the second season seems to be going not into Alabasta.
It's not.
Right?
I mean, it's not like they've
exactly. Yes, exactly. It's Drum Island, and then that's kind of like the finale, it seems, right? Which to me is insane in terms of pacing. Because if you think in terms of production, that does mean that there is just no way that this series is ever going to actually, at this pace, catch up with the manga. Because what's going to happen is...
Did you expect that?
Well, I thought maybe the project would be to if you have if let's say you actually took season 2 all the way to the end of Alabasta, and then season 3 maybe all the way to Sabaody, like you could kind of in like 4 or 5 years very quickly move through it. Is the goal just in general never to actually... Because the biggest thing that I only recently kind of realized is that the actors are obviously going to get a lot older.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of them are like already pushing 30s to go. Like
exactly.
The fact if you eventually get a time skip and they're going to be like 40-year-old Luffy running around, like it's going to be a little weird. I feel like...
So did you ever talk about that with someone?
Not particularly in like a way that I could express publicly, but like I will say in the terms that I feel like safe to discuss would be that I don't think that has ever been the intention to get to the ending. Like I always think it's so weird to hear from people that they're like, I can't wait till they fan cast Kaido or like Big Mom. Like when they get to Wano, it's going to be crazy. I'm like good luck, buddy. Like, you're never getting that. I think in a absolute best case scenario, we get to Marineford.
Okay.
I think that is the absolute best case, and that you get like 3D2Y, Straw Hat on the Rock, continue picking up where we left off in the manga for the rest of it, or like watch from this anime episode or something like that. Okay. That is absolute best
and
case.
Even that would already be like probably like 9-10 years or something.
Minimum, right? Because you could have Alabasta be a full 3rd season, which it probably will be.
Yeah, it needs
Skypiea.
It needs if we're getting Drum Island technically almost being an entire season. Then
Skypiea would be a full season. I assume Water 7 Enies Lobby would be a full season, and the only one I could see them shrinking would honestly be Thriller Bark and condensing that with Summit War and making that 1/6 season.
But then you still have Impel Down, you still have
but again, it's like a lot of that I think can be heavily condensed. Like say for example, you're introducing Crocodile and Bond.
I mean that is what I'm saying though. It can be heavily condensed, but the fact that Drum Island is a whole season with like the
Drum Island is only 3 episodes or 2 episodes.
Yes,
like,
but
it's not. Yeah,
I mean. From a writing perspective, if my goal as a writer was to actually, as you say, their goal is probably not catching up to the material, but if my goal had been that, I think I could find a way to squeeze Drum Island and like all the getting into the red line stuff into like 1 or 2 episodes.
This is
if you really wanted to.
Because I think us as fans want that, right? I think we want to see all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
But I think like they know what is important and what makes One Piece good.
Oh, no. I'm just
sense is like
I was mostly saying because you said you can condense Thriller Bark.
Oh, of course.
And I was just saying you can condense everything to a degree.
It's like Thriller Bark has a lot of humor that is not necessarily integral to the plot. There's a lot of things that are like canon to the story. Whereas like Drum Island, for example, knowing what we know as manga readers. Walpole actually does kind of end up being a little important. You've got Chopper, right, who is the introduction of a full new Straw Hat crew member. Brooke, obviously, full introduction as well. But Thriller Bark, with 3 of them, I think they could condense to the length of a Drum Island.
I would disagree. Like now with Elbaph and Wano in retrоспect and everything that we've gotten with Kozuki Moria and the Rocks Pirates being zombies partly.
We would never get to the Rocks ever. I mean, that's literally like, that is never in a million years ever going to happen with live action.
Right.
So I think like that would not be a priority.
So you don't think it's important to show that stuff?
No, I think their focus would be like building up the main Straw Hats and showing their character development prior to that point. And like the external world building of like stuff that's going to happen later on, they wouldn't necessarily need to focus on as much other than like Easter eggs. Whereas like full story arcs, right? Like Enies Lobby, obviously critically important to Robin, right? Like Water 7, Frankie, same exact thing. Thriller Bark, Brooke, like again, those could be like 3 to 4 mini episode kind of arcs that then could be not necessarily like condensed from story development, but like character development, excuse me, but like from overall story to development. Yeah.
I mean, I totally agree with you. I'm just saying that with that reasoning, I would have probably expected Drum Island to be a lot shorter too. I think is what I mean.
I will say again, I can't talk.
Would you like, by the way, since it's the namesake of the
absolutely. Thank you. Here we're gonna do a little kampai at the end. There we go.
I actually do have the Sakazuki cups too.
Oh, no shot, really?
But they are immensely.
Hey, they're like the Shanks ones. Awesome.
This is the giant one. This is the bottle that Shanks actually is drinking in the manga.
I didn't even notice that. That's so cute. Well, kampai, my friend.
Cheers, mate.
Absolutely.
Sorry, what were you going to say before I rudely interrupted you?
No, you didn't rudely interrupt. It was fine. What I was going to say is that obviously, again, I can't talk about like the things that I know, but what I can say safely is I think like what they're doing with Drum Island, people are really going to enjoy, and I think making it like the climax of the second season and building to what they're building to, I think is like really smart when you look at what is sort of coming in season 3 and what they're potentially looking to like end on. Because right now we got the announcement of the new Ace actor, right? That, in my opinion, is probably going to be
fan casting,
like end credit. Well, it was kind of fan casting,
pretty much.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, it was really cool. We got exactly. It was kind of cool when we got it. Yeah,
but no, I was going to say that I feel like specifically with the live action and with that ending like 3 or so episodes, I feel like the Drum Island stuff could be a great closer, and then you get like maybe an end credit teaser, and it's like, here's Ace leading up to Alabasta the same way that Smoker was the teaser for season 1. Whereas like season 3, I could very much see that happening where like you go through all of Alabasta, you have the scene with Robin on the boat, probably closing out the season with like Usopp, the, what's your specialty, assassination, that whole sequence. And then they make their way off to Skypiea and maybe like the end credit for that being the ship falling from the sky. Right. And then again, I feel like 4 seasons is probably what like their goal is.
Right now, in general? Okay.
I think they probably want to get to Skypiea, mostly because of the fact that that is a really good jumping off point if they ever wanted to be like doing sort of like an early tease of Gear 5. They teased Garp obviously way earlier. Yeah. I feel like they could do something.
Well, it sounds
with the
like Ace is going to be in season 2 if they have a. You don't think so? You think it's just season 3 casting?
His casting announcement specifically said season 3 Ace. Okay. So I think it is going to be like an end credit teaser if it's going to happen.
I think so too. I feel like they're going to throw it in properly because otherwise, why already put him out there, right?
I think again to get people excited because they know that like Ace is such a huge character, and again I think. We know that it's not going to hit Alabasta, and like people following it know, but I think there are like more casual fans who maybe aren't paying attention to the news who are like, we got an Ace fan cast, excited to see this or whatever, and then all of a sudden like they don't actually get to Alabasta, so we'll see.
Okay, I mean I'm very excited obviously, and I think for me the second season is going to be like a real test. I think even more so maybe than the first season because I went into the first season fairly skeptical as someone who holds the story very close to heart and having watched a lot of insanely butchered anime adaptations of live action stuff. I was very positively surprised, but obviously as with many good shows that have strong first seasons, actually delivering on that again in the second one is almost harder than the first one, right? So I'm very curious, and obviously things just get more difficult to animate and to,
which is the reason why I don't think we're getting past time skip. I feel like there are tricks they can do with Thriller Bark. There are things they could do with like Skypiea.
Yeah.
But I think once you start getting into like post time skip with like Whole Cake and the Homies
stuff,
and like Wano Country and the scale of everything, I think that's when it like your budget's going to be way overblown. You know?
And I'm also, I'm already fairly curious how, I think Logia Fruits was for me always one of the most almost impossible seeming ones, because obviously you can do incredibly good particle effects now in Hollywood, but like that actually making it look decent is going to be a bit of a challenge. So I'm very curious.
I'm excited to see Smoker. I'm assuming that's going to be like first or second episode.
It must be. It should be. Yeah.
I cannot wait. Yeah.
Dragon.
Yeah. Dragon.
Very excited.
I'm wondering if they are going to cast someone. I almost feel like you're going to get the lightning,
a little reveal,
like a shadow of the face,
and you're like, oh,
yeah, and you're gonna be like, it's Dragon, oh my god. But those of us who know will know. But I don't think they're gonna like outright.
Oh, you don't think they're gonna have someone badass?
I don't, because we're not really getting to anything Dragon at all in what I presume is going to be the lifetime
even in the manga.
Literally,
it feels like
now,
there's some stuff.
There's some good stuff going on in the manga right now.
Okay, I don't want to jump too much, but just like with the God Valley flashback, I think like Dragon might be genuinely the only actually good-hearted character in the entire show. He's
absolutely
like the sweetest guy.
I feel like JB Legend is going to be happy to hear this. I feel like the Dragon stocks are rising right now. Mogimara, man,
he's just I mean, regardless of the powers and whatnot, he's just like, he's a lot more. He has actually like stronger main character vibes than even like Luffy is a lot more like Garp in a lot of ways, right? Like good-hearted. Well, in some ways. Yeah. So, but like they're both more the like, we're doing the right thing, but like kind of like with rough edges around it, and we're like not trying. But I mean, in the flashback, he's just like willing to sacrifice his life for innocent people, which is like insanely sick. Good to see.
Do you think he knows Shanks is?
That is what I'm curious.
Baby,
right?
Because as of the most recent chapters, the one we're recording, right? You see the little thing where somebody, like, you see the noise coming out of the treasure chest or something.
Yes.
Right. And so we know that Roger's going to find.
From film.
But Dragon straight up is like, I couldn't even save 2 kids. And you have the baby Shamrock getting taken by one of the Celestial Dragons. Not the God Knights, excuse me. So many people going.
Well, they are Celestial Dragons.
But they're also the God Knights, right? One of them's getting taken away. Shanks is getting taken away.
My personal hope when we got this entire sequence with a dragon, running away with Shamrock and Shanks, I was kind of hoping, like, are like Dragon and Shanks actually like secretly in cahoots or something? Or it would have also been interesting that, maybe the same with Shamrock, that maybe Shamrock, same as Shanks, wasn't always in the Holy Land, and he actually grew up with Dragon, or like that would have been really fun too.
Awesome. Yeah.
Now it looks like that seems to not be the case, obviously, but I don't know. I mean, why introduce it otherwise if it's not going to play a role potentially? It doesn't have to, obviously.
No, I do think it will though. I think you and I both know, like, Oda is very particular about things that he includes at certain times.
Exactly.
Like why he's introducing things at those times. So
we'll
talk about it more.
I have a very big confession to make.
Let's hear it. Okay.
Did you ever realize that Dragon doesn't have eyebrows?
I did not. No, I actually did not. Yeah.
It hit me because I was working on a thumbnail for a video, and I was like this looks. I used a blue lock shot for reference for the thumbnail.
Okay, interesting.
And have you know
I know
about blue lock? Yeah. And I was like, why does the art look a little bit different that my artist made? And I was like, like Dragon's eyebrows are missing. And I was like, wait.
He never just had them.
And I was like, I looked at the image. And I was like, Dragon does not have eyebrows.
I'm thinking about it now with the young Dragon that we're seeing. Yeah, you're right. He still doesn't have eyebrows.
Does the young guy have eyebrows?
No, he doesn't.
Does he also not have eyebrows?
I think you said that, and then it was like processing in my head, and I'm thinking back to like reactions on stream, and I was like, wait, no, I think I even mentioned at one point when we first see him, like, why does he look kind of weird? It's because he doesn't have them. That's so bizarre.
And I'm like, because we know at this point he doesn't have the face tattoo yet.
No.
But he does have the mark. So he probably had like whatever that is.
Arm, isn't it?
Whatever he has that from, like whatever culture, whether it's like Shandora or whatever, right? Or like something else. Like there must be something about Dragon specifically that seems like almost like it seems tribal almost, right? In a lot of ways.
Do you think that's potentially a connection to the Kujas, right? Because like now that we have all this stuff with Shakuyaku, we already got introduced to Tritoma. Tritoma's age is like exactly right to be Luffy's mom. I feel like he never wanted to go out of his way to like reveal Luffy's mother, but now that we know how Kuma works and like sending people to places that make sense, it's like, why would he send Luffy to Amazon Lily of all the places? It's like, well, if his mother is from there and he would know because he's in the Revolutionary Army, like.
I do think there's also an argument to be made that potentially his entire thing with Boa is also, because it's very, what I found weird, and that's what I love so much about One Piece recently, is that all, like, I love stories where everything seems to be kind of weird and just take the quirk until suddenly, no,
connects.
Everything has an explanation.
Like, I mean, literally, this thing with rocks that blew my mind. So many people were excited about that chapter with like Kaido and Big Mom like attacking rocks, that big group thing. And I'm like, I don't care about any of this. I care about the fact that Captain John and his kids.
Exactly.
This is so cool. Like what? And then when you see in the most recent chapter, he's like slumping away and he's got the blood dripping down his face, and you're like, oh my god, that's exactly how a zombie looked way back when. And then you see the mountain crack, right? When Rocks and Whitebeard fight, and you're like, wait a minute, it's only one mountain now. Like, could this be Thriller Bark? Is that what this has become? Like, it's cool.
It's all these things. And so I think like taking that concept to the Boa Hancock thing, where like at first it was kind of like, it seemed like a joke by Oda that, oh, Boa is in love with Luffy and now her clone is in love with Luffy.
Yeah.
But I'm almost like, oh, is there like some DNA shenanigans there where almost, like, I personally have been really into the idea that potentially like Shaki is a lot bigger, a piece of foreshadowing. Potentially that we have the entire Romance Dawn concept for One Piece, right? So like, and we have the weird, like, kind of creepy obsession with Lily, with Emu. So is like romance a much bigger factor in these wars originally, potentially? Yeah. And so I think I like the Tritoma idea. Yeah. I'm like in general kind of the Luffy's mom's theory guy. So I have like I think 8 videos on 8 different people who might be
old days back with like Bello Betty's introduction. Hell yeah! Like, this is it, man. She's got the sunglasses. It's gonna be her, you know.
So
it's just so funny.
So I like the Tritoma idea, but I also like the idea that potentially there is like something going on. I think the Kuja tribe in general, very clearly, is a lot more important, right?
For sure.
I think the entire thing with obviously, you know, Amazon Lily most likely being connected to Lily herself, and then, you know, the question is, did Lily fall in love with who? Like, you have the entire thing with the snakes and the Kuja, and then you have Cobra, right, and then the Hellflame Serpent. And I've always I'm not sure if you like this idea or not. I've always liked the idea that Emu is either the Earth God themselves or just connected to the Earth God in some way.
I agree, but I also fully believe, like, just on a more basic level, that Emu is like the devil. I really do think like he is the devil, right? In the sense that like we have devil fruits. Things are, obviously you see all the stuff going on right now with like Saturn and the Gorosei, and like their weird regeneration powers, the stuff with the abyss, like everything. It does seem to be like very devilish in the sense of like he's possessing other people and doing like the Domi Reversies. And like, I also totally think that can be the Earth God.
Oh, it can. Absolutely.
Like, I think it's literally both, because with, I don't know if you've like talked about this or like gone into this at all, but I feel like with the Domi Reversi, it seems obvious to me that like they're leading up to Luffy essentially having his own version of it, right? That like you've got the black pieces that Luffy is then swapping the pieces over to like reverse it, which is why it's so threatening to Emu.
I love that idea.
The Nika fruit.
Actually, I never looked at it. I never looked at it from the strict like game perspective, which is really fun though. But I mean, obviously the idea that, like, what I always found interesting was that you sometimes have the Hageromo thing, like the steam code, like some are black, some are white.
Well, also Luffy, to his character, the core of his character from very early days of One Piece, right, is he makes allies with everyone. I mean, even prior to
and freeing people from darkness and stuff. Also, one thing that I personally find very interesting, as you know, all the straw, do I have like 8 million thoughts?
It's been 2 years
I'm sorry.
Since we had
This is just
also, there has not been a reverie recently.
Very true. We should.
There's too many people now. It's like, but it's like,
maybe we can maybe set one up again sometimes. We'll see. We'll see. The IRL one. That would be super fun.
We were actually talking about a little bit about Inside Baseball. We were talking about doing that last Anime Expo because we had basically like a reverie dinner that was at Yamashiro in LA, and we were all sort of talking and like at a table and being like, if we had microphones,
maybe
like,
next year,
could literally be a reverie. So
maybe we can pitch it to AX. Maybe we can pitch it to AX.
Literally, IRL Reverie at AX.
Maybe you can host it. Cool. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Anyways, what I wanted to say is, as you know, dude, I'm so happy to jump around. I'm as you can see, I'm getting fired up here too.
Like, the air conditioner, like I said, man.
Dude, I know. It's what I love about hanging out with Roger. It's always like getting super fired up about everything.
Exactly.
As you know, like all the Straw Hats have this, you know, demonic like touch to them, right? Like Luffy has the Sun Wukong thing, and then you have Ashura with Zoro
with
and
Ifrit, whatever's going on with that.
Ifrit thing with Sanji. You have like the crazy snow monster with Chopper, right? Like Robin being the devil in like multiple ways, quite literally also. So all of them have it. Like this is just me wanting things, but like in that, as you say, like, okay, one option is that Luffy just takes pieces like in the game that Emu has transformed and transforms it back to the good.
Right.
What I also thought could be fun is like, okay, and there's like obviously 8 trillion different ways, like theories. Is Luffy the sun god? Like are Luffy and Blackbeard the 2 pieces? Are Luffy and Emu the 2 pieces? Like whatever. But one fun thing could be with the white, you know, Cloud Hagoromo thing and the black ones. I thought it could be really fun. Like, does Luffy get his own version, like the opposite power of the, like, are there some devil fruits done by one god, some devil fruits by the other god? And could it just be that maybe Luffy gets his own Domi Reversi, like a good Domi Reversi?
Like a reversi.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying that he takes Dorian Broggy and like transforms them back or something.
Well, he will. But I think it's even more than that, right? I think
that he has his own ability of it. Yeah.
Where it's like, look at Egghead Island, even, right? With like Bonnie, and then all the stuff with Bonnie being able to like the future in which she's Nika. Like, I think on one hand that's really cool with her devil fruit power, but I also think like Oda is a little more like careful with things that he does like that, and where it does seem almost sloppy in the way that she's able to do that.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think that's for a greater reason.
Yeah, I think
there is something else that activated that we don't know yet.
I mean, just like all the crazy like King of Hell and Ifrit, and then like Usopp obviously being bait, like getting an actual like Tengo Usopp with like the white Hagoromo thing would be like insane, obviously.
I do wonder, you know, you brought up the Emu and Blackbeard thing, and again, we're jumping around a lot, but I feel like with the way the story is laid out now, I don't know if you feel like this, but I personally like don't have nearly as much interest in theories nowadays as I used to like 3 years ago. Like,
really?
We were even talking before about like,
I think there's like I
think now it almost feels like, I figured it out. It almost feels like, because we've been doing this for so long, and I'm sure you kind of feel like this slightly, in a sense in like, oh no, I see where these pieces are going. Because like right now, we've got Elbaph, right? We're going to have Final War, and there's going to be Laugh Tale.
Yeah.
We know that. He's outright said Laugh Tale is going to be when the story ends, which means Final War has to happen beforehand. If that's the case, and you have this whole debate from people being like, well, Emu's the final villain, it's like, are you reading the same series? Because literally right now in the God Valley flashback, all the stuff that's being set up with the Davy clan and with Teach and everything that we know about Blackbeard showing up at Marineford, right? Being this vulture, taking Whitebeard's devil fruit power.
Do you think Blackbeard's the final villain?
Of course. Blackbeard, I really think
so fascinating.
Okay, so Luffy and Blackbeard teaming up against Emu.
Yes.
They've got to prepare for that.
The only question is in what order, because I think it's undoubtedly like the my version, I was for the longest time a big fan of the idea that Emu is actually gonna be like, first Emu and then Blackbeard. Now though, I'm actually kind of like, okay, Blackbeard is kind of doing his own thing also, just in like a twisted Luffy way, right?
Exactly.
So now I'm almost leaning towards Luffy fighting Blackbeard on Laugh Tale. Like, we're gonna get this One Piece arc,
100%,
right? The fight for the One Piece,
exactly.
But then I do almost, and I've actually talked about this like I think like 4 years ago in a video, and people hated it. I was like, hey, there's a good chance we might get the Naruto Sasuke treatment.
Oh, with the two of them.
Where they're just going to have to. Yeah.
I mean, I really do think that is a potential. I mean, I really do. I think people hate it, but I think with even the way this flashback is set up Rox, the way we've heard about Rox is like such a villain, and then you see what's happening.
I think the fact that we're getting so much humanization now for Blackbeard is...
I completely agree. I feel like that is where people need to prepare that things are going. And I almost see a situation of like, obviously there's so many things that like other pirate stories that Oda pulls from for One Piece. I think like Blackbeard, if he's the equivalent of like the Long John Silver character, if we're going like on a very basic level, Treasure Island, right? That if there is a point in which obviously Luffy fights Blackbeard with like Emu's powers, right? That he steals the power that he thinks is his own from after finding out the truth about his father and all this other stuff during Final War, right? Yeah. If we get that, and Blackbeard comes to the realization at the end of the fight with Luffy that like he went about things the wrong way and is almost like apologetic in it in a sense, but like almost goes down with the ship, right? We still haven't had a character drown yet. There's something going on with Laugh Tale. We don't know where it is. Well, I think I agree with you where it is, but that's a whole other topic. But like I still feel like that setup And that arc for Blackbeard is absolutely something we're seeing. And that like the stuff with Will of D and Davy Jones and the D clan and like what that
weird
means.
that it's very funny because it kind of felt at a certain point in the recent chapters, it felt like, oh, the Will of D sounds like it's just the Will of Davy, but now Davy Jones is a D member himself. So and that ties into what you said earlier. I actually have the opposite feeling that I'm more excited to make. They're not hitting as hard because everyone is. I think people are a little bit tired, which I understand. Sure. But me personally, my theory brain is just more on fire than ever before.
Really?
Because for me, the fact, yes, we have a lot. I think a lot of pieces that people used to theorize about, like the big stuff, are now falling into place.
Yeah, right.
But I've just been getting so excited. Like the fact that Oda gave us a whole pre-history of like the fact that there's the Void Century and we like now get some hints, and the fact that that's already that world is already a post-apocalyptic world. Yeah. And there's like we know nothing, like fuck about nothing about the first world.
Yeah.
And I would be so sad if that wasn't a big part of everything because I think
don't you think that's Final War? I feel like the equivalent of like what we're getting God Valley now is probably going to be the Emu Joy Boy flashback. I'm certain.
But that would be second world, right? The Emu Joy Boy one.
Technically, it could be first, right? Like if the character, because we still don't know what's going on with Davy, and the whole thing with him walking into Emu's room with rocks, saying like, I'm going to be back. Don't you worry. Like that's clear setup for Blackbeard eventually Final War walking.
But we do already know, at least the way that I understand the timeline is right. Like we know Joy Boy fought Emu and the 20 Kings right at the end, like during the Void Century, 800 years ago.
Correct.
And from what it feels like with also like the sea calendar and the heavenly calendar, it feels like and we know like Arubana, for example, or the O'Hara are like 4,000 or 5,000 years old, right?
Sure.
So we do know that like the first world probably goes way back.
Sure.
So I kind of like the way I at least hope it's going to play out is that we have this like kind of again I personally have this very strong, and I'm a massive Lord of the Rings fan. Right?
Yeah, oh great.
Are you familiar?
I love Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
So like it's probably the only story I'm maybe even slightly more knowledgeable about than One Piece. Right. I have had this very like gut feeling that Oda is pulling a lot of inspiration from Lord of the Rings, like the entire like first, second age, first, second, third age, leading into the fourth age, and kind of the second age was where like all the actual relevant stuff happened. Like in Lord of the Rings is like you have Sauron and how the rings were forged. That's all second age, Joy Boy, Ancient Kingdom stuff. While the first age is this. Like, how was this world even created, and who are these like godly? And there's like this war on like a whole different divine scale.
Don't you think that will be like part of the Emu backstory, though? Is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we'll get a dedicated first world flashback. But what I'm saying is, I think when we get the Emu flashback during Final War, I feel like that is going to give you the answer that you're looking for. I don't think it's going to be fleshed out.
I think it depends because I think there's a good chance, obviously, that Emu is even older than
100%. Yeah.
I think I would agree with that if it wasn't for the weird fact that Emu has a family name and everything.
Right. But don't you think that could be like a reverse will type deal? Right.
It could be.
Not the will of D, but it's like the will of his family as well. And
I mean, I do agree.
We don't know what the hell is.
If I had to bet, I would also assume that Emu dates back to the first world. But I think there's still a chance that maybe they inherited, like they had like an ancestor or something, or took, because we do know that like it was in the second world that like, human men became gods and whatnot. So I think there's a whole thing, which is obviously the entire Prometheus and whatnot, right? Yeah. You know the deal. So I think for me, like Oda has opened up this whole other can of worms. Yeah. In terms of everything, because it almost feels. Have you read The Wheel of Time? I bring this up every podcast. Okay. So there's like idea that the first world almost looks like it's kind of in a way modeled after our world to a certain degree, like actual like industry. Polluting the planet is what we see in the mural. And then
we have the ancient technology, right?
Exactly.
This is the thing they've been building up for forever, right?
Exactly.
The old world was so much more technologically advanced.
Though it at least it seems like there are also levels between the first world and the second world, right? Because the second world is already also very technologically advanced. But you have like this...
The factories with like the... which I thought was one of the coolest part of the mural.
Do you... Okay, I have two questions for you regarding the mural and the Harley.
Throw them at me.
Do you think that devil fruits existed in the first world, or... Because it kind of reads like they only actually were created in the second world, right?
I agree. Yes.
Okay, you would see that. Yes. And the second thing is, do you feel like Nika, a sun god, a forest god, earth god, do you think those are actual like
deities
people, deities, yes. Or do you? Okay,
yes, I do, because the whole thing is that like the way the devil fruits, the way we kind of understand them now, right, is come from the dreams of other people.
Yes,
that I think there were the original deities, right, and that by the time of the Second World, those deities basically became myth, and everybody understood. Like they know who the characters are, right? They know what their powers were, but it's like a weird, vague, kind of twisted idea.
Yeah,
which is I think
which is why the Nika
with Loki,
yes,
right, with like the 2 sun god fruits, where he clearly doesn't have like a Nika fruit, unless it's like an alternate, the same way that you have multiple different religions that have the same characters.
I had that idea, funnily enough, recently about Blackbeard and Luffy, because like the question is, did Blackbeard actually look for the Nika fruit as like a thing that people have obviously been asking?
Don't you think
they look very similar?
I mean, the 2 fruits that Rox is looking after. Yeah. Don't you think that was the Nika fruit?
Very good chance,
the Yami Yami no
very
Mi?
good chance.
Like those had to be the 2.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And I looked into this also recently, like actually rereading the Ace versus Blackbeard fight in Japanese.
Yes.
And Blackbeard, like specifically, I think in the English translation, in the official, it says, it also has the power to attract the powers or like absorb the powers of the devil fruits. But that's not what the actual Japanese says.
Is it like absorb the power of demons
of the devil?
And which wow,
also
Roger was right. Like literally 5 minutes ago, we were just talking about this. The whole emu thing, right? Again, the team up, the eventual team up with Luffy and Blackbeard, right? Where that he will work with Luffy, hold down Emu, stop the regeneration, stop whatever the devil fruit powers are, and the devil in general,
exactly.
Like the devil powers. Luffy and him fight, and then that leads to a situation where Luffy maybe thinks, because he's very trustworthy, he's like, oh, we're maybe on the same side now. Let's go chase the One Piece. And Blackbeard's like, no.
But not only that,
and then
like when you think about like what is like the iconic, like the 2 iconic moves that Blackbeard uses in that fight are liberation.
Yes, exactly.
But
which
also,
is so interesting now that we know this.
Black hole.
Yes.
And like, what is a black hole if not a collapsed star?
Exactly.
Like the sun, right?
Yes. And you even bring up the liberation thing. I think is so good because it ties to a lot of what I think is happening, and we're seeing the setup for in God Valley right now, right? Which is that Teach, with the little bit of the humanization that he's getting now, I almost see a world in which like you're going to get the conflict of the person who is the blood relative of Davy, right? Versus the person who is carrying on Davy's will. And which one is actually stronger, the will of the individual or like the bloodline? And we've seen this so much with the genetic stuff with like Vinsmokes and all the stuff with the celestial dragons.
Lineage factors.
Right, the lineage factor. That they're like all this stuff with like blood and how important that is to the people that are kind of on the wrong side of history. Whereas like the Straw Hat Crew is found family, right? You've got like all these other characters that are inheriting the will of other characters that aren't necessarily related. Like that seems to be more important, and that seems to be the thing that like will propel the world forward. It's not necessarily who you're related to. It's like how you go about like carrying on their will, you know?
I mean, I agree that it's so fun. I do feel like it's very interesting that, like seeing Oda actually distinguish Davy, because I also was very much on the boat that Davy Jones is Joy Boy.
I 100% agree. Yeah, I thought that was, and now I'm not so sure.
Well, it seems that the Japanese says like, oh, like actually like,
it compares
this or this. Who did you fear more? And I'm like, this is 2 people very clearly.
Did you think that was the case though of 2 separate individuals?
Yes, that's very much like the Japanese reads.
It was very clear.
It feels like I would say 90%.
The way that like someone would say, which name do you prefer? Do you prefer being O'Hara or do you prefer?
Yes,
being
it was
Mado?
that's not like,
that's not
because the way it was phrased, it was literally like person A, person B.
Okay,
who do you fear more?
Interesting.
And even though I really like the idea of Joy Boy having these different titles, I think the fact that we now have 2 characters who are important is like so much fucking fun.
Good. Yeah.
So fun.
Yeah.
And I even wondered if I did a video about that that's actually coming out tonight. But
nice.
It's already going to be out by the time
you guys watch
this. And this is kind of speculative, but I thought the idea was really fun. I kind of got to this by thinking, obviously, you know, we have the sun god, we have these 4 gods. Is there an argument to be made that the 4 wanted posters that Emu actually holds in their first introduction,
I like where this is going already.
Are these the 4 lineages of the 4 gods? And at first I was like, okay, you know, Poseidon is an ancient weapon. Does that really make sense? But when you really think about it, there is a lot there like that actually speaks to the idea that it would be Luffy, so the monkey family, which we already know must be special in some way. Because look at Garp and Dragon. Do you think Kong is a monkey family member?
I don't, but I also think there's a whole big thing to discuss with Garp that like I could talk about now, but I want to table
we can get into Garp too. But they're crazy.
Yes,
like we know absolutely all three of them, right? So I think thinking that potentially Luffy quite literally is a descendant of, you know, Joy Boy or like the Nika, like all these different D families are actually tied to different special
the original deities potentially,
Then Blackbeard with Davy, obviously, well, that could obviously make sense with a god too, being related to a deity. Like it could just be that Davy Jones is a similar scenario, like where Joy Boy ate the Nika fruit, and like where maybe like Davy Jones ate a different god's fruit, right? And then you'd have Poseidon, who would obviously make sense as the sea god.
Of course,
right?
Naturally.
And would leave Vivi, which would kind of really explain a lot about the whole Vivi thing. And then you have like the Earth god thing again, right? And you know, all the snake stuff and the Hellflame serpent and whatnot. So I don't know. Okay.
But see, this goes back to our discussion earlier, right? Is that it feels like more so now than literally any other point in which I have been making content, and probably for you as well, that things are clearly falling into place in a way that, like, it is super fun to talk about this and theorize, right? But to somebody who has been following this and making content on this for a decade, it is like there is a clear difference between like when we were speculating that Bellamy was a Vinsmoke years ago because he didn't have eyebrows, right? And that he could have shaved them off and he's from the same blue.
But do you not,
like where we are now?
But do you not feel like even though we're getting like more of a direction, I feel like for me, like the mural, it answered like 8 questions.
Of course.
And
but
gave
it gave
me
us
like
100
50
more.
new.
I agree. But that is not necessarily a desire to then like ingest theories. It becomes for me this thing where it's like, oh, we're so close to the end now. Like I'm very curious to see how the pieces fall into place, which is why God Valley I think has been so good. Where you're getting like again stuff like
payoff
the Captain John reveal or like even all the stuff going on with like Kaido and Big Mom and like all those connections.
I think I kind of like that though. I think that speaks to our little like our personalities too. Because
totally
I'm just like lore for me is like the thing.
And for me it's character development. Yeah. I'm like more than that's the thing that's kept me going in the story. People joke about it where it's like, oh, Roger's only excited about fights. It's like, you clearly don't watch my content if you think that's the case. Like the things that I freak out about are literally character.
I feel like there's probably no content creator that I know at least who thinks that One Piece is goated because of the fights. I think One Piece has good fights.
It does have good fights.
But I think in the big spectrum of anime nowadays, it's like average. I think the things that make One Piece insane is the world building, is the characters, is the lore, right?
Yeah.
And
fights can be good.
No, they are. Right? There's awesome fights, but
I will admit that there don't you, and you could be honest, right? But like, don't you think there is also a little thing going on right now, really with all this stuff with regeneration powers, where it's like the fights are really like a means to an end now. It's no longer like fun to again, it is fun to speculate. It's fun to like scale, but at the same time, it is very clearly like, oh, there's going to be something that negates the regeneration power. They're going to clear this. We go to Final War, and this is where everything kind of falls into place. Like even the fights in Final War, even the fights in Laugh Tale, like I have 5 minutes, so I'm going to do this, if I may. I have to go on this tangent. You've heard this before, but I'm going to do it again. All right? I do feel like very strongly, even with how we've talked about the series, Luffy and Blackbeard take down Emu, right? That ends up being Final War. Luffy is like, this is great. Like, we're now on the same side. Blackbeard.
Do you think this happens before or after Laugh Tale?
I think this happens before Laugh Tale.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
I think all the stuff with Final War, the downfall of the Goro City.
I think it's going to be the other way around.
No, here's why. Because I think what's going to happen is Blackbeard goes about it the wrong way, right? Takes Emu's power for himself, thinks that is the way that he needs to avenge his family. Luffy's like, that is not the case. Shanks comes in to defend him. Blackbeard kills Shanks, right? Shanks, not necessarily, right, gonna enter one-on-one fight with Blackbeard, but I absolutely see a situation in which Luffy never gives the hat back, right? Yeah. That's so important to the story, him giving the hat back, like whole thing. And I feel like thematically that just can't happen. And knowing what we know now with Shanks and Buggy, I do feel like him sort of having his brother and his mentee be the ones to go discover Laugh Tale allows for 2 things that you also know. I know you know this. Oda loves goofy fights. He loves it. He's always said, I want goofy, zany things at the end of my story. What better way to do that than when they arrive at Laugh Tale? The first 2 who pull up on shore are Luffy and Buggy. And we get a full-on Looney Tunes Luffy just obliterating Buggy like da 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 da.
I would actually go the other way. I would say I would probably bet some money that Buggy is gonna become Pirate King before Luffy.
No, wait. I agree with you. But hear this out. I totally agree with you. What I think is going to happen, genuinely, and I've said this on multiple videos before, I think Luffy and Buggy have their Looney Tunes fight. I literally think we get a Team Rocket blasting off again moment where he throws Buggy all the way out of there. Buggy lands in front of the One Piece. Doesn't give a shit about what it is because it's not what he wants it to be, which is treasure.
Gold, yeah.
And then who's flying up in the sky right now, watching over all this after what happened with Final War? Big News Morgans, who's been so important to the story at this point with the buildup of Luffy, reporting that Buggy has become the Pirate King. The world,
it's going to happen,
outside,
absolutely.
I agree completely, right? Where does that leave the crew at that point, right? If we have Luffy versus Buggy as like a joke type deal where he gets the Looney Tunes stuff out of the way, right? Who are the wings of Buggy? Who are the wings of the Pirate King of Buggy?
Mihawk and Crocodile.
Mihawk, obviously final fight for Zoro. Guaranteed.
Oh, really?
Mihawk, obviously final fight for Zoro. Crocodile, clearly final fight for Sanji. And I don't know if you feel the same way, but if you look at the themes of the story that we've gotten with both of those characters, first off, Crocodile and Sanji are the only two, right, that Ivankov has worked directly with and shared information to Luffy. Ivankov knows the Croco Boy secret, whatever that is, right? Ivankov is the one who trained Sanji.
Crocodile is Tritomo, my friend.
I don't think Crocodile's. I mean, that would be great. That would be awesome. If that's the case, like that would be great. I love it. But regardless, like there's a secret going on there, right? The first person to ever talk to Crocodile within the story from the Straw Hats was Sanji, Mr. Prince. Crocodile wants power, wants royalty, right? Goes for all these like vain type of things, right? What does Sanji want? Nothing more than to get rid of his royalty. Wants nothing to do with this, right? Sanji's whole thing, feast versus famine. You've got Crocodile, right? Like taking the water out of Alabasta, making it where people can't grow their crops. Sanji wanting nothing more than to feed people. And how in every piece of media everywhere where there is a character that has sand powers, how do they beat the sand powers usually?
With water.
No, wrong. Sometimes they do. We had that with Luffy, but wrong. If you look even at something like Spider-Man 3, right? With like Sandman, hot fire turning the sand into glass. Right. So that right there, like with what we know with Sanji and like heating up and the stuff with Ifrit, like I think it is set up perfectly to have Crocodile be the final fight for Sanji, which then, and I see we're running low on time before we get to our next break, so I want to bring this up real quick. What I was going to say is that you then have Sanji and Zoro off doing their own things. We get both of those fights happening intermittently. Luffy about to go for the One Piece. Who pulls up? Blackbeard, having just taken down Shanks with his crew. Who do we see with Blackbeard the first time? Burgess is a grappler. Who does he work with? Frankie. You know what I mean? Like Lafitte, all the stuff that we have with Lafitte going on.
I mean,
with the wings, you've got Robin, right? The tide of the world government. Like there is so Doc Q and Chopper, right? Like there are so many characters that I think will last from the Blackbeard crew. I think a lot of the new recruits from like Impel Down will probably end up like falling by the wayside in Final War. I think Shiu's going to be like a little bit of a fake out as well. But I do feel like when you get to the core of Laugh Tale and you get to those actual final fights, it is ultimately going to culminate with Luffy and Blackbeard before you get to the One Piece.
I love that. I mean, I think I agree with a lot of stuff. I do kind of like that Oda has thrown a lot of wild cards into that.
Yeah. Speaking of wild cards, you were talking about this, characters that might show up in Final War that we're not really sure where they're going to fit in. I am curious, do you think there will be an Impel Down 2.0 kind of breakout with the cross skill?
Oh, absolutely. Because, I mean, it kind of feels very on the nose that some of, like, or many of the warlords, like Doflamingo belongs in cross skilled, right?
100%.
We want Bon Clay back.
Bon Clay.
I know I'm not alone with this.
Yeah.
But I have this weird love for Magellan as a character.
You're not alone. I love Magellan.
He's so great. Yeah. He's such a great guy. Do you think it's like that he's been Domi reversing at all, or do you think that's just a regular?
Like, I like the idea, like with the wings. No, I think he is just kind of like a dude that is trying his best. I mean, to be fair,
he's kind of a fun character, honestly.
Fun.
Yeah.
I almost feel the same way about Hannibal. Right? Where like Hannibal has that whole speech at the end of Impel Down, right? Where he's like, no, you pirates are the ones that are destroying the world, whatever. But he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know what these pirates are doing. He doesn't know Luffy is freeing Alabasta and doing all this other stuff. And so I feel like, I don't know, I think Magellan and Hannibal in particular, like the way that Impel Down was set up, made for interesting characters.
Speaking of Impel Down, just because I literally recorded this also today.
Ooh, let's go. Okay.
As a theory person, I'm gonna throw you all my stuff and then we'll see if you approve or not.
Okay.
I've recently looked again at the shot of Impel Down in the manga, which very clearly, like, it's we know the sea levels rose 200 meters. That seems to be like fairly accurate, right? For what like very clearly this was like an on land structure at some point. It looks absolutely fantastic. Obviously, it looks like this imposing tower. Do you think it's like, it must be from the first or second world?
110%,
right?
yes.
It almost has this, I kind of like go a little bit into this like Tower of Babel kind of like thing where like the humans trying to get close to the sun and whatnot. It's also very interesting that very clearly something is in this, and it's not, I always for some reason thought that it was like this giant whirlpool that's like between the Gate of Justice. But when you actually like, we never get a shot of what's actually in the middle. So we actually have no fucking clue.
No.
If there's like some towers or something that like are coming out of like, we've never seen that big current.
Nope.
And when I looked at it in the manga today, you can like it's not that as a whirlpool would be like that it slowly goes inward. Like the water is spewing out and then flowing outwards. So like that is kind of very interesting. I personally, like, my conclusion was that, but it's very hard because it could be like so many things, and it kind of depends. Is this like second world, first world? You know, like I personally really like the idea that like there could be just the ancient kingdom lying.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love the idea that it is some type of like Tower of Babel type thing.
Yeah.
Even with the like from the first time you see it with the levels, right? Again, if that is clearly marked by like sea levels rising, like could be super cool. And even assuming there is something underneath, right?
Yeah.
Like how deep does it actually go? How long has it been? Like
if it was all part of like the same area.
Sure.
Like even the Ennis Lobby hole could just be like where they dug into the earth.
Sure, that's where the One Piece is at.
We have the Always Day Island, right? Exactly. That's where the One Piece is.
Right,
too.
exactly.
I mean, I personally also like, and again, that's what I say, where I agree with you that certain pieces are falling in place, but then like what that actually entails could be so many different things.
Yeah.
Because I like the idea that potentially, okay, maybe it's just like maybe Ennis Lobby is just where, you know, like the ancient humans dug into the earth to get the Forbidden Sun, and then maybe like Impel Down already, like it looks like it already was almost this prison-like thing. So maybe that's like where the slaves were that like Nika freed, whatever. That could be one thing, right? I also thought it could be interesting that maybe like this weird triangle that we get with, you know, Marineford and Impel Down and then Ennis Lobby, like could it be that the Eternal Flame is always like moving around these locations?
I like that.
Because when you think about it, like Marineford is obviously right next to the Red Line. We know that the sunlight Eve Tree is there, right? We have the entire Fishman Island thing, which is also very close to Marijoa, where the original gods were.
Of course, and like the destruction of the Red Line, and that potentially being the thing that makes the island destroyed.
So potentially it was there in the first world, right?
Right.
Then in the second world, it's moved or stolen or taken to Impel Down.
Yes.
Where then Emu maybe tries to build this big tower, tries to reach it, use it, because I think what is kind of being implied is that Emu had access to this power source, lost it, and is now trying to regain it.
Right, and that somebody, whether it's Joy Boy or Davy Jones or something, is
so
the thing that
I
kept him.
kind of like the idea that like after the second world, Joy Boy actually took, or maybe the Eternal Flame is like circulating, right, and it like went to where Ennis Lobby is. Emu tries to build another tower. Joy Boy nukes that tower with Uranus or something. All right.
Okay. You said Uranus.
Or it could be another.
No.
Yeah.
This is good because you mentioned wild cards. And I think that is honestly a wild card, right? Because the one person that keeps coming up, he's regularly in popularity polls. He just got added as DLC in the new One Piece Pirate Warriors game. Everybody, I think, expects Eneru at some point to come back.
Yes.
There will be something, especially with the moon and the flame and the mural that's now on the moon and knowing what that is, and like the automatons and like that with the robots, and there's just a lot of stuff now where you're like, okay, this means something. This is going somewhere. So I'm curious, do you think that is a Final War wild card? Do you think that's a like Laugh Tale wild card? Or do you think there is actually still a possibility that he shows up in Elbaph?
I feel like Elbaph was like obviously the big speculated one, because I think like the idea was always maybe Burka's on top of Elbaph, which now does not really seem to be the case, right? I mean, I hope Anil is coming back. I think it kind of goes down a little bit to what the final saga is actually going to look like.
Yeah.
Are we going to get another surprise arc like Egghead basically was, right? Which was a very like decently big arc that was very important, because I mean, the things that we know will happen is the Laugh Tale, Final War, in whatever order that might be, right?
Exactly.
And then I mean, I hope we're gonna get at least a little bit of epilogue from Oda. I would be really sad if it's like 3 chapters by, right? Like Luffy's Pirate King, and then like here's 10 years later. Bye bye.
I've always been of the mindset that I think the final chapter is the lyrics of Bink Sake, and we're seeing everybody's dreams fulfilled.
Nice.
I really truly think like it's gonna be something where it's like, you know, all the lines lining up. You see, you know, Usopp back in the village telling the stories with Kaya. You see Nami with the map. I mean, you see like everything, right? You see the dreams of the characters, and then ends with Brook playing the song at the graves of the Straw Hats years from now.
Something like that.
Something along those lines. I don't see a world in which he does like a 2-piece. I don't see a world in which he does. You know,
I think he talked about it that he'd be down to do it.
I'm sure he would be down to do it because it's a lot of money.
I want a first world.
I do too. I want a prequel. If we're gonna ever get another One Piece thing, I don't need
second world or first world.
Yes, absolutely, 110%. Yes,
I mean, like, it sounds like there was like space wars almost to a certain degree in One Piece too, which would be kind of crazy, like some sci-fi stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, but like my big point was, I think when it comes to NL, I think the real big question is there going to be some sort of surprise arc where it is going to be, because as you say, like, you could probably very easily write the story with like, you could have just written the story without the entire first world. It could have just been second world, Ancient Kingdom, Joy Boy stuff. That would have worked. But Oda introduced this entire, like, there's like more prehistory. And like there were like, you know, Nika and Joy Boy. This is like different generations, like thousands of years apart potentially. I think there's potential, like, I almost hope that there is some sort of, I'm trying to think. There's, you know, the type of story where you defeat the big bad guy, but turns out the big bad guy has only been has actually been protecting Earth from like something else.
Something where like Emu was actually thinking
like
that
keeping
he was doing
things
the right thing.
in. Yeah, well, that's the Vegapunk thing, right?
They
don't know who was in the right and whatnot. I kind of love the idea that there is going to be some twist still to the end where, like, just finding the One Piece and just taking down Emu is not enough.
Yeah.
Because, like, what I've always loved is the fact that very clearly the Roger pirates were so shocked.
Yes.
And, like, disillusioned almost to the point of, like, you know, drowning there.
Yeah.
Well, you see, like, Rayleigh during the Vegapunk speech, like, just getting, like literally drinking himself to sleep almost, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that the answer might be, like, hey, yeah, you can save the world, but you're going to have to, like, kill a lot of people or something. You're going to have to flood the world yourself or whatever
again,
it may
that's
be.
the end of going back to Treasure Island, right? That is literally how Treasure Island ends. Is, you know,
exactly.
And with everything that you're getting with One Piece, I feel like with the stuff with Vegapunk, the things they set up in Egghead, right, where they're talking about the idea that the clouds and like,
but
that
also
being above the sea level, if the world sinks, that would create the all blue.
Exactly.
Everything would be blue.
Literally
People
everything is all blue.
Islands in the sky. Like, there's all kinds of weird stuff, which could then potentially bring it back to the first world if there was something like the space stuff and then it's a full circle moment. Like,
that's what I was kind of wondering. Like, because to me, I'm almost suspecting at this point that the first One Piece world might straight up not have been the Blue Planet, right? That might have been somewhere else. Yeah.
Yep.
So I kind of wonder, like, you kind of get the idea almost, again, Wheel of Time. I keep recommending this to everyone I know. Great fantasy story. But the idea there is also that, like, history repeats itself.
Exactly.
And, like, could it even be that even though it's the first, second, and third world, this has been going on for a long time in the One Piece universe or world, right? Where you have these cycles of destruction, and then, you know, maybe you have planets or whatever, the world gets reset, whatever it may be. And it's not actually the third time, it's like the 100th time, wherever,
right?
And could it be that we get this, like, the entire Emu thing might just straight up be like Emu Joy Boy second world? Still a massive thing, One Piece.
Sure.
But is there even more to the One Piece? Like, is there even, like, are we going to take a step after Laugh Tale to even go first world? And, like, it's not only about Luffy starting the fourth age, but actually Luffy potentially breaking this cycle, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Curious to hear, like, what you feel about that.
I still think, like, if they're going to do that, that could be fodder for
it would be super sick.
Right, and I do, again, feel like if that, again, the cyclical nature of everything, that would then technically be a sequel without us having to actually, like, see, here's the kids of Luffy going on an adventure. You know, like, I don't want that actively. And I think going back to something you very briefly touched on, where you're like, I almost want, like, another twist where, like, maybe Emu thought they were doing the right thing, and then there is something else. I personally also would not care. I would be fine with that. I think truly we would face like a Kaguya level meltdown within the One Piece fandom the way it is now, of people being like, this wasn't like, people who aren't maybe necessarily like reading all the signs, right? Saying like,
I
this
feel
wasn't
like
set up at all. This wasn't here. This like shock final villain. And I kind of also feel like if you look at how many chapters are within One Piece and you look at when Imu was introduced, if you look at the actual like percentage of the story that Kaguya and the stuff with Otsutsuki existed in Naruto with like Imu and the stuff right now, it's actually more similar than I think a lot of people care to admit.
But I do feel that in One Piece, the reason it works a lot better, and I would say the same thing with like a certain level of destiny in One Piece too.
Of course, yeah.
I do feel it was always a fairly significant part of the story, and you can kind of see how a lot of the I think was it Randy who did a video on this about like how all the different villains in One Piece kind of foreshadow different aspects of Imu, right?
Yeah,
so I feel like the reason that Oda very clearly has thought about this before, I think it kind of works. I personally, again, I would be almost more disappointed if Imu just turns out to be this like Voldemort. Like I have beef with a 19-year-old kind of like.
Right. Well, it wouldn't necessarily be a 19-year-old. It'd be like the bloodline.
No, of course, but
exactly.
But like I'm evil because for evil's sake. Like I really.
I think you should maybe prepare yourself that is potentially going to happen, because
I think you already see.
Not to cut you off, but I do feel like this is critically important to even something going on in God Valley right now, which is like the Shakuyaku Roger stuff, right? Like, to me, I understand completely what's going on with the story. The Helen of Troy thing, like, I get it, right? But realistically, it's like seeing these characters that have been built up to be legends, literally like falling head over heels, not necessarily being in love, but like going out of their way to be like, not even goofy, because I'm fine with the goofiness of One Piece.
Horny.
It's like, yeah. Like I actually think that like is to the detriment of a lot of these characters.
I think Roger has suffered particularly badly.
A lot, right. And I almost feel like, not in the same situation, I almost feel like Garp has suffered the same thing with what we're seeing right now. Not with
Garp has obviously suffered and I feel like there is no way we're not going to get an answer to this. Why is this man still in the Marines?
Yeah. After seeing all of
there
it,
very clearly must be more.
Yeah, because when Dragon, right, you even mentioned the thing with like the family and the family being important, all this stuff. If Dragon, frame one, goes, this is wrong, I'm going to save these babies and get the hell out of here. Yeah. And Garp is like, I didn't know any of this was happening, but I'm
like, who's this guy?
Who's this guy? I've never seen him. I'm like, I don't buy it. I genuinely don't buy it.
But I feel like
the story.
I think I do have trust in the sense. I'm very sure we're gonna get something because it felt like very much on purpose to me that Oda is like, like I am aware that Garp's reaction should be this, because so I'm gonna take Dragon, who is reacting how we all think Garp should react to this all.
And I do think there is potentially like a cool story there with Dragon going about things the overt way, being a revolutionary, whereas Garp is like, I can be a cog within the machine. I mean, you see this with like the sword stuff, right? And then like, I still personally do not believe Kuzan is like evil and like on the side of Blackbeard willingly.
Does anyone believe
I think there's a lot of people who openly I do, man. You see it on Twitter. You see you do. I think you are maybe
every time really every time Oda puts on look how bad
clearly
you're like, look how bad Kuzan is. I'm like,
even the moment where you see like the frozen tears going down with Garp, you're like, come on, dude, there's something going on there.
Like he's like literally saving Garp.
Exactly. So I think like I feel like it's pretty obvious there's more there, right? But I do think there is a section of people who think like, no, Kuzan's definitely bad, and to me that
is insane.
And again,
it is so obvious.
This goes back to like I think things within the fandom and like how things have evolved, maybe during COVID, right? Of the people like us who are like, I'm excited for the world building and I'm excited for the characters versus character strong. Me want to see character fight, and they don't care about it all, like what the development of that character is whatsoever.
Which is fine. I mean, I feel like it's kind of nice
for sure.
I think it's always been fun that One Piece can be read on so many levels.
Of course.
Speaking of which, another topic that I wanted to hear your thoughts on is I think the thing that I most appreciate about recent arcs in the post-time skip saga, and which obviously some of them, like a lot more. I think Whole Cake Island has surprisingly grown a lot, like more in favor recent years. Yeah. I personally always liked Wano. I was a little bit disappointed with certain things at the end, not as much as some other people. Sure. We can get into the Kaido thing for sure. But what all of these arcs have done is just retroactively made so many pre-time skip arcs that I was maybe not the biggest fan of. Whether it's Thriller, like reading Thriller Bark now is so infinitely more fun.
I'm so glad you touched on that. I completely agree.
Yeah.
It's given me a newfound appreciation for pre-time skip arcs that I thought like this was okay.
Yeah.
And now I go back and I see how the story was built out and I'm like, actually, this is incredible what he's doing.
And
here,
it's
knowing where we are.
It's so much fun that it's much more like very much like you can see that very much a lot of these elements were pre-planned to a certain degree, because it's not just appreciating some of these arcs and adding elements in retrospect. It's like some things we see in these arcs only now actually make sense now.
Yes.
And that is like so I love that
I do too.
so much.
That is the thing.
Writing,
like I said, that when I see that in these flashbacks, that's the thing that like gets me.
Like writing a story that improves upon itself retroactively is like so nice. That is like, I think when people say like Goda, that for me that is what the actual magic is.
110 billion agree. Exactly. Yeah.
Like that's the actual 4D chess to me. Like rereading the story now is like so much fun.
Yeah.
Like even Skypiea, just going like rereading it like with a modern lens is
I do love too, because again, as an old head within like One Piece who's been reading this literally in the actual manga in English viz releases in Shonen Jump back in like Skypiea Water 7, it is wild to see like where things have come, and people hated that arc before.
Yeah. Oh.
And now you see a lot of people doing a 360.
Thriller Bark was a terrible, like I really didn't like Thriller Bark, and now I think it's insanely fun with the rocks stuff, and you have, I mean, we know like the Galela Ore stuff is going to be what, like everything. Kuzuki,
still,
Moria.
even right now with the Elbaph flashback, right? Like obviously the focus is rocks, but like Loki
Moria, by the way,
and Lola, like
Moria, great Cross Guild member.
Love that.
Have someone to read the pony.
Yes. So happy, by the way, that we actually got something of value in that incredibly long, boring Yamato cover story that went nowhere. Absolutely, totally agree. That Moria, that little bit of a filler, not only makes so much sense, right, for what's going on with like Moria and all his like hatred of Kaido and like Kaido killing his crew, and that now tying to like Wano country, I think is great. Again, like you said, we know the Kozuki clan can read the poneglyphs, like Moria, Blackbeard capturing him, potentially being the one to read the poneglyphs, also the stuff with Pudding, like how that all falls into place. All these people who kind of know, but they're not quite Robin. It's like, oh, it's so good.
It's super fun.
It's so good.
And like also just if you go, I mean, I really, everyone also watching, if you haven't reread the manga in a while, it is a project. It's actually a bigger feat, I think, than reading it for the first time.
I agree.
But I strongly recommend it. I recently, for the first time in my life, realized, do you remember the arches that you have to go through when you enter Reverse Mountain? I forgot about this.
I literally totally forgot.
There are gates. Okay, let me.
Pull it up. I don't remember this at all.
Okay, so there are gates.
I was just looking at Reverse Mountain recently too, because of obviously all the stuff going with live action.
There are literal gates that the Straw Hats almost crash into.
Okay.
The first. Okay, let me.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm gonna pull this here.
That's fine.
So here,
move the sun over.
Yes. There are gates that they almost crash into, that Luffy needs to like. I don't
remember this at all.
And what's on these fucking things? A fucking like dragon serpent thing. Like the entire like the blood serpent and everything.
Wow.
Because I was like thinking about like the red line being, you know, like obviously could that be the Hellflame serpent and whatnot.
Sure.
The fact
that on the gates going over Reverse Mountain,
there's
awesome.
the Jormungandr, the sea serpent from Norse mythology is on the stupid gates.
Bro, I love that.
And I'm like, how, like, the fact that there's these details in the story that I just didn't even realize were still there is so fun.
It's so good.
I'm like, what else is in the story that I mean,
there's going to be a lot.
There's got to be so many
coming
Easter
off
eggs.
of God Valley, even going into the rest of the Elbaph flashback, right? Like Harold and Loki and all the stuff that's going to be happening with the history of Elbaph. Like, I am curious for your take on this, because I think this kind of goes into what you were just talking about of like other things that were maybe going to be like making more sense after Elbaph is done. I do wonder, like, do you think that Elbaph is going to continue on for more than the next year?
It's really hard to say, right? My gut feeling has always been that Elbaph should be extremely Wano-esque arc.
I agree.
And that then kind of got slapped a little bit in the face early on. But now I kind of get the feel, it really feels hard to say. I think a year, it feels very realistic for a few reasons. But I think my question is rather, is what we're getting right now the actual main conflict? Like, is Elbaph actually all going to be mostly God Valley flashback, and then we get like a little bit Holy Knights kind of not doing anything?
Yeah.
And then Imu sweeping in, and then either, I mean, the two things now are either like they find a way to get rid of Imu already, which would feel a bit prematurely.
I don't think it would be getting rid of Emu necessarily. I think it would be a way, which we've already seen with Gabon, right?
Yeah.
Of stopping the regeneration and them having to retreat, and that being the first front for Final War, right? Like with Ragnarok and everything that happens with the mythology. To me, that idea of like Loki being that last piece, and then all of them actually going and taking charge, like and the way even all the pieces are kind of lining up with like Cross Guild, and even the stuff with Yamato. To be fair, right?
I mean, Yamato. I think Yamato is heading back into the story Oda said, right?
Absolutely. Finally.
I'm so salty still that she's not there already.
I completely 100% agree. I feel like the Yamato thing was a huge... I feel like Wano in general really soured me, and I do feel like a lot of other creators on this space in terms of like what we expect
broken
out of the
promises.
story. Right. And then I think it was funny because that feeling of like, not necessarily broken promises, but like seeing the cracks in the armor kind of like washed away, at least for me personally, with Egghead. And then now, especially with Elbaph, we're now getting to a point where, like you said, we're clearly getting to like the end game now, and it's just exciting to read. It's not necessarily like, again, fun for me to theorize in the same way, but it is fun for me to like absorb
and enjoy it.
Yeah, and I almost feel like, and I could get your take on this as like the number god, right? If we're gonna give people names. You always talk about like numerology within One Piece. You always talk about like, thank you very much. You always talk about like how this stuff connects. Curiously, what volume are we on right now that just got released the week that we're recording this?
Did you buy it?
I did. It's
okay. Because I was like, I was like, should I buy one for Roger? I'm like, no way, you didn't buy one.
First day I went to 7-Eleven.
113.
Right. If you think about how many volumes come out per year, right? And you think about that thing Oda said years ago that people clowned on, they were like, it's never going to happen, where he said at the end of Wano Country, approximately 5 years before the end of the story, right? When Wano ended, back in like 2022, 2023, right? We had all these other new chapters, all these other volumes. If you look at the release schedule for volumes, assuming that we get 113, 114, 115 this year, 116, 117, 118 next year, that pretty much then takes us 118, 119, 120 to the 30th anniversary of One Piece, 2027.
Oh, for the story to end?
No.
I was like,
But for the end that people are presuming is going to be the end. I agree with you.
That's going to be more.
There is going to be like a kind of moment that we get, which is also why I think Final War happens first. I think you get this massive war arc. I think Elbaph maybe lasts for like another 3 volumes from where we are now. And I think that until volume 120 takes us to the exactly halfway mark, post-time skip and pre-time skip, 60 and 60. Again, he likes his numerology, right? That would then take us directly right into
and then another 30.
Exactly. And then we end up getting like another like 10 to 30, right? For this actual final arc that really wraps everything up.
I mean, I think that's maybe the most mind-blowing thing to me is that I would call it an unforced error. It's obviously not an error.
No.
I call it an unforced error because Oda says he wants to wrap up the story and he keeps introducing new things that
but these new things fall into old things that I think are very clearly getting like revealed one after another and answering like tons of questions. The pacing of Elbaph, you compare that, not to get off topic again and like dog on Wano, but really like the pacing of the reveals that have been happening in Elbaph
have been crazy,
are like mind-blowing.
But I think you have to keep in mind, Roger, I think no, it does not
at all.
But I think you have to keep in mind the nature of many of these reveals. It's like, yes, they answer some questions,
sure,
but I feel like in the end, it's introducing new factions, new characters. I mean, Shamrock alone, the fact that clearly for Oda, he's one of the most important characters in the entire story, and we know nothing about him. Is like in like the mural, the first like the gods. All these things. Add questions that like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we didn't even have.
No, right? I mean, I think there were some people way back when who were like, "That's not actually Shanks, it's his twin," But like, funnily
enough, I still kind of think it might still be Shanks.
I also kind of think it might still be Shanks too, but that's a whole nother conversation.
I mean, I think going back to Elbaph, I think I could see it wrapping up fairly fast. I mean, I think as both a creator. Like with my livelihood being tied to One Piece to a certain degree, but also as a fan, I think the more One Piece I get, the happier I am in my life.
Of course.
And I think we're all not like as long as it keeps the level that it is at.
Exactly.
I think no one is complaining if we get like plus 5 years here or there with like an extra arc.
I think so long as Oda stays healthy and creating.
Absolutely.
I think that's kind of the other thing that's like the weird side of the coin with Wano, right? Is that he clearly had a lot of freedom to do whatever he wanted, right? And write on all these characters and all these other factions. And I think people just like were afraid to rein him in. I really do. I think his editors and other people were genuinely afraid to rein him in because they're like, this is Oda. What's he cooking?
Let him
this
cook
is going to be awesome. Let's see Kaido. We're going to get this big flashback. It's going to be awesome. Whoa. Oh, okay. Here's the new Straw Hat. This is the new Straw Hat. This is the new Straw Hat. It's being set up. We're spending a lot of time with this character. It's going to be great. You're just going to stay back and be the guardian for Momo. Even though Momo's had a guardian for 200 plus chapters
and is a
that is
dragon
still alive via a there's so much of stuff like that I do feel like he kind of had a realization within himself with the announcement of like the final saga, where it's like, I actually really got to like nose to the grindstone and do it.
I do also
like that break that extended break with the manga.
He was like sharpening things a little bit.
He sharpened all of what we're getting right now.
I think still in classic Oda fashion, even by sharpening things, he kind of like broadened the scope a little bit, right?
But he broadened it in a way.
But the story is a lot more feels a lot more focused.
That's
but
I
do feel I do feel like with ironically by everything he's introduced, even though I think the story feels a lot more focused.
Yes,
I do think it's actually going to be even longer than we thought. Ironically,
like I don't think it's going to end in 2027. But what I'm saying is, I think there will be like a weird. Because I agree with you in that like the potential of a fake out type thing. I don't necessarily think it's going to be like a villain after Emu or something like that. I think it's going to
might just be like actually like the nature of
whatever
the
happens,
One Piece. I mean, I'm not sure if you've heard this idea before. It's something I've been floating, I think like half a year ago or something. I think I talked about this with like Tekking and Sophie before. The idea that potentially like could the One Piece world itself just be a star, like the Dyson sphere.
I love that.
Thing, right?
Love that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like the water just cooling down, this like melting.
Yeah.
Thing, like you kind of need to flood the world.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Exactly.
So that could be fun. But yeah, I think very quickly wrapping up the Elbaph story. I think for me, I could see it ending in like a year.
Yeah.
I would just personally, I feel like I've barely even seen anything of Elbaph as an island. All the
layers and everything. I mean, there's so much. The scale of everything. We've literally seen one town, one beach, and like a couple branches.
And like a little bit of stuff. I think, I mean, I do agree that I feel a lot of like Wano was like kind of side quests and Oda having fun, and maybe you could have lasered in on certain things a bit more. But generally, I was a very big fan that I felt like I knew this entire place and this entire island so well.
Yeah.
With Elbaph, I feel like we've just landed, seen the village, and then we kind of like already went into. So I'm like, I know nothing about their culture really yet Warland, or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right. Warland. And I'm like, yes, we know like heralds, but like what did things look like before and stuff. So I do hope we still get something like that. It kind of falls into like the old Morch thing. Mm-hmm. Do we get this like first fake out battle?
The raid
will fail.
Will fail.
Yes.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
But it would be nice if there was like a more like if maybe Emu gets, they get like their little training arc or whatever. Sure. And Emu has to retreat at first. And then we still get like a more Elbaph-centered arc around Loki and stuff.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean, that mural alone is like, I feel like reading the mural and knowing what's going on there is going to be so critically important. Like even because Robin, I'm assuming, will be the one that like talks about it with the scholars and like even the stuff that's going on with the owl and like the library. And there's just so much stuff. I mean, your name is O'Hara, so I feel like you're probably extremely
the library that, by the way, is way older than just the Void Century again, the robot.
Going back to like the previous worlds. Exactly. Right.
There's like so much. I mean, I personally really like the idea of the 4 original gods potentially just being Lunarians.
I love that.
Who are like this super technologically advanced race, right? That whether the One Piece planet is actually like, like a Dyson sphere, like an artificial structure, or even if it's just a planet that they came and terraformed with these, like, I like the idea that the ancient weapons actually are like terraforming things,
absolutely.
right?
That'd be awesome.
Like, because it's like, what is like rain? You have rain god, sun god, earth god, and the sun god, which is like, it's just agriculture, basically.
So specifically, you were talking about the fact that like you don't necessarily know whether or not it's going to wrap up quick, or
it feels like God Valley also like feels like the main like the island thing is wrapping up now. Will like the next couple of chapters might already be over probably by the time this is out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, technically we're still like in the Loki Herald flashback, so I think we should still see probably how
with like Domi Reversi, Lola, Big Mom, Big Mom being present for all this rock stuff, Kaido's Devil Fruit, right? And then we know she wants.
By the way, she must have been pregnant the entire time. She was
like, what's going on? Yeah, right. Well, the baby Katakuri.
That was so cute.
The whole thing was like, I want to give the fruit to Katakuri.
The dragon Katakuri would have been so sick.
Yeah. But I hope that's a future SBS. That somebody asked like, what would Katakuri look like in dragon form and draw it would be cool. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there might still. I hope we still get because there must be some sort of payoff with the Rock's Herald emu thing. So I hope we get some stuff because we already saw how he got killed, obviously, but this hopefully ties in.
Yeah.
So that still happens. Do you feel like I really kind of wish that there was a little like, it doesn't even need to be a time skip, but like Scopper taking Luffy and being like, hey, like you guys we're gonna take a month here
to like train
and do
this
stuff.
goes back, I think, to the thing that got introduced at the very beginning of Elbaph, which I'm still like, what does this mean? Which is like the don't
weird
get lost
time
here,
things?
the weird time thing that's going on.
It's not the island overall, but maybe there is some part
like some type of like time dilation thing. There's something going on, right? And I don't necessarily know to what extent he'd want to like touch on that with like the giants and their aging, but I almost feel like when you look at what's happening in the story and like with how Dragon is being set up and like Shamrock leaving, us having this whole flashback, all this other stuff happening, but them making a point to bring up in one of the Elbaph chapters, revolutionaries are making their move. They're making it where the people who are the celestial dragons in Marijoa aren't getting the food.
Someone's fighting right now, whether it's Blackbeard or Dragon.
And we know there's revolutionaries. We know there's all these god knights. Like,
you feel like there's no time for it?
I feel like almost all the stuff that's going on right now in Marijoa is the beginning of Final War. I actually think right now the revolutionaries have made their move against the Holy Knights. And we've said time and time again, I mean, he said in the story actively, when that happens, when the revolutionaries try to turn over the world, that's when everything's going to go crazy. And like, I'm so curious to hear what Oda's Jump Festa thing is going to be for this year, even though it's probably going to be like, this person's going to fight this person. Wow.
What?
Right. But I do genuinely feel like there is something there where Shamrock and Garling and Dragon and Garling now being one of the Gorosei and like all that.
I mean,
stuff
Garling and Shamrock very clearly. It wasn't. Am I misremembering that Oda said something about like
both of them being super important?
Well, yeah, it was almost like no Shamrock like he kind of needed. Because I think one of his editors, and I might be misremembering, maybe this is like fake news, so please take it. But I feel like I remember that very recently Oda shared something where he talked to an editor, and the editor wanted to like, he was like, oh, like the entire Shamrock reveal, like why are you doing this like this way?
It'll make sense.
And apparently he had to explain the One Piece itself to his editor,
right,
for Shamrock to make sense.
Exactly. Don't you think it's like a brotherly thing?
It might be. I mean,
I feel like with the who do you fear more thing with Davy D. Jones, Joy Boy,
well, also like half Celestial Dragon, half Davy Clan and whatnot.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I think the brothership, family ties, like again, what's more important, will or blood?
Do you think Shamrock is a bad guy? Because there is a very popular Japanese theory.
Okay,
that it's kind of like the flip thing that Shanks is actually going to end up being kind of like the dick, and that Shamrock actually.
I don't think so. Okay. I think with how much Oda loves Shanks,
I do think so too.
I think it would be sick.
But
I
do think
totally. If that was the case, I would be thrilled. But I do not think that's the case at all.
It's still very weird that we don't know like. How much time do you think Shanks spent up there? Was it like a day or was it like a year or was it like 5 years?
I think we're going to find that out when we get to Final War and we get to these matchups, right? Because like with Garling, that's very clearly a dragon matchup. Prior to all this, Emu's like big bad at the end of Final War, right? But like realistically, I think when you look at that spread that he did of all the characters,
I don't even think so. I think
I think Shamrock and Shanks. I think that like seeing how the two grew up.
Can I give you a really hot take?
Let's hear it.
I'm happy to share this here.
Yeah.
And hear your thing. I think that Dragon is the second most important character in all of One Piece.
That's not a hot take at all. I completely agree with you.
I think.
I mean, that's literally not a hot take at all.
I think that. Okay. Happy to hear that. Because I think that Dragon is going to be. I think that Dragon is going to be almost as important as Luffy at the end.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Completely 100% agree. Because again, I'm saying in terms of matchups within Final War, right? You've got the father figures, right? You've got the brothers. You've got stuff going on that are like long fed matchups. Again, the Shiyu stuff with Zoro, because that's certainly not going to be Shiyu killing Mihawk randomly during Final War, and him fighting Shiyu is like the most bullshit, like boring ass theory I've ever heard in my life. It's not going to happen, And I think people would be genuinely really upset if that kind of thing did.
Can I? But okay, I'm throwing all my
bro.
I
love this.
This is super fun. This is super fun.
Yeah.
Black Blades, right? I think the very common conception or idea that people have is like, oh, you just use it a lot, and like I put so much Conqueror's Haki in this that it turns black. We only know of two that actually exist in the story, right? And I've been a very big fan recently, ever since we got the hockey knot of the idea. You have like, I personally really like, because I retranslated like being sake and stuff.
Sure,
I think it's like Joy Boy's story, basically, right?
Yeah, right.
And we have the spinning village, and we know Joy Boy could spin his hockey into like a knot, right? So the idea that you can actually turn like hockey into like physical stuff, like straw hat, like a straw hat, but also like black blades. Like, do you like the idea that potentially instead of like a blade like slowly turning black, you literally have to craft it physically with hockey?
I love that. Right? Yeah, I mean, I genuinely love that idea, because I think it can't be something as simple of like you infused it with your armament
like
to
20
be super
times.
strong.
Like you have like this like little side quest popping up, did it 999 of 1,000 times.
No way. And when you look at like,
and it's just Mihawk like grinding like.
No. people like to joke about like the Mihawk painting,
watching like a stream in the background, just like hockey infusing every day.
No, I think there is definitely something to that, and I think even like with the eyes that Mihawk has, that's so important.
It's like, he was a Holy Knight, probably, right?
Yeah.
Do you like the idea that Brooke might have been a Holy Knight?
I do like the idea.
That'd be so sick.
I like the idea that either one was a Holy Knight, or I like the idea that like he was a guard for one of the Holy Knights, right? Because we know that he was a guard for a royal family. Yeah. We know there's something going on with Gunko.
Well, we know
Gunko was the child within.
Didn't it? I think he said. I think in his intro, like when he explains his past a little bit, I think he just says he was an officer in like some country, right?
Correct. Yeah, but we know now that that's Gunko's family. By the way, how do you say Gunko?
I said Gunko.
It's Gunko.
Gunko, yeah.
Okay, because I keep saying Gunko and people are like, you're saying it wrong.
Yeah, Gunko.
And I've said it's Gunko.
Yeah.
Okay,
Gunko.
interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just like army kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Brooke has all the Holy Knight hallmarks, right? He has the kind of like rapier thing. He like this very elegant thing about him.
Yeah.
I think like, and we know nothing. Like, it's kind of nuts that we know nothing about this guy.
I know.
And I feel like, I mean, I love all these things. That's why I always, even they might be bullshit, but I've always loved the Nami being like someone's very like.
I do too.
Theories.
I like whoever. Well, I mean, you just got with the most recent SBS the thing with like Frankie.
And Queen,
right? That, like pretty much outright being.
Which I don't love too much, but
that is kind of falling in that category, right? Where like who Nami's mother could potentially be, or like.
Well, I gotta say, so I understand the people who say, isn't it kind of boring if all the straw hats end up being like important?
Yeah.
But at the same time, like. Brooke Holy Knight, like Nami being like
Oda likes Star Wars. I mean, we've known this for a long time. Oda likes Star Wars. There's the Skywalker family.
I'm a sucker for it too.
Voice of all things, Force. I mean, there's like so much in One Piece.
I'm a real sucker for that stuff too. So
I do very much think like that is going to be part of it, where like more characters get revealed to be related to people, or tied in with people that we're not expecting. And that gets revealed very quickly over the course of Final War with some of these matchups. Yeah.
Do you want to get a little bit into Wano then? Because I think
far
one
more thing before because this is going to be a whole big discussion.
Oh, yeah.
It could take us to the end.
It could take us to the end.
I just want to ask you one thing: Sabo versus Akainu. It's happening, right? Like we're getting that fight. That is the final Akainu opponent is Sabo. Flame Emperor versus Akainu. Akainu straight up telling Ace, your fruit will never be strong enough. Sabo beating him with the blue flames, carrying on the will of Ace, taking down Akainu. Like,
so I'm not saying no.
Second in command of the revolutionaries versus second in command of the world government. Like,
I'm not saying no, but I personally do think I'm like in the camp that Akainu is gonna betray the government. I think.
Really?
I think Akainu
Kizaru,
after
I think makes sense in Kuzan.
I think all of them.
Really?
I think all of them. I think, well, because Kizaru, like, Kuzan is the most obvious one, right?
Obviously.
Like, Fujitora is the most obvious one. Kuzan, the same, right? He's always, like, very, like, supporting Luffy, protecting Robin. I think Kizaru obviously has, I mean, by the way, Kizaru's character arc
so good.
In Egghead
is like,
might have been one of my favorite character arcs recently.
Yes, agree.
I think Akainu has had these very sneaky moments ever since he got promoted, where very clearly, like, his absolute justice, like, it's falling apart in front of his eyes. We see him at first, we see him like sitting at his desk. He's like, this is like, gotta do, it's so complicated. And and then he realizes I can't do shit without the Gorosei.
Yeah.
Like telling you like what to do. Then he realizes everything is kind of just for the Celestial Dragons anyways. We see him then like being very like, instead of before he was like executing his own men, right? Like left and right. Now he's like, I'm not sending people to Wano. I'm like going to sacrifice like
all these
innocent people. Then he's like, then we have the entire like Kuma climbing up, and he's like, you're just like a clock in a machine, but he's kind of like looking at himself, fuck, what am I doing here?
What am I gonna do?
What am I doing right here? And then the scene where he like quite genuinely apologizes to Kizaru and is like, sorry, I
had to kill your friend. Yeah,
like I I mean, I'm not sure if Kaido if Akainu is redeemable.
Yeah.
But I do think, like, I do see him at the end doing the right thing in the story.
I could see that happening, and that still being the case that Sabo fights.
Yeah, I think that's why I say I'm not saying no.
I agree, because I do think the weird thing, and I'm sure this is also a theory that's been going around in Japan as well, is like the whole thing of Kobe's new girlfriend being Akainu's daughter.
Oh, right,
with like the tattoos and with the
Hibari,
yeah, exactly.
The Hiroshima accent.
Exactly. So I'm almost wondering if that becomes the thing that like redeems him, the thing that like the one thing that is not actually absolute justice.
I mean, I still absolutely love that cover spread with the sword tattoo.
Right.
I mean, if Akainu is the secret sword leader, that would be like the craziest.
Not only would that be super sick, but again, like I feel like if that was the case, right, and that him and Kuzan planned this, like did all the stuff with Punk Hazard, and
was it all a setup?
Legendary story of like, oh, they were fighting for 3 long days, and then or was it 3 days or
10 days? I think
10 days, exactly. And then the island, changed the atmosphere of the island. And
it was like bullshit.
Yeah, and it was.
I would love that.
I love that idea too.
I think also that they just flipped a coin at the end. And it was like,
and
one of us.
That would be cool. I think that would be genuinely really cool. But I also see a world in which maybe Hibari ends up again being the thing where like the Gorosei or something, one of them ends up like coming into a situation where they're going to kill Hibari. And at this point, Akainu is like, I can't do it. And then...
I mean, really the only... Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think the only person right now who really, like, has no signs of, like, switching allegiances is Green Bull. But also, he's a big Akainu fanboy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But otherwise, like, Fujitora has helped Luffy.
Fujitora.
Kuzan has helped Luffy.
Fujitora is, like, full-on revolutionary.
Yeah, it might be.
I really do. I, like, by the end of the story is, like, full stop.
Kuzan obviously has helped Luffy a ton. Yes. Kizaru has not helped Luffy as well.
No.
Well, the food.
Well, the food, but you're saying has now helped Luffy.
Has now helped Luffy.
Oh, I thought you said has not helped Luffy.
Oh, has now helped.
Okay,
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was confused. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
So,
I got you.
So you know what I mean? And I don't know. I feel like all the admirals are kind of gonna turn. And I do also feel, and I still feel like we are gonna get some catharsis, right? As you say, and maybe like, in case the revolutionaries are up now in Marijo at this point, maybe we're going to get this Akainu versus like the big Sabo Akainu fight, right?
I'd love it.
And then again, it does really feel like all of the admirals, like even with, obviously there are levels, right? Like Akainu's philosophy is crazy.
Yeah.
But in like at their core, very dangerous.
Oh, I thought that was your neighbor being like, you guys are being too loud.
No, it was the bottle. At their core, even Akainu really wants to protect people, right? Like we see him like having this really rough upbringing where he almost looks like a pirate, like in his, like he probably had like really had some traumatic experiences.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I'm sure you've also heard this one as well. The whole thing that the admiral that was killed by rocks was actually Akainu's father. Like that's a whole big thing that people talk, which like I don't love that, but
I'm
like,
not sure if that makes sense.
And also timeline wise, I'm like, I don't think that really makes sense.
I think Akainu probably rap. Yeah, timeline wise, I also
because how old is Akainu currently?
Must be like in his 60s,
right?
Probably
that's
70s.
Right. So
or maybe a bit younger, 50s.
I think maybe.
I'm definitely 50 plus. Let me look that up.
Yeah, look it up. But I see that happening a lot. A lot of people talking about that's come up a lot in like live discussions, and it does seem to be like this thing where it's like, oh no, that's the reason why he's so hardened and like why he wants the absolute justice. But I almost
55.
55.
So he would have been 15. I don't. Because
then that's okay. That
in the image we see of him as a kid, like it feels like that is what shows him being traumatized. No, like growing up in like a dangerous area and poverty and something.
Yeah. Well, it could have been.
I mean, it could have been.
Admiral like thought he was doing something good for his family and like
I mean, I'm not saying no, but like in the end,
I also do not buy it, which is why I asked. But
even still, like in the end, very clearly, like he had some very traumatic experience with pirates, where he was like, I want to protect innocent people, and there are no good pirates. Like I've seen what they do, kind of like thing, right?
Yeah.
While like the celestial dragons, with exceptions again, do feel more like these like just morally so corrupted people like in it for themselves. So I feel like in the end, having all the marine admirals also turn on it, because from the beginning, like the Marines obviously have been set up as an organization that probably will survive the world government.
Yeah.
Like, or at least in its current.
Well, there has to be.
Kobe and Smoker and who not, right?
Smoker and everybody. Yeah.
So yeah. Do you want to get into?
Let's do it. Come on, let's do it. If you want to do this, let's.
Because I feel like we've agreed on almost everything today.
Yeah, we have pretty much agreed on everything.
So in case people watching don't know, Roger recently made a tweet that Kaido is not in the top 5
I agree.
One Piece villains.
Top 5 One Piece, and I stand by that.
Which I'm very curious because for me as a little bit of context, why I'm like very much opposed to that is while Wano was going on, Wano was already for me the best arc in One Piece. that changed a little bit with the ending because it did have faults for me too, and I think especially like Yamato not joining was like the one thing that, and I think Zoro's backstory, like family thing being revealed.
Big Mom's amnesia. There's a lot.
Big Mom's amnesia. I was personally absolutely fine with.
We had a discussion about this on the last podcast.
Yeah,
right.
I thought it was I thought it was very like just the fact that we like was it elegant per se? Maybe not, but I felt like that we got a. It showed us kind of like Big Mom's. It showed us kind of like Big Mom's like nicer like core like her innocent side, like her actually protecting Nami and Chopper was very nice. So. Maybe not the most elegant. I personally didn't. But like, yes, I do agree. And I do understand why some people have gripes with Wano. And I do also understand why people have gripes. Like, I definitely want you to explain your point in more detail. But I do assume that part of it, at least, is going to be we didn't really get a proper backstory for Kaido. And it kind of felt like we didn't really know his motivations, which I would, to a certain degree, agree with you. I feel like that with Kaido, for me, the same thing that has happened with pre-time skip One Piece has happened, where with Egghead and now with the Rocks flashback and everything we've been learning about Joy Boy and Nika, I think Kaido, with every new information dump that we get, makes so much like Oda is almost like kind of putting like revealing the full image, because for me, very clearly, Kaido, we already learned this in Wano, but it only now makes sense how much Kaido really was all about Joy Boy.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And Kaido kind of foreshadowed everything that we're now learning about Joy Boy being this like mix between liberation and chaos and destruction, right? That we have, and Kaido's entire like character arc being kind of, hey, I want to. Bring like at first maybe thinking he himself could be Joy Boy, and then when he realized he was not,
and that at least the stuff with King as well.
At least making it his job, right? Like creating the next Joy Boy. And I feel like in Red, like again, but maybe you can make the fair critique that in the arc while it was going on, it was maybe not enough. But I feel like Oda just wanted to save so much of Kaido's motivation for these like later reveals now, which I'm not sure doesn't excuse it. But
that you just touched on exactly what it is, right? That he is essentially interesting for the purpose of something else, right? That it's for future reveals, that these future reveals that are happening maybe give you a little more backstory into like why he is the way that he is, but it's for the purpose of like setting up other stuff.
Really?
And I felt very strongly.
You feel his character isn't interesting?
I think he's making actually a conscious effort now, like even with not the most recent chapter, but like 2 ago, where he like knocks Big Mom in the face with like the club. Yeah. I'm so curious as to what the actual original Japanese translation was when Big Mom was like, I gave you this fruit, you owe me your life. And he's like, yeah, we'll talk about it later or whatever. Yeah. Like the way that it was translated in English when that happened was very clearly, even not that Big Mom is trustworthy, right? And like he can change things on a dime, but the way that Big Mom said it in that moment very clearly was like, oh no, there is like a deeper relationship here, to the point where even if you go back to like God Valley and what she's wearing in God Valley during the little glimpse of the flashback there to what we get in the exact same scene like 2 years later, I think he changed a couple things up with the story to make Kaido seem like a little cooler. And obviously,
really interesting.
And Kaido is cool, right? I'm not saying he's like not a cool villain. I like the dragon thing. I love his power, right? Like I think he's got.
I'm going to very quickly interrupt you.
Yes.
Maybe like just before you explain to me like more about Kaido, can you give me your top 5 villains that you put in then?
Let me give me my list. I have like
15
that I listed.
Let's go.
Let's pull this tweet back up. Let's reminisce again on all the stuff that I liked. I do feel like first and foremost, Doflamingo is number 1 without even looking it up. Like that is still the one that to me stands out because of not only his connection with what we're getting now, but also his importance as like a wild card character in the final ending bit of the story. Him knowing the truth about the world or some part of it, right? Yeah. Knowing that there's like a secret, whether that is the empty throne, whether that's the straw hat underneath. Like there is more to him, and there's more to his family even with the Don Quixote family. And I think that tying into all the stuff we're getting end of series right now with like brothers and how they go in different directions and Corazon and that flashback being so good. Like I think there's issues with the Dressrosa arc. I like Dressrosa, but I do think there are a lot of issues with Dressrosa that you can also tie to Wano Country, but I don't think any of that has anything to do with Doflamingo's character.
I think for me, the one thing, because I love Doflamingo, and I think he would probably be my number 2.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that is a bit of a minus is his devil fruit. I think it's not.
No. Whoa. Yeah. We are total disagreement about it. I can't even like search for the tweet right. So maybe I'm never going to look for this. We'll just talk about it off the top of my head. Because I feel like the string fruit, the fact that he is a user of this weird, like what seemingly is a boring fruit and found so many cool ways to utilize it is awesome. Like the fact that he's stitching up his body, right? Acting like a puppeteer to all these other people.
I think the fact
I don't love the bird cage. You know how I feel about the bird cage.
Yeah, we talked about the bird cage. I think it's too much. I think like the bird cage is like obviously for like many different reasons problematic in a lot of ways. I think like why can he fly with his strings? Why can
he's flying on this? He's literally using them
Spider-Man, to pull himself up. Yeah, of course. I don't know. I feel like leaning a little bit more. I think it might have been Rustage who I talked about this with Daniel Rustage. He also said, would it have not been, and I kind of agree, would it have not been more powerful if, as fun as Gear 4 Luffy and everything was in the fight, would it have not been more impactful with all the manipulation and doing things from behind and pulling the strings literally? And we get that literal thing with Bellamy. Would it have not been more interesting to actually have Luffy fight a Zoro, for example? And like actually have like Dofi be more a little bit like
would it not have been more exciting for Luffy to beat Kaido in some way other than a giant punch in Gear 5? Like, I mean, literally Oda said out of his mouth, I am not going to have Kaido be beaten by a giant punch. And what happens at the end of Wano Country? He gets beaten with a giant punch. Now, mind you,
it was an enormous punch.
Okay? I think you and I are in agreement, right? Because I think a lot of people who don't like Kaido as a character and really kind of don't like Wano, I think maybe don't love Gear 5. I think where we share our opinion, I love Gear 5.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think it fits Luffy perfectly. I think in terms of
I also think that inevitably, and I'm not sure if you're going to agree with this, I think Gear 5, even though so we know Oda himself said that he kind of felt that Luffy was getting a little bit too serious, and like Gear 5 was kind of his way of injecting that fun back into it.
I agree.
Right? Because Luffy, even though he is a fairly static character in general, he has this mini arc, obviously, through Ace's death and losing his crew, where he kind of realizes he needs to be a bit more serious and actually like he grows definitely as a leader. It's not like he's more of an ideal, obviously, that people strive around, and he's not like Sanji, for example. But he does have this character development where he gets cooler and he has like these more serious moments, right? And I think it was getting to the point where like Luffy walking up with his coat and everything was like where Oda was maybe like, okay, what we're gonna he obviously was planning for this, but it was getting too like serious almost for him. I would probably my point was I would probably guess that we're also gonna get to a point where Gear 5 is gonna stop being just Goofy. And,
for sure.
And already
terrifying almost.
Like from a like the anime. Like I'm not
he's all in shadow with the red eyes.
I'm not a big fan of the anime still, even though I think the animation is great. I just feel like the anime has just almost become its own thing. Like the power scaling in the anime is not the power scaling in the manga for me, right? But the way that they portray how as an opponent, like you see this deranged godly figure, I think we're gonna get more and more of that. And I think it's gonna. I mean, I'm very curious if Luffy's also ever gonna like maybe like lose control of this again.
I hope he does. Yeah. I mean, I hope we get something where Imu attempts to Domi Reversi Luffy, right? And that Luffy, just like how you see Rocks for a little while containing it, right? And then he finally loses it when they talk about Harold. He is still doing a pretty good job, like holding it back. We're gonna see something where like Luffy, it's unaffecting him, right? And he literally he's pushing through his Nika.
Or it might just it also might be that Luffy himself like would you hate if this like literally just popped into my head? Would you hate if this happened? The classic like Naruto thing where Luffy himself can't beat Imu, but then like he kind of shuts down, gets knocked out by Imu, and then like the spirit of Nika awakens, and you kind of have this like
it's kind of got that with Kaido. That's literally like what Gear 5. You see the moment he gets beaten, he falls down, the heart beats us, and then he gets Gear 5.
But I feel like Luffy, so Luffy's personality does change in Gear 5, but I'd still feel like in the fight with Kaido, he's still like he has these. You can see there's different personality attributes kind of influencing him, but it's still like Luffy per se making the decisions and trying stuff out. I kind of wonder if we're gonna get like a full like Nine Tails like on a rage thing.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it, but I also
would be kind of interesting.
I think there would be a subsection of people who would be upset. But again, it's not like that wouldn't upset me the same way that like again,
like a
the
monster
Kaido
point Luffy,
right? Because to me, I think something that I love about One Piece, and again, there's a lot of different ways like you can read Kaido
and enjoy
as a character.
it. Yeah.
Like there's a great video AJ did about like Kaido as a character. They're really really good, right? Because a bunch of people even on that tweet were like, you should watch AJ's video. So I'm like, sure thing. So I watched it and recorded a reaction. That actually should be up by the time that this goes up as well, because I've like pre-scheduled a lot of stuff for while I'm in Japan.
Makes sense.
But essentially, like I totally agreed with a lot of his points, and I thought it was like a really good breakdown of the story. But it very much felt like to me like apologizing for problems that were there and trying to find the reasoning, as opposed to outright explaining from within the story how he is as a character, right? Like I think it's clear as day Kaido is like a brute kind of character, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? He obviously has a lot of stuff in terms of the theming with like a legacy, right? With like Oden and honorable deaths and all that, trying to kill himself the first time that we see him, right? Not attempting it, but then at the same time, like seeing everything with Kaido, like was he even really trying to kill himself, like hopping off the thing and landing on the island, knowing what we know now about him? It's like him being present during all this stuff in God Valley, him quite literally like being rocked by his own crew members in the past. Like I feel in one way the Rocks flashback has added to his character in terms of like making me like him more. Like the fact that he does just like smack Big Mom in the face to get the
Do you
fruit.
not think that he might have just been trying? So okay, interesting, because like obviously he has this like depressive side to him too, which I like.
For sure.
But I think the way that I have been reading it recently is more that Kaido might have just not actually been trying to kill himself, but just do what then happened to Luffy. I think that Kaido might have been trying to awaken Nika.
Like within himself. Right? Thinking that if he dies, then it would awaken Nika within himself.
Because very clearly, like, which was kind of like a big thing with the Rocks flashback in general, God Valley, like, there are way more people who know about Emu and like all the shenanigans. Like that explains why Kaido and Big Mom, like they know so much more.
Don't you think, if that's the case, knowing what we now know about Rocks, right? Knowing all these characters, their knowledge within their own crew, right? Don't you think that if Rocks was looking for the Nika fruit, that he would know that that is the reason why he's looking for it, that would awaken within himself? Why would he then eat this dragon fruit, become a dragon? Because clearly becoming a dragon is not awakening Nico with it.
Well, but the way it's portrayed is that the only thing that the Rocks pirates get explained is that Rocks has this big plan.
Right.
And he needs 2 devil fruits for it.
Right.
But they don't know which devil fruits it is.
And we don't know that they don't know.
Technically we don't know.
We don't know that they don't know. And I think there's a lot more to like the Rocks relationship with his crewmates that I think could actually be fleshed out within the next couple chapters.
Could be. I do think the fact that Kaido says to Luffy, so you couldn't be Joy Boy either, kind of like tells you, unless he's like talking about previous users of the rubber fruit or like the Nika fruit, but it kind of reads more as like, oh, you are someone who looks like you are someone strong with a devil fruit.
Who can be,
you know, and you have a mythical devil fruit.
Yes.
So you have potential is like the way that I was more looking at it. Like basically saying that Kaido didn't quite exactly know what this fruit was. He just knew there was one that was necessary to become Joy Boy.
Yeah.
And he thought that potentially because he had a mythical devil fruit, it could be him.
Yeah. Now, you were asking me earlier other villains that I feel like are stronger than Kaido. Katakuri. Number one. I think that's also...
Katakuri's my favorite.
Is your number one. Right. I think like the way that they developed his story, while at the time I didn't like the Flampe thing, like and him stabbing himself for the purpose of that fight, I think looking back at it, I actually do very much enjoy it. Yeah. Like, because it does set up him as a character and make him far more interesting. And in a weird way, as much as I have a lot of gripes with Big Mom, I've been very open about it. I find Big Mom,
I love Big Mom,
a way more fascinating character than Kaido by like a significant.
I like both of them.
I mean, you can like both, but you were saying about the top 5 thing, and like
I do wonder
above them.
I do wonder. I think the probably the theme I see is that, and we talked about this earlier. Since you are mostly interested in the character, and I am too. I'm a big character development guy, but maybe the lore even more.
Yeah.
And I think because Kaido is so heavily tied in my eyes, and becomes even more heavily tied all the time to Joy Boy and like the hidden, like everything we're learning now.
Don't you think a lot of that though comes like removing the theory crafting like content creator part out of it, right? As just like a basic reader.
I think so.
You think so?
I think so. I think that Kaido, I think I would concede that Kaido probably suffered under Oda saving things for his character.
I agree.
The same way I think that some other like characters will just like Dragon keep suffering because very clearly, again, I'm convinced that he is just the second most important character in the show. And I think that is the reason why we know nothing about him.
Yeah.
Because once Oda starts sharing stuff about Dragon,
it's going to reveal everything.
We're going to be like, oh.
Yeah, this all makes sense. I think, to be fair, there's a Shamrock and Shanks thing too.
Yeah.
I think like once we find out more about these characters, I think it is going to reveal so much stuff, and it's going to make things even more clear.
And I do feel like that kind of. I think the reason that Kaido maybe suffers under that a little bit more is because that was supposed to be his big arc, and I think maybe because very like even the Odin flashback with Roger and early like God Valley and whatnot, that very clearly Oda was saving a lot with Kaido for now and for probably like a little bit later on also with like Lunarian, like the entire King situation that's going to become very important, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So King is going to stay important as a character too, of course.
100%. In terms of other villains, though, because real quick, I'm going to give you at least five.
So sorry.
I want to get to these 5 because people are going to be like, what the heck? Like I said, I had a list of 15 I was trying to pull up, but I'm like, I can give you 5. Yes. Another one I just genuinely really love, and now I don't think he's anywhere near as deep of a character as Kaido is in terms of theming. But no, but I don't think he's anywhere as like deep as Kaido is in terms of theming, but I do think I find him a much more entertaining and interesting villain as Eneru. Genuinely. I think the whole thing with like being a false god, and especially now knowing what's going on in the series and like the existences potentially of like these real deities, he doesn't lose. He literally doesn't lose. He just goes in his story arc. He's like, well, you know what? I guess I'm not affecting this dude. I'm hopping on in this thing. I got punched in the face. I'm hitting the bell. I'm out of here. And he goes to the moon. Like, that's amazing.
He goes on the moon on a vehicle that is actually we see in the mural also.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, come on. Like, to me, that type of thing, that type of tie into the story, like, if you're making the argument about lore for Kaido and him being interesting, that these other characters, even to some extent, I would say Crocodile, who I think is a very, like, cut and dry kind of villain, right? When you still get to him. Well, we have
he evolves afterwards too, right?
Yes. But he, I think, develops in a way that furthers the story along and his own story along that's to his benefit as opposed to the benefit of other characters, which is where I feel like Kaido's was going.
So I do even with Crocodile, we have the same theme as with Kaido and Big Mom. There's like villains who want to create a better world, a utopia, and kind of being corrupted in the way they go about it, right?
Also, people made this argument real quick. I just got to
please.
People made this argument. I'm like, you're wrong. You're looking at this because you don't want to think of them like this. Buggy.
Oh yeah,
literally, Buggy is a villain. Like
Buggy's a great villain.
He is a villain. He is a fantastic villain. And people were like, Buggy is not a villain in the story. What are you talking about?
Of course.
Of course he is. What are you like? He's literally one of the other. Like he is absolutely a villain, and I would also consider him one that would be.
Yeah, Buggy's great. Buggy's. I mean,
Blackbeard. Another one.
I think Buggy is
Kaido.
I think Buggy is Oda's favorite character.
Oh, easily, far and away. You see what's happening with him. Again, Blackbeard is another.
I think with Blackbeard, I think Blackbeard. Whenever people throw him in, I think it's too early to call the shots yet.
Don't know. I mean, Blackbeard being the one that was responsible for getting Ace there. Blackbeard, all this stuff that happens at the end of Marineford.
Like his big plan.
Yes. With Whitebeard, like all of that kind of stuff. And now the tie with the Davy stuff, again, to the benefit of his character versus the narrative as a whole. And I think that is the key distinction between like a villain that I like and why I would consider them like a top One Piece villain versus like one that is there and is fine and is like written okay. But realistically, I think everybody in One Piece is kind of written pretty well because it's One Piece.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, there's not really, like, the story itself is good. When we say bad arcs, we're not saying, like, the arc is just absolutely terrible and there's no redeeming qualities to it. And I think so many people nowadays see things as, like, black and white without shades of gray and hear that, like, one of their 5 isn't their favorite 5 and take it personally.
Yeah.
And then it becomes this whole big...
No, it's just fun to talk about.
I know.
I take it very personally.
No, I know you don't. But what I'm saying is...
You're on my list now.
Yeah, right. I think there are a lot of people literally within, like, the community now who specifically ones who are like, and this is a whole nother conversation about like social media.
I was about to say this goes, we talked about this earlier, right? Where I feel like, ever since like, I mean, it really started with COVID.
Yes. I think it was even before that, to be
honest. You always had, obviously, like the internet was never like a nice place. And you always had like polarizing comments. Sure. But I feel like in the last 4 or 5 years, it's been like, whatever the topic, if it's your favorite One Piece villain or a sports match, we don't even need to talk about politics.
No, like still, I mean,
social media comments are the most and again, not everyone, obviously. Like there's, but like,
see, even the fact that you have to make that caveat, I think is it just goes to show like how far as a society we have fallen. Yeah. The fact that you have, like, if I give an opinion in a video, you're watching a review video, okay? It's a video with my reaction and my review. It is titled that. If the literacy has fallen so far that people read review and cannot make that distinction in their head that this isn't fact, this is somebody's opinion, and that you have to say, oh, I'm just saying this is my opinion first, I think is just not a good sign for
But it's also, I think it also doesn't, like, you can say whatever you want and someone's going to find gripe with it. Yeah, I think... Well, I mean, this is, as you say, a larger discussion about how I think, in general, the world just doesn't feel like very hopeful right now, and I think a lot of people feel like kind of like that's their only way to channel that.
Yeah, it's like through talking about the things that they love or whatever.
Which, ironically, again, since I like have really detoxed hard on YouTube and like social media in general, I've been having a lot more fun.
Feels good, right? When you're not on Twitter constantly. I know. I've used Twitter and Blue Sky even to some extent of just literally promoting streams and videos. I'm like, I probably would get rid of my Twitter honestly if it wasn't like tied to brand deals. So many times, like, I'll do a sponsored stream or a sponsored post and they'll be like, oh, could you do a tweet promoting it? And I have like a lot of people on Twitter, so I'm like, sure, whatever, like I'll make this tweet, but I don't like using it. I don't like interacting with, I like using it as like a photo album, but even then I could use Instagram for that. Like there's gonna come a point very soon, I think, that once like the brands and the people who like make us money as content creators are like getting off the platform.
I think no one is on Twitter anymore.
I don't know.
Really?
I think, maybe it's because I'm in like the gaming space more, but I feel like so many of the gaming companies, like whenever I end up doing like media kits or write things up of like what I'm going to do.
I think once the most brand companies realize that on Twitter, you're just paying for bot views.
Yes, literally. Yeah, it's quite literally, and you see this even with the check marks, right? With like used to be that it meant something. If you had a check mark on YouTube, it was like, cool, this is verified, this person, you know they're actually saying it. And now it's like, and someone could literally make Rogersbase 2 as their name and verify it with like, you know, their paid $5 a month or whatever it is, right? And then say whatever they want. It's like, it's terrible. It's stupid. Yeah, so.
Not even talking about the fact that you just go on there and you see like videos of people dying,
literally,
or whatever. I'm like, oh,
like it used to be porn bots constantly. It was like every other one underneath was like some type of porn bot or AI things. Now there's the whole thing where like it'll be an AI reply that'll be like, this is so cool.
It's just AI replying to itself,
and it's replying to itself and blocking the original poster. So then you go to read the reply, and it's not anything bad, and you see you're blocked. You're like, why did you even comment? But it was to get that extra interaction. It's just like so stupid. Yeah. And it feels so far removed from like the actual world, but people are so ingrained in it that it just becomes so toxic.
No, it's insane. It's like, I mean, for me, literally cured my anxiety stopping.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, wow. I have like 8 million different other things to talk about.
8 minutes.
And we got 8 minutes to wrap it up. God damn it. Was there anything that, because I threw a lot of stuff on
was
your
like
head.
One Piece
was
related?
There anything? Oh, one thing I wanted to ask, and this is more like if you remember this, I keep in my videos, I keep saying that NL built his Arc Maxime based on blueprints that he found in a temple.
Love that. Yeah.
Is that okay? But
Uranus blueprint type thing.
I thought, was that not in the manga? Am I like hallucinating that was a thing that actually was said?
I don't think it was blueprints. Wasn't it something? I mean, I thought it was even something like a mural, which ironically is
or like something he found in the temple, right?
Right.
Like there were like some.
Assuming that the world was more connected back then, because obviously technology.
Okay, but I'm not imagining that was in the story. I don't think you're
imagining things. No, I do think there is some tie with like Verth and then the stuff with the moon and like all the stuff that's going on in the temples and
the
like,
Earth God.
All the there you go. Yeah. So I don't think you are imagining things. Okay. No, I do think it's based on some type of like ancient technology. Yeah.
Do you think that Okay. So. How do I start?
Fire, let's go.
How do I rapid fire? And I'm already like amming here.
Yeah.
So we basically got this big reveal that basically One Piece is like post sci-fi, right? We're like in a post-apocalyptic world. Like there used to be, we don't know yet if it's
robots.
we don't know if it's like our world or even like a little bit more sci-fi, right? Yeah. But like there's space travel and whatnot. Sure. And it turns out that a lot of the crazy stuff might just be advanced tech, right? Do you think, but then at the same time, it does very much feel like there is a certain magical elements to the power system too.
Sure.
Do you think that at a certain level, they're like devil fruits, for example, do you think that is just like a magic system, or do you think we're going to find out that is actually a lot more technology based too?
I think it's more like a religion system. As weird as that, like, I really do. I think it's like more tied to, like, again, those gods being actual deities, not necessarily magic, but quite literally like the religion of the world, the core religion of this universe, and like how that branches off, as opposed to just being like, you know, people have these powers and they come from these weird things. I don't necessarily think it's like, I wouldn't classify it as magic. Whereas the technology side of things, I think we're literally seeing that in the story with artificial devil fruits.
Yes, exactly.
And like even in the mural where you've got the conveyor belt, right, of the people bringing things down and the stuff coming back out. Like, I do think there is something there in terms of them being manufactured, but like by what and through what extent? Like, if Imu is literally the devil, right, and is able to infuse powers into like these yokai powers into all of these Gorosei, could that potentially be something in which like Imu was able to infuse other powers in the same way like the devil is tempting somebody, right? Like, I'll give you your wildest dreams if you know, make a deal with me. Where it's like, here we go, sure, you get this power and you get this power and you get this power, and infusing a little bit of his literal like demon powers into these fruits and putting them out in the world, and then the world finding these fruits, not knowing how to understand it, not knowing like the religious connections, not knowing how it ties to the previous worlds, and then trying to replicate it using their technology and clearly failing. And then now you get these eternal smiles on your face. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff in the story that contextually ties all that stuff together.
By the way, random thought, but the entire thing with Nika smiling and, you know, the D-Clan smiling, and then, well, Kaido, by the way, also, and the smile fruits, right? I'm just like, it's like little details like that, right?
Yep.
One other little theory I wanted to present to you.
Hear it, please. We got the straw hat.
I talked about this recently, right? The hockey weaving idea.
Sure, I love it.
And we talked about the little puns that Oda loves doing.
Sure.
I really like the idea that, like, and I'm not the first person to think about that specifically, that Mugiwara obviously ends in wara, which is laughter.
Sure.
And then Muki could be like eternal laughter, right? So the entire, and then we obviously know that Joy Boy had the straw hat, and so we have the second straw hat.
Yep.
Do you think that the straw hat is more than just an accessory that has a lot of meaning? As in, do you think the straw hat itself is maybe woven with hockey, is maybe even, is maybe you know this probably when you go to shrines in Japan, they have the shimanawa, which is the straw ropes to bind literally the gods.
Yes.
Right?
I think the actual straw hat that Luffy has, and that was Shanks's and was Rogers, is a symbol. I think the actual straw hat in that idea is the one we saw in Marijoa. Because what the hell is going on?
That is frozen,
Why is it in like frozen? What is there's not a body attached to it. Why is it in there? Why is Emu there is I totally can buy that theory for sure. I do not think it is Luffy's. I think that is more of like a symbol to what the actual original like true straw hat was, and that throughout the generations like the story was passed on.
Okay,
It was
interesting.
woven maybe with hockey, sure. Who knows?
It could also be I kind of like the idea, especially now that we saw Rocks communicating with Roger and Garb like in their heads, right?
Yeah. Well, and
I kind of wonder,
potentially being the first time that we've ever seen Roger, I believe in the story, interacting with the voice of all things.
Yes,
that
exactly.
is his moment. Like, that's also super
What's
interesting.
What's happening
there, right?
And also, you can kind of ask the question, wouldn't it be, because the famous scene of Roger laughing, he's kind of like, oh, Joe Boy, I wish, and I think we all kind of expect that they're like standing in front of like some poneglyph wall.
Sure.
Wouldn't it be like kind of crazy if he's actually like talking to Joy Boy?
I mean, that would be
whether like maybe in a straw hat or maybe like, I mean, it would be kind of wild if like Joy Boy himself is just sealed away on Laugh Tale.
I mean, it would be kind of wild also too if like when you put all the poneglyphs together, right? It's almost like you're reading scripture.
Oh, like
and the
Millennium Puzzle.
Exactly. Like I could see a situation in which that happens as well, right?
That would be kind of sick.
Because I do think that maybe could go into like our last One Piece related topic, right? Which is Robin, right? And the idea of like the dreams of all these characters coming true, right? And when you look at these dreams, there's really two that stand out that are like, these could happen before the end of the story, right? Like thematically, I don't see a world in which Zoro becomes the greatest swordsman before we are at the end. I don't see a world in which Luffy becomes the Pirate King until we're at the end. The All Blue, same thing. But there are two in particular that I think are a little weird, which are Usopp's and Robin's, right? Usopp's the brave warrior of the sea thing, potentially like alluding to him maybe dying at one point, or like, which I think could very well happen, which I don't want to see happen, but I think could happen. And the other one being Robin. Robin's dream is just to create the real poneglyph. Like, it's literally to read the true history of the world.
The true history,
but when you find out the true history of the world, you're going to understand the One Piece. Like, that's a key to getting to the point, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm almost wondering if like she's the other one kind of like waving the death flags right now. The other one that's kind of like, I hate bringing this up too, because this was something that I didn't love the execution of, is Jinbei, right? That Jinbei, his dream is to, free the fishmen and bring them up Great, that's going to naturally happen within the story. When the red line is destroyed, the fishermen come up, like they'll live on the same level. Like that's something that will happen.
Or the earth gets deflooded.
Or the earth gets, sure, whatever. But Jinbei, I think the weird thing with him that I didn't love, which another thing I didn't like in Wano Country, was him showing up seemingly unscathed from that entire situation with Big Mom, kind of negating everything that we heard about her and saw about her in Whole Cake and how terrifying she is. But I think that is one of those things that when we find out what it actually was, could be fascinating, because if he bought himself just enough time to get to the end of One Piece with Luffy and dies and says, I did what I needed to do. I was your helmsman. I got you here. And then like that would be incredible.
That would be pretty cool.
Because then that way
that would be pretty tragic.
It would be tragic, but realistically at least gives us what we were kind of missing from that moment of him showing up. It was a great moment when he showed up in Wano. Don't get me wrong. Everybody's happy to see him again.
I guess theoretically you could also make the argument that could become a problem, and then Nami uses Zeus.
That could also be a thing. Maybe as like a homie to infuse more life, or like how that works. I kind of like that idea. Yeah. But I do think the Jinbei thing is a weird thing that's kind of left over from Whole Cake that I don't think it's something that's going to be unanswered. I trust Oda will answer it.
If it happens, half the One Piece fandom is going to be up in arms, but I still, in my heart of hearts, haven't scrapped the possibility that Big Mom's coming back in the story.
She's for sure coming back. I mean, there's
the infinite ties to Elbaph.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, there's literally no doubt that's going to happen. I think even too, like when you think of Moria and Blackbeard and like even Yamato's story, having like all these little fun adventures in Wano. And also, then the one big thing that's really important, by the way, not to cut you off, but the one big thing that's important in Yamato's story being the Moria connection and Moria infusing his shadows into dead body. And like, if Kaido is actually dead, if Kaido is somehow fossilized in the lava of Wano or whatever, right? Something in which Moria, like what, especially when you tie back to Kaido's character, right? Like what better way, right, of humiliating Kaido and to have this noble death and to go out this weird way. What better way to humiliate him than to have the guy whose crew he decimated without a second thought? Like his M. Bison, it was, for me, it was Tuesday or whatever. Like for the person that he decimated to be the one to then use him in this final war, infusing his corpse with shadows and like making him be like that, I think thematically could work really well for both Kaido and Moria's character, but that's like a whole nother thing.
Also, it would be a very Oda thing to do that like Big Mom comes out of the volcano and it's just like back to her like slim self because she sweated it out.
Yeah, exactly. Sweated it out.
Like
exactly.
Sauna.
Exactly.
Like a sauna.
So I actually think Kaido and Big Mom can both come back, and I think there's interesting ways in which you do it that don't make me hate it.
Yeah, in a weird way, I kind of went from if this happens it would kind of suck to now I almost want them back in the story to like finish their arcs a little bit better.
I agree.
One thing also, like very quickly wrapping it up on Robin, it is, alone the fact that she spent 2 years with Dragon and the Revolutionaries, and we have to this day no freaking clue what they actually like.
And that she's seemingly not told the Straw Hats
she doesn't
any of this.
She knows so much. She's not saying anything. Like what?
What's going on
she
there?
knows so much. She's like,
she does.
and like she's very much the missing link there with like Dragon. Do you think Dragon could be Robin's dad?
I hope not.
You don't like that?
I don't like that idea at all. I hope not. I don't like the idea that Robin and Luffy are
half siblings. No,
I don't love that. I mean, timeline wise, I think it could make sense. But I really, really don't love that idea. Yeah. I like that the whole Straw Hat crew at the very least is like found family.
Yeah.
And I think the idea of them actually being, even if it's one of them, being like blood related is weird to me. I wouldn't hate it.
I wouldn't. I think
Robin, if I was reading it, I'm picturing myself reading the chapter for the first time and that's the reveal. I don't know how I would react. It really depends on the framing.
Maybe.
Like I
think with Robin specifically, I think it could be okay just because she lost her family and was alone for so long. And yes, she has her found family, but also knowing.
Did she know? But then the answer.
And she knows.
Did she know that? Because obviously Crocodile would have known that Dragon is Luffy's father, right? Did she know then that like she was Luffy's sister, like half sister in Alabasta? Like to me, that opens up a whole nother can of worms.
That's
like,
true.
I don't think that would necessarily even be something. But
then she wouldn't have. She wouldn't have known then, right? She would have only learned it during the time skip potentially. Well, she might have.
She might have, right? Because of all the like the poneglyphs and like her because again, as a child with O'Hara and her mother,
didn't Oda in the cover? I should have brought it. Like draw an orange hair person too. Who was that? Like, was it Summers who has orange hair?
Oh,
now?
the Nami thing.
Yeah.
Like Summers is maybe Nami. I would be less bothered by that than I would be. I think by Robin and Luffy being siblings. I think the Summers. I mean, to me, we've seen this already time and time again. Even with Bonnie, right? With the Celestial Dragon ties, like the idea that like these soldiers are going to these islands and just like raping and pillaging and doing everything and like creating these new children that they don't care about.
Yeah, bastards basically.
You see this with Garling literally killing. Yes, exactly. Same thing. So I don't see a world in which I would like the Robin and Luffy thing necessarily, but the Nami thing for me, I think would be totally fine.
I would at this point almost be like salty if she's not someone
related to somebody that you know. Yeah. I mean, for such a long time, even like, before we knew all the stuff with Kuma, there was all the stuff with like the cake ship and people thinking with Bonnie and Big Mom and the lips, or like we saw that even too with, I'm trying to remember, like even with the Vinsmokes again, like Ichiji and Niji with like Killer never showing his face prior to that point, Bellamy like not having the eyebrows, them saying where they were from initially, like the Ichiji Niji thing, like them hiding their name. Like there's a lot of weird stuff that was there that like it's funny to look back on and being like, there's no way this is gonna happen. But like at the time
it was pretty big.
And so I'm wondering even where we are currently in the story, like what those things are that like right now seems so crazy, or like maybe we're not even paying attention to that. Like 20 chapters from now, we look back and we're like, it all makes total sense. This is how the
like the Lego thing.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Or was that just Oda being really excited that he got news they're going to make a Lego set?
Exactly.
They're like, can you put in the manga? He's like, absolutely.
I got you, man. Let's do this whole big thing.
Hold my beer. Last question then.
Let's go.
Does Luffy die at the end of One Piece? Does Luffy even need to die at the end of One Piece?
I think Luffy, if we get an epilogue, right, dies. I don't think it matters. I really don't, because I think he will achieve his dream. Unquestionably, he's going to achieve his dream and he will die happy. I don't think it's going to be like he dies in the final fight or something, but I absolutely could see a world in which we get an epilogue. We've seen everyone has achieved their dreams. He has become the Pirate King. But again, it's something where like Brook is singing at his grave or something with the Straw Hat. But it doesn't matter because again, he is the pirate. There's the idea of like the power structure of the world doesn't matter anymore. Like the world has been liberated. And
I just think that
he's the Pirate King.
I just think like a freed One Piece world almost is boring for Luffy to a certain degree, right?
He's like he's seen everything. Like
I'm sure, like I know I'm very. This is actually like an actual controversial take. I know a lot of people hate that idea, but I think I could see Luffy like sacrificing himself for the world at the end.
I could totally see that.
Yeah. Especially with potentially like the Eternal Flame being something very destructive, and like the Nika powers potentially being.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I don't hate that.
All right.
For me as Luffy, I like Luffy as a character. Like I don't think there's really any way, even with like what we've gotten in the story and like some of the weirder power-ups, there's nothing I think
at this point
that would make me like dislike Luffy at this point,
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't get to talk about a lot of other things I wanted to talk. I want to talk about Pokemon and Nintendo and your podcast that you're doing. But we ended up just doing like a full. I think we could have gone for like probably another 3 hours.
If I was not going to this developer dinner, I literally would stay here for another 2 hours. But
let's quickly. Can you let people know where to find you? You have two beautiful podcasts and a YouTube and a Twitch.
Yes, I do. Yeah. So basically, you could find me everywhere. Rogersbase.
I mean, the links are obviously.
YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram. I mostly cover One Piece and Nintendo, obviously. Those are my two great loves. But yeah, on top of that, I'm part of the Japan Time podcast, which we've been doing for 10 years now. We just had a giant merch run, lots of cool stuff, have our trip to Japan. So we're all hanging out, a lot Geeks Plus, family. Aru is part of it. So really, really cool to see this. And so, yeah, we're having the big Japan Time trip. And then also I have a podcast for my members on YouTube, Touch Base with Rogersbase, which a little bit of a... breaking news
exclusive
is actually changing into a different format in 2026 in a way that I'm like really excited about. I think it's going to be really cool. So look forward to that. But yeah,
find me in the description. Please do.
Yeah,
and was as always a pleasure.
Oh, thanks for having me.
I mean, I honestly I'm almost like worked out perfect. I'm almost salty we didn't get to Pokemon stuff because I really have like thoughts on like Legends Arceus, which I just finished playing, and then on Legends DA. But I think we're gonna have to postpone it.
To be fair, I'm here until the 13th.
So maybe we can talk about it.
Maybe we can figure out something. Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for watching.
Take care, everybody.